12 years ago, gateways to another world called dungeons appeared. At the same time, some people awakened powers called skills. Only 1% of the population has skills, including strength 550, mana 320, attack 250, defense 190, stamina 178, and agility 215. Following such events, an organization was quickly established for those who wanted to challenge the dungeons. It was called the Adventurers Guild. And now in present-day Tokyo, Saki is undergoing an ability test. Skills are essential for challenging the harsh dungeons. Status. Name. Saki Iori. Level 1. Strength 50, attack 10, defense 10, stamina 10, agility 10. Skills. None. No one would be crazy enough to become an adventurer without a single skill. The girl at the information desk asked hesitantly, "Are you sure you want to become an adventurer?" Saki smiled and confirmed, "Yes, I do. Please register me. I guess I'm just that crazy." The girl smiled and complied with his request. "All right, can I leave these two to you now, Mr. Fukumoto?" Adventurers are arranged in ranks from F to S. The so-called common rank, or rather C rank, has a lot of veterans. Fukumoto smiled in response. "I'll guide them then. I'm C rank." Amami walked along the street, striking up a conversation with him excitedly. "You don't have any skills either, do you, Saki? This might be a little weird of me to ask, but why do you want to become an adventurer?" Saki hesitated for a moment before answering. "Adventurers make a lot of money, right? I want to pursue my dream too, even though I don't have any skills." Then he asked Amami in return, "Do you really want to become an adventurer without any skills?" She smiled and admitted it. "That's right." Saki nodded. His eyes were fixed on her. "I look forward to working with you. I can't believe there's someone else as crazy as me." Just then, Fukumoto cut in. Hey, the two talentless wannabes who want to be adventurers," the arrogant man explained. "That's suicide. Let me show you two newbies how things work around here. When you defeat a monster in a dungeon, it drops magic stones and items. Magic stones are very valuable. Even a single F-rank stone is worth 10,000 yen. Saki paused, his gaze fixed on the ground. "And I have a reason to make a lot of money. No matter what, he had once been a traffic controller, coming home after a long day. And then, when he opened the door, he would see his little sister Toharu waiting for him with a smile. I live with my sister, who is 15 years younger than me. Our parents disappeared, and I'm the one paying for her school fees. We were poor, but I was very happy. One day, everything turned upside down. Saki spoke as usual. I'm home, but the house was pitch black today. Toharu, his hand turned the doorknob. Are you sleeping? The sight before him horrified Saki. The little girl was lying motionless on the floor. Toharu! The wail of an ambulance siren blared. The doctor quickly diagnosed that his sister had awakened a skill, and it was eating away at her body. It was a disease called skill incompatibility syndrome. It's quite rare, and this is the first case in Japan. The only cure is the latest treatment method in America. Saki clenched his hands into fists when he heard those words. No way. Medical fees in America are really expensive, aren't they? The doctor was silent for a moment before explaining. The treatment will likely cost around 500 million yen. Saki's mood instantly plummeted. The memory was cut short by Amami's voice. I get it. Adventurers are people who chase their dreams. You really long for things like that, don't you? Saki forced a smile, reluctantly agreeing. You're right. They headed towards a building in the distance and stepped inside. The space was bathed in a pale blue light. Fukumoto spoke up. Huh? Hasegawa glanced over and said, Are those the newbies you were talking about earlier? Yamada chimed in with a sneer. I can't believe they're so talentless. Amami just smiled without responding. Many people look down on those without any skills, calling them talentless. That just shows how important skills are. Saki glanced at the girl beside him as a hand was extended. Yamada maintained that same mocking attitude as he looked at them. Nice to meet you. Talentless. You two can learn a lot by watching your seniors work and observing how they move their bodies. Amami, however, still replied politely, It's a pleasure to meet you. Saki also bowed his head and replied, A pleasure. Just then, Fukumoto's party started to move. All right. Next, let's enter a dungeon properly. I'll explain the details on the way. Amami hurriedly ran after them. Wait a minute. Saki just observed silently and thought, I'd rather they explained things first. But in the end, he had no choice but to follow, heading towards the dungeon gate. Saki then muttered a few words, talentless. Observing his reflection on the system panel, he mumbled, If that's the case, then what am I seeing? Status. Name. Saki Iori. Strength 50, mana 50, attack 10, defense 10, stamina 10, agility 10. Skill, seal break. In the guild, the status section said, I had no skills. Of course, that's because it's a hidden skill. What seal break does is quite simple. Before Saki now was an illustration of the skill. Seal break allows the user to use magic from their previous life in exchange for skill points. Magic obtained this way can be used without consuming any mana. The strategy was formed quickly. I'll level up to get skill points and use those points to acquire the magic I used in my past life. Saki mused as he walked in. In other words, I'm a reincarnator. His eyes widened, unwavering. Memories of his past life returned of an arrogant Saki who dared to face powerful creatures and successfully defeated them. Back then, Saki stood at the pinnacle. In my previous life, I was exceptionally skilled in using magic and was called the Solitary Slayer. However, I never felt happy mastering magic. Toharu, everything I had in my past life combined couldn't compare to her. That 500 million yen is an amount of money you could never earn in a lifetime, even if you worked yourself to death. That's why I became an adventurer, to earn a lot of money as quickly as possible. But earning 500 million yen that fast is difficult even for an S-rank adventurer. But it's not impossible with Seal Break. I will definitely earn enough for the treatment. So just hang in there, Toharu, a person shouted, signaling an attack. Hiya! Fukumoto was in charge of attacking. Meanwhile, Yamada acted as the party's tank, and Hasegawa used magic to hinder the enemy. They discussed among themselves, a piece of cake. It's an E-rank dungeon, so of course it is. Watch us closely, got it? This is the power of C-rank adventurers. Amami eagerly agreed. We will. Then she turned to Saki to chat. Saki, you seem a bit disappointed. Is something wrong? He just replied calmly. Don't mind me. More importantly, it seems you're enjoying yourself, Miss Amami. The three adventurers came into his line of sight, and Saki commented grimly. Just as I thought, it doesn't look like they plan on teaching us anything. This is more like a show of force, isn't it? Unlike him, Amami didn't have any of these negative thoughts. Because becoming an adventurer has always been my dream. I'm so moved to be able to see the real thing up close like this. He had to force a smile and agree with her. I understand. So you need to watch carefully and learn, right? Hearing that, Amami smiled and replied, I certainly will. Just then, a green creature shot past Yamada, heading towards Amami and Saki. The other adventurers signaled, run! At that moment, the monster lunged with its mouth wide open. Amami was instantly terrified, and a loud crash echoed. When she slowly opened her eyes, the monster had been crushed to death by a large pillar. Huh? Fukumoto then shouted out, Hey, are you two okay? The one who answered was Amami. It seems like that pillar luckily collapsed at the last second. What a relief. Right, Saki? He gripped the sword in his hand and answered curtly. Right. Then he helped her up, muttering again. That's right. Very quickly, they reached the deepest part of the dungeon. All right, next up is the dungeon boss. Fukumoto signaled as the door was pushed open. Let's go. The other members of the party were already prepared. Amami and Saki were no exception. The space inside was vast. Fukumoto smirked when a strange voice suddenly rang out. The first condition, reaching the dungeon boss's room without injury, has been met. Yamada and Hasegawa were curious. What was that voice? Saki immediately became vigilant. The voice continued. Second condition, bring 2 new people, has been met. Fukumoto got excited again. Hey, is this for real? Are we gonna get the treasure? The voice went on. Third condition, bring someone who has not awakened any skills, has been met. All 3 conditions have been fulfilled. A dungeon boss will now appear. As soon as the words were spoken, the space around them began to fluctuate. Fukumoto froze when he saw the dungeon boss, the silhouette of 2 large horns. It was a minotaur. The escape door slammed shut, a seal appearing on it to prevent anyone from fleeing. The members ran for their lives, muttering over and over, no way. Saki glanced at the monster, calculating. That means our escape route has been cut off. Amami asked him in a panic, Saki, they can beat that monster, right? He muttered words that even he couldn't believe. We just have to believe in our seniors. Just as he said that, Yamada was struck by the Minotaur. His shield shattered on impact, and his body was sent flying. Hawa and Fukumoto screamed, Yamada! The beast moved in an instant, while Saki was calculating. This is bad. Fukumoto's attack was easily blocked. His eyes widened in shock, while Saki calculated on the side. If they launch an attack that big, the difference in our strength will be clear as day. They'll be defeated when it counters. Amami cried out in terror, Saki-san! He was already moving as he thought. I don't know if this will work, but I have to try. The Minotaur pushed Fukumoto back, who grimaced and cursed under his breath. Damn it, we gave it our all. Sorry, Yamada, I can't avenge you. Just then, Saki, sword in hand, charged forward, blocking a blow meant for Fukumoto. The man's face was a mask of astonishment. He and the Minotaur roared, as Saki successfully pushed it back. Now, the man stammered, you, but Saki bluntly cut him off. Fukumoto-san, I have a plan to take it down. So please, do as I say. Skill 1, Power of Seal Release. The reason I was sealed is that all the spells from my previous life were sealed away. In exchange, I can cast magic without using any MP. Although the flow of magic within me remains the same, I can't use any spells no matter how many times I try. Once I can break free from this seal, I could become even stronger than I was in my past life, Saki declared loudly. Fukumoto-san, I have a way to beat this thing, so do exactly as I say, Fukumoto asked suspiciously. With moves like that, are you really someone with no abilities? He questioned. Have you been lying to us this whole time? But Saki cut him off. Let's talk about this later. His gaze was fixed on the Minotaur in front of them. Right now, killing this monster should be our top priority, right? Can you buy me some time? Just a little is fine. Hearing this, Fukumoto had no choice but to agree. I get it. I'll do what I can. Saki was pleased with this answer. Thanks a lot. Just then, the Minotaur attacked again, but a fire spell flew in and stopped it. They looked towards the caster, and a word of praise was uttered. Nice one, Hawa. He was cursing angrily. You damn creature, you dare kill Yamada? While Hagawa continued to hold off the monster, Fukumoto asked Saki for his plan as they moved together. Hey, how much time do you need? Saki calculated. About 5. No, just 3 minutes. If you can. I've fought a Minotaur before in my past life, Fukumoto scoffed, letting out a curse. 3 minutes, damn it. I'll die to buy you that much time. They're too strong compared to other dungeon monsters. We'll all be exhausted if we keep fighting them normally. At this point, Saki had moved over to Amami, and she spoke with a worried voice. Saki, are you okay? Also, did you really block that creature's attack? He replied slowly. I'm fine. However, I have a way to defeat it. Then he asked her directly. More importantly, Amami-san, could you help me with something? Amami herself was shocked to hear these words. Me? Saki nodded in confirmation, and she frantically refused. No way. I can't do anything to attack that monster. Just then, Saki spoke up again. Didn't you always dream of becoming an adventurer? Amami avoided his gaze. She stammered. That was. Saki pleaded earnestly. I need your help to defeat that Minotaur. Amami-san, please help me. She thought for a moment, then steeled her resolve and agreed. I understand. So, what do I need to do? Saki started moving as he explained. I don't have time to explain properly. Just stay still for a moment, okay? Very quickly, he was standing behind her. Saki's eyes glowed red. He raised one hand while reassuring her. Please forgive me for this. With one swift movement, he brought it down. Amami cried out, blushing, as Saki's hand slipped inside her shirt. Hey, what the hell are you doing, Saki-san? Saki's hand touched her back, his expression strangely serious. This probably makes me look like a total pervert, but this is my secret plan. Minotaurs are extremely weak to magic attacks, but Hagawa-san's magic can't affect it much. His skill is still too low, so his attacks aren't strong enough. The two men were panting before the monster. Damn it, it doesn't even have a scratch on it. To take it down, we need to hit it with a powerful spell. Over here, Saki was constantly sensing Amami's magical power. I can't use my own spells right now because of the seal break, so I need Amami-san's magic. This part is pretty easy. I just have to control the flow of Amami-san's magic, then add a few adjustments so she can use magic. He closed his eyes in thought, and although this still felt like an act of harassment, Amami endured it with a blush. A moment later, she struggled to get away. Saki-san, can you let go now? But then she quickly noticed something different. Huh? What is this? Just then, Saki spoke. Can you feel the magical power flowing inside you? She asked curiously. Yes. But what did you just do? He explained slowly. To put it simply, I just made a few necessary adjustments so you can use magic. Amami's expression was one of pure disbelief. Magic. But I don't have any experience at all, Saki continued. It's okay. You have potential for magic, Amami-san. I can't use magic myself for certain reasons. You know that, so I'm counting on you. Hearing such grand words, Amami-san couldn't help but stammer. Counting on me? Another magic attack was launched. But the Minotaur wasn't fazed at all. Instead, it swung its weapon and knocked Fukumoto away. His body slammed hard against the wall, and he spat up blood. Hawa roared in fury, "You bastard!" before meeting the same fate as his friend. He was knocked unconscious. Fukumoto struggled to his feet and yelled, signaling to Saki, "Hey, newbie, hurry up. At this rate, we're all gonna die." Amami was already on the verge of tears from worry. Saki, they're the only ones left facing the Minotaur. Just then, Saki spoke, "Calm down. Just repeat what I say and it'll work. It's not a language you're familiar with, so it'll be a little difficult, but I've shortened it." He instructed carefully. "Now, listen closely." Amami frowned, listening intently. Yes. She closed her eyes and was quickly able to control her magical power. Amami's ability made Saki marvel internally. This girl has no combat experience whatsoever, yet she can concentrate so well in a dangerous situation like this. It's truly admirable. Fukumoto was panting but still did his best to raise his sword towards the towering Minotaur in front of him. Just then, Saki continued his instructions. Amami-san, clasp both your hands and point them at the Minotaur. She quickly followed his instructions. All right. Saki's eyes focused on the monster. Go, he signaled. Amami listened silently. Blood Lotus Fireball. Then she mimicked the spell, Blood Lotus Fireball. A sphere of power gathered instantly. Amami stared at it in amazement. Saki, however, was calm. She fired it, sending it straight towards the Minotaur. The attack was so powerful it blew away everything in the area, leaving nothing but the light of the fire. When it was over, the Minotaur had been turned into a cow-shaped piece of charcoal. Amami looked at her accomplishment with excitement. Amazing. So this is your power. Saki then smiled and corrected her. My power can't do this. That was all you, Amami-san. She looked at him shyly, then slowly began to speak. Thank you. A system notification sounded. Acquired Minotaur's Axe. Item name: Minotaur's Axe. Rank B. Type: Two-handed axe. Effect: Attack 100. Bleed causes the target to lose blood over a period of time, dealing damage based on 3% of the target's maximum health every 5 seconds. Before them was the dungeon core, a stone glowing as red as blood. Another notification appeared before Saki. Level up. Acquired the title Reincarnated Great Sage. His stats followed. Status: Name: Saki Iori. Title: Reincarnated Great Sage. Level: 10. HP: 150. MP: 150. Attack: 42. Defense: 35. Endurance: 34. Agility: 37. Skill: Seal Break. After defeating the Minotaur, we left the dungeon and immediately called for medical support. Fortunately, the 3 of them have stabilized, but they were all seriously injured. I have no excuse for letting Fukumoto-san and his friends go in there. Deep inside the dungeon, a dungeon core was hidden. If that core is destroyed, the dungeon will collapse. Normally, you'd destroy it after conquering a dungeon, but in some cases, like when a dungeon is created for training adventurers, people usually leave it untouched. Saki reached out and touched the dungeon core while remarking, "It looks like a technological achievement from that world." But anyway, that probably doesn't matter anymore. We've now returned to the Adventurers Guild headquarters. We've given them our guild cards and are waiting for them to be analyzed. The guild card records every monster defeated by its owner. Its main purpose is to ensure fairness when distributing rewards. Hamada's voice rang out. Saki-san, Amami-san, thank you for waiting. He continued to introduce himself. I'm Hamada from the Adventurers Guild's General Affairs Department. Please take your cards back. And as he handed them their cards, Hamada asked, Now, about that sub-boss, we'd like to ask you a few questions about it. Saki spoke up. Nice to meet you. I'm Saki. Amami also politely introduced herself. I'm Amami. Hamada gestured as Saki examined the adventurer card in his hand. Well then, shall we begin? He glanced at Amami, thinking doubtfully. I wonder if Amami-san will keep her promise? Anyway, I've probably gone too far. Saki had proposed then, I want you to keep it a secret that I used magic. Amami froze for a moment, then asked back in confusion, Huh? But why? Saki slowly explained, Because it's a pain. Especially when people start prying and trying to grill me about it. I need to make money as fast as possible. She also recognized the seriousness in his words. It seemed he wanted things to go smoothly. I understand. I'll keep it a secret, Saki replied with satisfaction. Thank you. At that moment, Amami stammered, I'm really sorry to ask this of you, but could you take me on as your disciple? Saki fell silent at the sudden request. He thought for a moment before refusing her. I can't. Amami lowered her head and reluctantly replied, I thought so. He began to explain, I'm not refusing because I'm overthinking it or anything. It's because of how you reacted earlier. I don't think you're cut out to be an adventurer, Amami-san. I don't want to teach you recklessly and send you to your death. Amami-san had no choice but to agree with his assessment. I'm not cut out for it. It's a shame, but you're probably right, Saki-san. She smiled at him, a somewhat forced smile. Saki himself was thinking, looks like I need to start planning what I'm going to do from now on. Hamada listened intently. I see. So, Fukumoto-san's party was on the brink of death, and Amami-san poured all her strength into the final blow to defeat the Minotaur. Is that what you're saying? She nodded vigorously while Saki continued his fabrication. That's right. After all, we're not exactly skilled, he asked further. While Fukumoto-san's party was fighting, what were you doing, Amami-san? She stammered as she recounted. I just stood on the sidelines and watched them. And when the Minotaur was near death, Saki-san and I finished it off together. Saki quickly came to Amami's rescue. You see, I think we did what we could. Hamada smiled and asked again, so you both delivered the finishing blow, and that's why the system registered you as the one who landed the final hit, Amami-san. Am I correct? She answered concisely. Yes. As he spoke, Hamada rummaged through his pocket. I see. I now understand how 2 people with no skills whatsoever could defeat a Minotaur. Thank you for your cooperation. He held out 2 envelopes to them as he explained. And for that, here is the reward for defeating the Minotaur. The 2 of them said in unison, Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Saki was thinking again as he held the envelope and examined it. I wonder how much it is. I'm guessing around 20,000 yen. The number that caught his eye was 250,000 yen. Saki was momentarily stunned, more than I thought. Meanwhile, the girl beside him stammered out, Is it okay for me to receive this much money? Amami's share reached 3 million yen. Hamada smiled and explained, that's the reward for those who slay a minotaur. According to our regulations, the Adventurers Guild specifies that 75% of the reward goes to the person who landed the final blow, and the remaining 25% is divided equally among the other 4 people. Amami hesitantly accepted it. Thank you very much. He continued to explain, it's all for the sake of fairness. That's because the finishing blow isn't the only thing that leads to victory. This way, we don't over-prioritize offensive attacks while ignoring other skills. But if you're in a party, the reward is divided equally. So I think joining a party is a good idea. We'll be expecting great things from you from now on. Saki smiled in response. We'll do the best we can. And just like that, I earned 250,000 yen on my first day at the Adventurers Guild, which was equal to my entire previous month's salary. Amami then tried her best to persuade him. Please take this money, Saki-san. I can't accept this 3 million yen when I didn't contribute anything. Saki calmly explained. I couldn't have done anything without you either, Amami-san. Please accept it. Besides, it'll be a pain if they find out. She still hesitated, wanting to refuse, but he smiled and suggested, well, if neither of us wants to accept it, you could just burn it, right? Unexpectedly, he got an over-the-top reaction from her. Burn it? Burning this much money would be such a waste. Saki chuckled softly as he recalled. Then just keep it, Amami-san. And with that, Amami and I exchanged contact information and went our separate ways. Saki's silhouette could be seen sitting alone in a dark house, muttering to himself. So, my first battle went pretty well. Looks like my judgment hasn't dulled too much. Then he looked at the check again. Defeating one, Minotaur got me 250,000 yen. Being an adventurer is a quick way to get rich. His phone screen suddenly lit up. It was a message from Kotoha. Look, big brother, I'm feeling much better today, and I even ate 3 whole puddings. Saki lowered his head as he read those words. He thought of his little sister. Eating 3 whole puddings. You're really something. Then he furrowed his brow, his resolve hardening as he thought, Kotoha, just wait for me. I'll earn 500 million yen in no time, and for that, I need to quickly learn how to use Seal Break. Speaking of which, it seems I've leveled up too. I think I got some skill points. But a system notification sounded. You have leveled up to level 10. You can now summon a management fairy. As soon as the words faded, a bright light appeared, startling Saki. The figure of a fairy appeared before him. Saki furrowed his brow, thinking, is that a fairy? She had her eyes closed, then slowly opened them, and upon seeing Saki, she let out a scream and launched into a tirade. What the hell have you been doing? Neglecting your training for 20 years, Saki thought to himself while holding up a hand to stop her. She has a good reason to be mad. Hold on, before you start yelling, can you tell me who you are? She looked at him and replied, fine. In your previous life, you created me, a fairy who can use Seal Break. My sole purpose is to make you stronger. Aiki, the management fairy, explained indignantly. That's why I'm so disappointed in you for slacking off for 20 years. You idiot, Saki thought slowly. Wait, I created you in my past life? I don't remember doing that. Hearing this, she just explained nonchalantly, then a part of your memory must have gone missing. Saki couldn't help but think, no way, I do remember. Her gaze fell upon him, and she slowly spoke, it seems you've remembered something. Saki then explained, I don't remember anything about my death, but I do remember having a strange illness that made my body weaker every day. Hearing this, she replied, let me tell you this, I was born after you died. That's it. This new information made Saki wonder, after I died, so this reincarnation wasn't random. Was my past self planning something? She finally concluded, it's meaningless to dwell on it. Saki agreed, if you say so, then I get it. I guess she can't tell me any more about it. Maybe my past self limited the information she could share, just like she mentioned. It's pointless to think about it now. He then suddenly asked, so, what did you mean when you said you'd help me get stronger? The management fairy began to explain, by comprehending Seal Break, you can become stronger much more quickly. Saki asked, confused, comprehending? How is that different from just using reward points to level up my skills? His question was affirmed. It's completely different from that so-called skill leveling. The sphere began to cast a spell, her eyes widening. A system screen appeared in front of Saki with the text, a new system called Item Exchange has been added. Saki muttered curiously, Item Exchange. The sphere began to explain, with this, you can resummon any item your past self possessed. These items will be limited by your current resources. He asked doubtfully, items from my past life. Does that include things from my item box too? That item box was an infinite storage space I created when I was a mage. The sphere nodded in confirmation. That's right. You also had a penchant for collecting. You have a whole bunch of rare items you can summon. Saki had to exclaim in awe, that's amazing. But his excitement didn't last long before the sphere reminded him, but everything has a price. Those are the exchange conditions. He wasn't too surprised by this. I guess there's a catch to everything, huh? I bet my past self set this up too. She stated, I won't let you use them if you keep complaining. Saki reluctantly promised, sorry, I promise I'll use them for good. And then he began to choose. All right, let's see. A series of items appeared on the screen. The mithril sword, Durandal, the demon-slaying sword. So many that Saki had to wonder, are these really all mine? Then he suddenly remembered. Wait a minute, I own that thing too, right? Very quickly, the item appeared on the screen. Elixir, 500 million yen, 5 doses remaining. Instantly cures all diseases and injuries. Saki frowned. 500 million yen, huh? So I just need to earn that much money. The sphere observed his expression and remarked, good. It seems that's piqued your interest a little. There's one last thing I want to tell you. Saki immediately looked over, curious. What is it? She began to explain. During your battle with Minoto, I realized you'll advance faster through the challenges you face. That's why I transferred some power to you. It will double the comprehension points you gain when you defeat powerful opponents. Hearing this, he was even more astonished. Double points? He immediately started calculating in his head. But if what she's saying is true, that'll help me out a ton. After all, I've always wanted to face strong enemies to get ahead. Saki then replied to the sphere, all right, I'll make the most optimal use of Seal Break. His determined attitude earned a satisfied remark from her. Good, that's more like it. Saki then asked, by the way, what's your name? She replied nonchalantly, I don't know. You created me, so just give me whatever name you want. Saki frowned to himself. She sounds so detached. He then smirked. Well then, don't come crying to me if you regret it. A name came to his lips. Sphere. How about it? She turned her head to look at him, pondering for a moment before speaking. Sphere, huh? Not bad. You can call me that from now on. Saki smiled, satisfied. Looks like you like it, Sphere added. Not really. Anyway, we need to make you even stronger. I'll get really annoyed if you skip training again. And with that, here are my demands. You also need to prepare a bath for me every day, and appetizers twice a day. And the freezer must always be stocked with ice cream. This made Saki freeze up, and he couldn't help but shout, but that's way too expensive. Hearing this, Sphere retorted slyly, did you forget that I'm the one who holds Seal Break? I won't let you use it if you don't compromise, you know? Saki let out a long sigh. Just great. So that's the fee I have to pay to use it, right? She immediately vanished, leaving only a few words behind. Good that you understand. Let's start the preparations tomorrow. Just like that, only Saki was left in the room. She comes and goes like the wind. But if I can get double experience for fighting strong opponents, that's actually amazing. Saki continued his calculations while reading his stats. To be honest, I'm pretty weak right now. My abilities are at E rank. No, wait, probably more like F rank. But this gives me the perfect conditions. I'll raid dungeons from the recruitment board to do something worthy of a Grand Mage, to logically get from my current F rank all the way to A rank. The next day, I joined a party of adventurers to raid a D rank dungeon. Since I'm F rank, I'm really just here to fill a slot. A voice suddenly called out, hello, you must be Saki. I'm Takai. He smiled in return. Yeah, I'm Saki. Nice to meet you. At the same time, Suzuka stood nearby, silently observing them. The other members also listened in as Takai spoke with Saki. You too, he scratched his head and explained. Our party was one member short of being able to enter the dungeon, so it's lucky we found you. Suzuka chimed in sarcastically. F ranks don't get to loot. Takai quickly chided her. Don't be like that. That's rude. But Suzuka replied with the same mocking tone. Come on, not giving Saki special treatment is for his own good. Besides, it's not like he has any skills, right? Saki had no choice but to go along with it, smiling in agreement. That's right, I'll do my best. Ozawa then whispered some reassuring words in his ear. You don't have to try too hard. This party has 3 C rankers. Saki nodded in reply. I see. No wonder they needed me in such a hurry. He agreed with him. Pretty much. Suzuka then turned her head to butt into their conversation. She says that, but Ozawa's only a D rank himself. Ozawa laughed in response. You caught me. From the information provided, Saki glanced at Suzuka and concluded to himself, that means she must be C rank. And she doesn't look much older than me. They shouted excitedly. Now that Saki's here, let's conquer this D-rank dungeon. At that moment, Saki glanced over at Ozawa and noticed a strange expression on his face. Saki couldn't help but feel a sense of vigilance toward him. Inside the D-rank dungeon, Takai and Ozawa were fighting hard to break the monster's armor. Afterward, Takai praised him. Nice one, Ozawa. Ozawa replied, you too, Takai. Meanwhile, Suzuka was actively firing arrows as fast as lightning, instantly hitting a monster in the head. As Suzuka used a focus shot to take down the monster in front of her, a voice suddenly called out, Get back! Saki! It's dangerous! Saki replied readily. Thanks. Looking at the 4 people in front of him, Saki thought to himself, now, I wonder when I should jump in. While Suzuka was fighting, a monster snuck up behind her. Saki, observing from the side, thought, it's chanting magic. That orc is about to breathe fire. She doesn't seem to have noticed. If I don't step in, she's probably a goner. With that thought, he suddenly flew out and shielded Suzuka. Huh? Someone's panicked voice rang out. Hey, didn't we tell you to stay back? It's dangerous. Saki glanced at Suzuka and replied, I can't just stand by and watch a girl get attacked. His words made her blush slightly. What are you talking about? Ignoring Suzuka's words, he thought to himself, great. I stopped it from breathing fire. Next, let's give this a try. Flashback to before the fight. Last night, Saki was in his room, planning meticulously. I want to use my skill points effectively, but I'm level 10, so I only have 9 points right now. So I get 1 point every time I level up. He gently swiped his finger across the control panel, thinking, the first skills I'll get will be Fireball and Enhance. If I open a skill, it'll show the corresponding skill branches, but first, I need to pick one. Fireball is good for long-range fights. Meanwhile, Enhance isn't limited by distance. If something happens, it'll be more useful up close. Wait a minute. Saki paused, muttering, the skills I get from breaking the seal don't cost any mana. As he said this, he continued to calculate in his head. That means I can use Enhance whenever I want. There's no cost to choosing it. Alright, I'll put 2 points into this. The system window popped up with a notification. You have acquired Enhance. Saki smirked slightly. Let's see. The skill tree for this skill looks pretty damn good. Looking at the detailed instructions on the system window, Saki had a thought. It seems the right branch is for close range, and since I don't have many points, his eyes narrowed. The plan was complete. Back in reality, Saki was fighting monsters while calculating to himself, I'll focus on a direct fighting style. Suzuka called out worriedly, Hey, a newbie like you with no skills shouldn't. Saki, we're just saying this for your own good. Get back now. Saki's calm voice replied, It's fine. Even a guy who was just added to fill a spot wants to fight. He used the Sonic Shock skill to finish off the monster cleanly. After it was over, the system window displayed a notification. You received double experience for defeating a strong opponent. You have leveled up. The others rushed over. What? What's with his power? Suzuki's eyes widened. No way. Suzuka stood stunned, whispering a reply. Does he look like someone who was just added to fill a spot? Hearing this, he smirked. Huh? Saki, on the other hand, was lost in thought. I leveled up twice just by beating one orc. Compared to the Minotaur, this is the only way I can get an experience buff. Just then, Suzuka slowly walked up to him. She called out loudly, Hey you, what did you eat to get so strong? You obviously have skills. Saki, half asleep, gave a vague answer. I just got them yesterday. Suzuka glanced at him suspiciously. Then why didn't you say so before? Saki sighed softly. You're right. Suzuka's lecture continued. Listen, the whole party has to keep an eye on every adventurer. If something had happened to you, it would have been too late. Saki nodded in response. Sorry about that. She looked away, annoyed. I hope you understand. Besides, you saved me and everyone else, so I should at least show some gratitude. Thank you. Hearing these words, Saki secretly smiled. Suzuka smiled back as he replied, It was nothing. At that moment, Suzuki let out a sigh. I can't believe Saki-san is so strong. Now we have to split the items evenly. Takai, next to him, asked, Isn't that a good thing? If Saki-san is that strong, we can clear the dungeon faster. Let's keep going. Suddenly, Suzuki bowed his head and said softly, I guess so. I'm sorry for being a jerk to you. Takai added, Me too. Hearing this, Saki smiled reassuringly. I should have told you all sooner. He thought to himself, maybe they didn't accept me because I didn't tell them. Suzuki came up to him and said, But now, we're counting on you, Saki-san. His eyes shone with trust. Saki smiled back because of it. The two shook hands. I'll do my best. According to Saki's account, our dungeon raid went incredibly smoothly, and not long after, we defeated the dungeon boss. The experience was doubled throughout the raid. As a result, I've now reached level 17. After completing the quest, everyone left the dungeon. Man, that was way too easy, Takai said excitedly. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Thanks to Saki-san's help, your abilities are truly beyond imagination. Saki looked at him and replied immediately, That's not it. You all contributed more than I did. Suzuki clenched his fist, looking forward. All right, let's head straight to the guild and celebrate our victory. He was cut off before he could finish his sentence. His eyes widened in shock. Suzuki had been stabbed from behind. Huh? Everyone present was just as horrified. Suzuki's voice hissed through his teeth. You bastard. Ozawa coldly pulled the knife out. Blood sprayed everywhere. A panicked voice shouted, Ozawa, what the hell are you doing? He replied with a light, contemptuous tone. You're asking me? I'm killing someone. What else? Takai roared in fury. Ozawa! He then charged at him. Ozawa said mockingly, Don't make such a scary face. Where's that bright smile of yours? This attitude only made Takai angrier. Shut your mouth, you bastard! Ozawa leaped up, flipping a few times. Saki and Suzuka instinctively looked at each other, but Takai yelled, Don't any of you interfere. I won't be satisfied unless I kill this bastard with my own hands. Hearing this, Suzuka quickly called out, Hey, now's not the time for that kind of talk. Saki spoke up to intervene. Take it easy. I also have something I can't give up on. Takai's face and eyes suddenly became frenzied. What do you mean? This isn't worth betting your life on. He just answered calmly. If you think that makes sense, then fine. But this world is also full of things that don't make sense. For example, wanting to get revenge for someone important. Suzuka's eyes were helpless. That's stupid, but I get what you mean. Hearing her words, he turned his head and replied, Thanks, both of you. Leave this bastard to me. In the dungeon space, Saki remembered Takai's words from before. Leave this bastard to me. He couldn't help but worry. I'm having doubts about this. Ozawa's weapon looks pretty dangerous. He must have killed countless people already. His weapon is terrifyingly enhanced. Item name, Blood Dagger, rank A, type Dagger. Attack plus 200, agility plus 150, plus 100. Effect. Urge to kill. Attack plus 5 after killing one person. This effect has no limit, and the attack stat is proportional to the number of people killed. Ozawa gave a treacherous smile. Do you really think you can beat me? At that moment, Takai charged at him with his sword raised. You bastard! The sound of sword clashing against dagger rang out. The two engaged in a strange display of swordsmanship. Takai frowned, thinking to himself, This is weird. My strength should have been enough to pierce his defense. He's been hiding his skills this whole time. C rank? No, he's definitely a higher rank than that. In a flash, Ozawa teleported behind Takai and asked, You use a longsword, right? It's great for killing monsters, but it's a little slow for killing people, you know? As he finished speaking, Ozawa successfully stabbed Takai. A few drops of blood fell to the ground, and he tried to clutch the wound on his shoulder. Ozawa gripped the dagger's hilt and laughed cruelly. You think you can kill me with just that much power? In this situation, Takai pulled out a small glass vial. He held it in his palm, thinking. This small bottle brought back some memories. Suzuki's voice echoed in his memory. Consider this a birthday present. You can check its effect later. At the time, Takai was amazed by the gift. A blood vial? Isn't that really expensive? Suzuki smiled and replied, Well, yeah, but consider it my way of paying you back for everything you've done. Besides, we're really close, you and I. Takai felt very grateful. Thanks. I'm really happy. Suzuki had also warned him back then, use it when you're in trouble. This adventurer job isn't easy. Remembering this, he didn't hesitate to drink the entire potion. This could save my life. Where did Ozawa come from? Oh? You dare to heal right now? You're a real idiot. The empty vial fell to the ground, just as a blinding light erupted. He was thrown high into the air. What the? Takai's voice boomed, word by word. Say that again. Who did you call an idiot? Ozawa hit the ground hard, now crawling on all fours like an animal. You. Silent step. Takai's pupils suddenly contracted. He thought to himself, he's so fast. Ozawa was like a wild beast stalking its prey. No one could keep up with his attack speed. Takai could only grit his teeth and endure it. It's no use. I can't even see him. Ozawa hissed. Take this. What can you do? Besides being an idiot who thinks he can beat me, Takai's glasses shattered. I'm sorry, Suzuki. I don't think I can get revenge for you. At that moment, Suzuka drew her bow and shouted, I can't just stand by and watch anymore. She used a skill to fire a rapid shot arrow. However, Ozawa's speed was a little faster. He dodged the arrow that was about to hit his eye. In a flash, Ozawa was right in front of Suzuka. He grabbed her by the neck. She thought to herself, he dodged it, he asked in a mocking tone. Didn't Takai-san say not to interfere? I guess I'll have to deal with you first. Die! The sound of weapons clashing rang out. Saki was the one who blocked it. Suzuka, on the verge of tears, called out softly, Saki-san. Seeing him, Ozawa looked amused. I'm surprised you were able to block my dagger. Great. Looks like I'll have to give up on those kill points. Saki's blue aura flared intensely. He asked Takayan, what do you say I beat the crap out of this psycho? Takai struggled to speak. Please, take Ozawa down for me. Then he collapsed to the ground. Saki then spoke up. All right then. It's my turn. Ozawa felt a thrill run down his spine. For some reason, you're really pissing me off, acting all high and mighty like that. Do you really think a freeloader like you can beat me? Saki didn't waste words and attacked directly. Sonic shockwave. He sneered contemptuously. I don't feel threatened in the slightest. Pushed back, he yelled, You just got your skills not long ago. Stop putting on an act. A serious glint appeared in Saki's eyes. Ozawa's speed and weapon were formidable. This wasn't the time to hold back. Ozawa backed away, his voice full of contempt. Know your place. You nameless nobody brought in just to fill the roster. Immediately after, a crimson shadow shot straight towards Saki. He had already matched Ozawa's speed and simply blocked his attack. Ozawa frowned, looking displeased. You've got good eyes. You even managed to block an attack from me. Despite the compliment, Saki replied indifferently. That's because the user himself is nothing special. Insulted, he became furious. I'm nothing special? I like that attitude. In that case, I'll make you my source of murder points. I bet you can't keep up with my speed." As he finished speaking, Ozawa had already zipped several meters away. From behind a crumbling wall, Suzuka's muttered in amazement, "He's so fast." Looking at the crimson streaks flying around him, Saki spoke calmly, "Let me put it more simply. Your speed is nothing special." Instantly, he was able to match Ozawa's movements. Ozawa struggled to dodge the retaliating sword, and Saki even managed to get right in his face. Suzuka's eyes widened in astonishment from the side. "No way. Is he really that strong?" Ozawa now knew what fear was. "I can't believe it. He's keeping up with me." His swordsmanship and defensive movements are nothing like the newbie I sensed. This brilliant aura and overwhelming, limitless power. Who the hell are you?" An indescribable pressure emanated from Saki's eyes. "Like you said, I'm just a guy brought in to fill the roster." Ozawa still couldn't believe what was happening, thinking to himself, "In terms of stats, I'm clearly superior to him. So why am I being overpowered? How can I possibly beat him?" Suzuka's was still standing, still, observing. Seeing her, Ozawa looked like he'd struck gold. He quickly flashed over to where Suzuka's was hiding, putting on the voice of a smooth talker. "Now, Suzuka's, be a good little girl." Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. "That's cheating." Ozawa glanced back in shock at Saki, who had already closed the distance. He had been stabbed through the stomach by him and was even looked down upon with contemptuous words. "You really are predictable. A coward like you is only fit for dirty tricks." Ozawa angrily tried to get up. "You son of a bitch, don't think it's over. It's useless." Saki's voice made Ozawa's eyes widen in horror. "You can't use your skills? Then you're done for." He then turned to look at him. "You bastard, what did you do?" Saki answered as if he didn't know. "I was wondering that myself. Skills and magic are the same. They both require mana. I struck the most vulnerable point in Ozawa's energy flow and stopped it. Therefore, he can't use his skills." Ozawa still tried to use the energy in his body. He was stunned. He couldn't match his speed, and now he couldn't even use his skills. "Thinking about how you've backed me into a corner like this, Saki, I've got a great idea." Saki tilted his head and asked, "What idea?" Ozawa raised his knife and said, "Use this knife to kill me. Its power will accumulate each time you kill someone. The experience points you get from killing people are way better than killing monsters, you know?" Everyone hides the fact that only adventurers don't kill each other. Seeing Ozawa's psychotic expression, Suzuka's thought to herself that he was truly insane. His pupils constricted. "Saki, I'll give you that knife. Why don't you start by killing me? Then you'll know how amazing it feels to kill someone." Saki asked back with cool arrogance. "Is that why you go around killing people?" Ozawa lay flat on the ground and scoffed. "That's right. Come on, hurry up and kill me, Saki." He spoke to him with pity. "Ozawa, I kind of sympathize with you." Hearing that, Ozawa was surprised. "Huh?" Suzuka's couldn't hide her surprise either. "What?" Saki looked at him with a cold gaze and explained, "I sort of understand how you feel. It seems you can't escape the curse of wanting to become stronger. If I hadn't broken the seal, I might have become corrupted like him for Kotoha's sake. In my past life, I saw so many people who couldn't escape the ambition of wanting to become stronger." These words felt like his pride was being trampled on. "You. What the hell do you know about me? Just kill me already." Saki flatly refused. "No." His voice trembling, he asked, "Why? Didn't you say you sort of understood me?" In the middle of the dark cellar, Saki's voice echoed steadily. "I even think we're the same kind of person," he screamed frantically. "Then kill me," Saki said softly, looking downcast. "Something inside me would die if I did that, so I won't do it." Ozawa pulled a sphere out of his mouth and sneered. "So naive." An explosion went off, and smoke filled the air. Suzuka shouted, "What was that?" Saki thought to himself, "A smoke bomb?" Ozawa held the knife in a reverse grip and raised it high. "If that's the case, I'll make you shed your naivety by using myself to provoke you." Suzuka screamed in shock, "No, stop!" Saki calmly knocked him down with a swift move. Ozawa's eyes rolled back as Saki's voice echoed in his ear. "Before you die, you have to pay for your crimes." A moment later, Ozawa was tied up securely. At that moment, Suzuka stared at him with wide eyes. "Saki-san, you said you and Ozawa are very similar, but I don't see it. I mean, from the very beginning, you were clear that you didn't want to kill him. No, you even wanted to save him." Seeing her embarrassment, Saki smiled. "Huh? Are you worried about me?" Suzuka's blushed and affirmed, Of course. Your expression just now was a little scary." He gently patted her head and said softly, "Sorry about that, but thanks." Suzuka's replied shyly, "I should be the one saying that. Thank you for saving me." A police car was parked in front of the dungeon, and Ozawa was then arrested. Taki's wounds had been treated, and he was sobbing. "Saki-san, thank you. It's all thanks to you that Suzuka's is safe." "Saki-san." Saki smiled in relief. "Everything is back to how it should be." When she was suddenly attacked by Ozawa, Suzuka's condition was hanging by a thread. Luckily, the fight with Ozawa didn't last too long, so she escaped the critical situation. I guess the case is closed now, right? Saki handed Suzuka's a can of coffee from the vending machine. He explained and then asked, "They only have black coffee. You want some?" She took the can and said cheerfully, "Of course I do. Don't think I'm a kid." After the first sip, Suzuka's eyes widened, and then she grimaced in discomfort. Beside her, Saki thought helplessly, "She doesn't look okay at all. Anyway, what did you want to ask me?" Suzuka spoke seriously without looking at him. "The secret of your strength." Saki turned to her. Suzuka stated firmly, "I don't have any secrets. By the way, why did you become an adventurer at this age? You look like a middle school student." Hearing these words, Suzuka slammed her coffee can down on the bench. "That's not the point. Besides, I'm a high school student." Saki glanced at her and mumbled, "So you're older than Kotoha?" Suzuka asked with a blank face. "Kotoha?" Saki explained, flustered. "Sorry, that's my little sister's name." She sat down next to him and asked softly, "You have a little sister?" Saki asked back curiously. "Is there a problem?" Suzuka smiled brightly and replied, "I was just thinking that the guy who's always so annoyingly calm could actually be called a reliable big brother." Saki was a bit skeptical. "Is that a compliment?" Seeing his stone-faced expression, Suzuka's explained helplessly, "Of course. Your combat ability and your quick adaptability, I find them both admirable." He took a sip of coffee and replied, "Thanks." Suddenly, Suzuka's tone changed, her eyes glistening with tears. "So, what about the secret of your strength? You really can't spill it to me?" "Hey, big brother." Those words gave Saki goosebumps. "Please stop. You're gonna give me nightmares." She teased him stubbornly. "Nope, I'm not stopping. Come on, show me your true power. I bet you're trying to hide it." Looking at the stubborn girl beside him, Saki stuck to his original stance. "All right, I'll say it again. I'm not revealing my secret." Suzuka's clinked her can against his. "You cheapskate," he replied softly. "Sorry for being a cheapskate." Suzuka frowned petulantly. "No girl wants to date a cold guy. You, Siscon." Suddenly, Saki asked with a strange attitude, "Sis?" Just then, Suzuka seemed to notice something too. She quickly pointed at his hand and said, "Saki, let me see your hand for a sec." Saki obediently gave her his hand. Saki looked dumbfounded, but Suzuka was still intently examining something on his hand. Then she held it up, showing off the bandaged wound. After that, he looked at the bandage and smiled. "This girl is so carefree, isn't she? She probably didn't think this would make me flustered." Suzuka blushed, pouting. "You were just grinning." Saki avoided her gaze and replied, "No, I wasn't. I just smiled a little." Suzuka sat down next to him, teasing. "Same difference. But I guess it's understandable, since you just got doted on by a super cute high school girl. I take back what I said about you being a siskin." Saki gave a deadpan reply just to get it over with. "A better impression now, huh?" She says that, but she's the one who's been smiling the most during this whole conversation. Then Suzuka pulled out her phone and said, "Oh, right, give me your number." "Saki, there's still a lot I want to ask you, like when I'm having trouble with strategy, for example." Saki smiled and agreed. "Sure, I'll try to help you whenever I can." Hearing that, Suzuka gave a sly grin. "Then let's conquer a dungeon together next time." Saki downed the rest of his coffee in a few gulps. "Sure, if I'm free." Not satisfied with his answer, Suzuka P. Saki looked at her and smiled softly. The evening light shone down the hallway as the young girl's voice rang out again. "Then I guess there won't be another time." "Oh, right, Saki. Let me meet your little sister next time, okay? I'm sure she and I will get along great since we're around the same age." Hearing the suggestion, Saki paused for a moment, then waved with a smile. He thought to himself, "Is that so? Kotoha would be really happy." Night fell. Saki returned home and cleaned himself up when suddenly his phone lit up. On the screen was a message from Kotoha. "How have you been? I had a lot of fun today, too." "Oops, the nurse just got mad at me for playing too many games." Saki smiled, looking at his little sister's smile, and promised himself, "I'll find a cure for you as soon as I can." "Kotoha, there's someone who really wants to meet you. I bet you two would get along great." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Yori!" A small puff of smoke popped up in front of Saki. Starball lowered her head, spitting out each word. "Yori, have I not told you? 2 snacks a day, and there must always be ice cream in the fridge. Damn it, all you prepared was the bath." He thought to himself, "Crap, I completely forgot." Starball continued her tirade. "How dare you? Should I just make it so you can't use seal break anymore?" He put his hands together, cutting her off. "I'm sorry. I'm really busy today. I promise I'll prepare everything you asked for tomorrow." Starball replied sulkily, "You're hopeless. I'll let it slide just this once. See, you're such a handful. Now, this kind fairy has some good news for you," Saki asked curiously. "Good news?" she explained with excitement. Yes, prepare yourself. I've just added a hidden dungeon key to the item exchange." Saki's eyes widened as he repeated, "A hidden dungeon key?" Starball slowly explained, "That's right. This key opens a super hard solo dungeon, and only you are allowed to have it." He eagerly wanted to try it. "Sounds interesting," she instructed him. "Try pressing over there first." Saki quickly followed her instructions. All right. A series of instant dungeon options appeared. He exclaimed, "There are quite a few different levels, huh? And what's this 50% off thing?" Starball explained enthusiastically. "It's a premise to get you to buy what you want. It appears here because humans always go crazy whenever they hear the words 50%. Saki furrowed his brow and asked suspiciously, "You seem way too familiar with this world." She replied excitedly, "It's useless to be so formal with me. Now use the key and level up already." Saki considered it slowly. "All right, you don't have to tell me twice. After all, even with the discount, a C rank still costs 1 million yen. With my savings, it's not like I can't afford it." But Starball added a suggestion. "The enemies in hidden dungeons are much stronger than in regular ones, which means they'll give you more EXP for your seal break. By using a buff, you'll be able to reap even more rewards from this hidden dungeon. I have to infiltrate the enemy's lair by myself, so I wouldn't say it's an easy task. But for you, it should be a piece of cake." Hearing this, Saki concluded bluntly. In other words, high risk, high reward. So, to sum it up, even though this is just a C-rank dungeon, the difficulty will gradually increase, right? She challenged him. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" He immediately denied it. "No, I was thinking of saving up more money by using the key to enter the B-rank dungeon that costs 5 million yen. Hearing this, Starball smirked. "You really are an interesting one. In that case, you don't need to worry. You can use the item exchange to sell items you get in the dungeon, so you can earn more money that way." He weighed the pros and cons. "This seal break thing is pretty useful, huh?" Starball replied leisurely. "Now you see how beneficial it is to inherit the merits of your past life." Saki retorted, "Well then, I guess I have my past self to thank." After making his selection, a key appeared in front of Saki. A notification followed. "You have used the C-rank hidden dungeon key." An instant dungeon door appeared before them. Starball asked in disbelief, "Are you serious? You're really going right now? Didn't you just get back from a dungeon?" Saki confirmed directly, "That's right. I don't want to waste a single second." She chuckled and continued, "You're finally starting to feel it." But Saki ruined the mood. "No, I'm not. I don't feel it or anything else. It's just like always." Starball sighed. "The title Solitary Great Sage really suits you." He looked at her and replied, "Thanks, Starball. Thanks to you, I'll get stronger much faster." Starball didn't forget to remind him, "Come back in one piece, then you can thank me." But Saki just laughed teasingly. "Well, if I die, I won't be able to. Will I?" She waved her hand, shooing him away. "It's not like you're planning to run in there and die. Don't worry about it. Now go on. And remember to bring me back some ice cream." Saki nodded in agreement. "All right." Then he reached for the doorknob and stepped inside without hesitation. A light continued to lead him toward an area. The light gradually softened, becoming the jagged lines of an electrocardiogram. Kotoa sat alone on her hospital bed. She coughed a few times and saw her hand was covered in blood. Saki had entered the dungeon. He observed his surroundings, noting that this place was completely different from the forests he'd been through before. "I'll have to watch out for monster movements." "Is that a lanaha fruit?" That fruit had caught his eye, Saki mused. "To think I'd find one of these here, unlike in my past life." Lanaha fruits were used in alchemy, but since they weren't that rare, there was no need to travel far and wide to find them. However, if a lanaha fruit was here, then the monsters must be somewhere nearby. Saki operated the control panel while using magic. "Those fruits are nutritious food that gives monsters more EXP. Let's give it a try." The skill he used was Shockwave, and instantly, Saki muttered with satisfaction, "Looks like my guess was right." When a speed mouse appeared in his line of sight, Saki laughed and exclaimed, "Looks like I won't have to waste time looking for it." Saki was now chasing after the speed mouse at full tilt. He thought to himself as he raced it, "At my current strength, I can't catch that super fast mouse. I have to think of another way." Just then, a 7-colored aura appeared beside Saki, and Starball showed up with a suggestion. "What about an Itia?" he replied while on the move. "So you can appear inside dungeons too, Starball?" She explained. "Not in regular dungeons, but this is a hidden dungeon. This dungeon was prepared exclusively for you. So how could I, the brilliant manager of Sealbreak, not be able to intervene? Staying home all day is boring as hell. I mean, staying home makes my heart worry about you nonstop, so I came in here to show you the way." He cut her off instantly, then thanks in advance. She was about to say something boring, and so Saki changed the subject. "All right, if I remember correctly, Itia are a type of carnivorous plant, right?" Starball thought for a moment, then explained, "They eat anything they come across. Lure that mouse to their habitat and let them take care of the rest." He agreed in a heartbeat. "All right, let's stick to the plan." Saki kept running. A horde of monsters was right behind him. "This is bad. I'm gonna lose its trail." Just then, the sphere signaled, "Up ahead is Itzia's territory." Saki answered curtly, "Got it." At that moment, the speed mouse suddenly ran into trouble. It started running around frantically while Saki wondered, did it run out of fuel? That means it can't eat any more fruit to regain its energy. "My chance is here. I'm gonna catch you right now." But unexpectedly, they leaped right into Itzia's range. The sphere screamed, "Be careful! Itsuya snatched them up in its jaws. The sphere watched in horror. Just then, a system notification chimed. You have leveled up. At the same time, the Itsuya's body exploded. It was burned to a crisp and forced to spit Saki out. His status window appeared again. Name, Saki Iori. Title, Reincarnated Great Sage. Level, 32. HP, 321. MP, 321. ATK, 75. Def, 65. Int, 63. Skill, Seal Break. The sphere breathed a sigh of relief. You're still alive. Saki nodded in response. Yeah. He glanced at the horde of monsters and added, but it looks like my luck has run out. The sphere immediately urged, Iori, we need to fall back and rethink our strategy. But he refused. That's not necessary. The situation has changed. Boost. He used Boost to move. After jumping high into the air, he launched a magic sphere at the monster horde. Blood Lotus Fireball. A powerful attack was unleashed, blowing away everything in its path. Saki then remarked with satisfaction, Whoa, I gained 2 whole levels. Definitely worth the trouble. The sphere sulked. Sir, looking after you is seriously exhausting. He shot back. All you do is buzz around and yell at me. You're not helping at all. She was instantly angered. What was that? Saki quickly backpedaled. Nope, nothing. The sphere exhaled and replied, Good, because I didn't hear a thing. Saki chuckled, but thought to himself, Man, she's loud. She added, Also, since this was your first fight against a hyperspeed mouse, I made a chart of your growth. Guess who gets to enjoy the fruits of that labor? Now, remember to pick up all the item drops. He nodded curtly. Of course. But it seems like there are more rare items than usual this time. The sphere heard this and explained, That's to be expected. The drop rate for rare items inside a hidden dungeon is incredibly high. Saki nodded. I get it. All right, enough talk. Let's start sorting through this stuff, huh? Let's see. She suddenly chimed in with a suggestion. If you sell this and convert it to cash, you could easily make several million yen. The figure made Saki gasp. Several million yen. Unbelievable. If I keep clearing dungeons like this, it's only a matter of time before I become a billionaire. The sphere gently reminded him, This is the only C-rank dungeon you'll be able to conquer, you know? There's only one key for each dungeon of a specific rank. Saki scoffed. Then next, I'll just have to conquer a B-rank dungeon. Hearing that, the sphere couldn't help but sigh. Geez, you're awfully confident. You should remember how massive the gap is between B-rank and C-rank. Just then, a bizarre aura from behind made Saki turn around. He muttered, Guess there's no time to kick back and chat. The sphere gasped upon seeing the monster, a Naga. She's the boss of this hidden dungeon. The recommended level to clear it is 150. That's way too high. To her surprise, Saki just laughed and said, Sounds like a worthy gamble. She asked in shock, What are you talking about? Haven't we already accomplished our goal? You don't have to fight her, Saki explained calmly. Don't worry, Sphere. Defeating this thing is the quickest way to save her. She stammered, but Saki cut her off. It's fine. This Naga is just a walking pile of EXP for me. The Naga's skin has the special ability to absorb magic. They are the natural enemy of mages, Saki thought. But I should be fine, as long as I can hit it with a physical attack while using boost. But she easily parried the attack. His sword broke in half. So a beginner's sword is useless against such tough hide, huh? The Naga's serpent hissed and spat venom, and Saki swiftly dodged it. The ground where the venom landed immediately began to transform. The sphere screamed, The ground is melting! Saki glanced around, taking mental notes. The Naga's venom can melt anything. If that stuff touches me, I'm dead for sure. No, it doesn't matter what kind of attack it is. If I get hit even once, it's over. It's been a long time since I've felt this much of a rush. He opened his inventory. A part of my seal break skill allows me to store and retrieve items from a separate dimension and selected a suitable weapon. The sphere thought with admiration, Lord Iori. He's already mastered a part of the seal break that I taught him. The Naga was far from defeated. She spun around into a defensive posture. Saki swung his axe and brought it down hard, but it didn't deal any damage to her whatsoever. He furrowed his brow, thinking, with a stat gap this big, I can't inflict any damage at all. At that same moment, the sphere screamed a warning. Iori, here it comes! Her tentacle knocked him away. Saki barely managed to land. He swore, You damn Naga! You broke my axe! That thing would have sold for a pretty penny. He thought to himself, It seems like none of my weapons will work. I have to go all out, or I'm not getting out of here alive. Still, might as well try. With that, Saki rushed in, leaping higher than the Naga, and then postured to deliver a shockwave right into the serpent's mouth. A shriek echoed out, followed by Saki casting Blood Lotus Fireball. The sphere screamed, Magic has no effect on a Naga. You're just feeding it more energy. A plan formed in his mind. I have a plan. Its magic absorption must have a limit. If I can overload that capacity, it'll become useless. And because of Seal Break, I can cast spells without using any MP. With that said, he began spamming spells at the Naga. Blood Lotus Fireball, Blood Lotus Fireball. From the side, the sphere reminded him again, even if you aren't consuming MP. Just then, Saki coughed up blood. The sphere continued. Casting so many spells in a short period of time puts a heavy burden on your physical body, he thought. This pain is nothing compared to the pain of losing her. The Naga shrieked in agony as its body began to disintegrate. Saki frowned in concentration. That's it. I think I've finally broken past its limit. The sphere yelled words of encouragement. Iori, just a little more. You can do it. The Naga's mouth opened wide, threatening to attack him, but its body was already falling apart. He declared, This is the end. Blood Lotus Fireball. A world-shaking explosion erupted, followed by a notification. You have leveled up. Saki read the message with satisfaction, obtained Naga's poisoned sword, and then collapsed to his knees. The sphere flew over frantically. Are you all right? Iori, he smiled in response. Yeah, I guess so. She commented, You did an amazing job. You can rest now. Iori, now that you've beaten the boss, will you be automatically transported out? He probably can't even hear me anymore, huh? She smiled, but her expression quickly shifted to panic. Oh crap, I set the return point incorrectly. We're not going home. And I think someone's coming. The sphere hastily hid itself, leaving him there unconscious. I'm so sorry, Iori. The person who appeared was Amami. Huh? Iori-san? Saki awoke as if from a long sleep, looking around and mumbling, Where am I? A girl's room? Saki scrambled out of bed. Amami smiled and spoke. Saki-san, thank goodness. You're finally awake. He turned to ask, Amami-san? Wait a minute. Is this? She hesitantly confirmed it. That's right. This is my room. I was out for a walk and I found you collapsed on the road. You looked really pale. Hearing that, Saki smiled back. I get it. So you're the one who saved me. Thank you, Amami-san. She nodded. Please, don't mention it, as long as you're all right, Saki-san. But why were you unconscious out there? He explained vaguely, I tried to clear a C-rank dungeon on my own. You know how it is. I just got completely wiped out. So this isn't the time or place to mention a hidden dungeon. Hearing his explanation, Amami gasped in shock. A C-rank dungeon? All by yourself? Thank goodness you're safe, Saki added. I'm really grateful that you brought me back, Amami-san. She pondered his words. Brought you back. There have been a lot of incidents with awakened people recently. I put your belongings over there. Your phone was broken, though. Saki smiled back. Thanks for everything. Amami quickly waved her hands dismissively. Oh, it's no trouble at all. Actually, now that I think about it, are you hungry? I made some rice porridge. So Saki was slightly surprised. I get some too? She cut him off with an affirmation. Of course. I've barely done anything to repay you. You saved me in the dungeon last time. Hearing this, Saki replied, You don't have to worry about that. But if that happens, I think you can be the one to treat me. Amami hurried off. Of course. I'll bring you some porridge right now. Leaving Saki alone with his thoughts. She's such a kind girl. His gaze shifted to the cabinet, where he saw something he shouldn't have. He held his head in his hands, exasperated. It fell out. So when she was rummaging around earlier, she just shoved everything in there? Just then, Amami spoke again. Sorry to keep you waiting. She followed his gaze, rushed over, and asked with a red face, You saw it, didn't you? Saki played dumb. Saw? Saw what? She stammered back at his response. You saw it, didn't you? He also stammered in reply. I really didn't see anything. Or maybe just a little. Amami collapsed. You really saw it? He tried to explain. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. She continued shyly. I understand. It's all my fault for not putting things away neatly. Here you go. Eat it before it gets cold. Please, just forget about it and eat the porridge. I can't tell her that, Saki thought. But for a second, I pictured a life without rent. Then he spoke. For now, thanks for the meal. This is delicious. What spices did you use? It has such a gentle flavor. Amami explained. The secret ingredient is grated ginger. When I was little, I used to ask my mom to make this for me whenever I was sick. Saki nodded in understanding. I see. So it's the Amami family's secret recipe. Come to think of it, do you live away from your family? She began her story. My parents were killed in a monster attack 7 years ago. The sky back then was blood red. Monsters were swarming everywhere. Amami was just a child. Saki finally spoke up. Sorry, I made you remember something unpleasant. She quickly waved her hands. Don't apologize. It happened a long time ago, so it doesn't affect me anymore. He probed. Is that why you want to become an adventurer? She replied, quickly returning to her usual positive self. I guess that's part of it. I want to prevent as many people as possible from ending up like me. But on a completely unrelated note, I've also wanted to be an adventurer since I was a kid, to be cool and amazing. I want to be that strong. And that's the reason I begged you to take me as your disciple. Maybe I'm not cut out to be an adventurer, but for my own sake, I want to try with all my might. Saki thought to himself. Amami-san will definitely keep striving to become an adventurer, regardless of the hardships she'll face. Instead of acting for her own benefit, her motivation is largely tied to her own beliefs. He spoke, Amami-san, and then bowed to her. Amami was immediately flustered. What are you doing? He began to explain. Earlier, I said you weren't suited to be an adventurer. I want to take that back. Amami-san, would you like to be my disciple? The unexpected offer made Amami's eyes widen. She stammered, What do you mean? Saki explained, the most important thing for an adventurer isn't strength or talent, but courage. And because you are very brave, I want to help you. I'm pretty busy right now, so it'll be a while before I can give you proper lessons. But if you're okay with that, Amami was the next to bow. With tears in her eyes, she replied, Saki-san, thank you so much. If you're okay with someone like me, I'd be happy to be your disciple. He made a promise to himself. All right, I'll definitely make you a first-rate mage. Amami smiled in agreement. Okay, I'm looking forward to learning from you. At Saki's apartment, he was now examining his items. Saki thought to himself as he read the notification board from the last battle. Looks like I got some loot. Did any rare items drop? I got 2 of these. I guess it's fine to sell one. I'll keep one for myself. The weapon I used against the Naga broke, so it's lucky I got a rare item like this. I'll equip this one. Regarding his stats, Sphere chimed in from nowhere. How are they? He replied curtly. My level went up quite a bit, she remarked. Your stats are already around C rank. There's still a long way to go, but your rate of progress is admirable. The way you've allocated your skill points is also commendable, and the spells you currently possess are very suitable. Hearing this, Saki couldn't help but laugh. Thanks. How much did I get for selling the item? The number 70 million yen shown on the screen. He laughed. This much? This money will make getting to 500 million yen much faster. Just then, Saki's phone suddenly rang. Sphere announced, Iori, you have a call. It's done already? I just took it in for repairs. That was fast. The caller was Tuha's doctor. His demeanor changed instantly. On the other end, the doctor sounded urgent. Saki-san, thank goodness, we finally reached you. Tuha's condition has suddenly taken a turn for the worse. As he listened, his face grew paler. If this continues, I'm afraid she doesn't have much time left. We think it's best for you to be with Tuha while she's still conscious. His voice trembling, he asked, Doctor, can you put Tuha on the phone? He replied, I'll let her know. Saki listened to the voices on the other end. Tuha, it's your brother. Do you want to talk to him now? She slowly responded. Yes. Tuha's voice was weak. Hello, big brother. Saki coaxed her. Tuha, just hang on a little longer. I've found a way to cure you. The doctor warned, Sir, please don't do anything reckless. But Tuha just smiled, trusting him completely. Okay, I'll wait. Saki replied, satisfied. Thank you. Tuha, just a little longer. She replied simply, okay. At this moment, Saki's resolve was absolute. Sphere, do you think I can make 500 million if I clear an A-rank dungeon? She explained, it's possible, but that's a suicide mission. He nodded in agreement. Maybe so, but I have to do it. Sphere called out worriedly, Iori. She tried her best to stop him, taking on an A-rank dungeon with C-rank stats. You can't do it. It's suicide. You still want to go? Saki nodded curtly. Of course. There's not much time left. She finally agreed with him. Very well. I won't stop you anymore. I will support you with everything I have. Saki looked over and smiled gently. Thanks, Sphere. And then he pressed the button to open the dungeon. Instantly, Saki and Sphere were transported there. He looked up and exclaimed, So, this is an A-rank dungeon? She explained. That's right. You win by clearing the 5 floors of the tower and defeating the boss on the top floor. Saki started moving. Got it. Sounds like this is going to take a while. Sphere continued. There are safe points where monsters can't attack or enter. Let me be your navigator. They talked as the silhouette of a creature gradually appeared. It might sound easy, but you have to defeat it first. Before them was the tower's guardian, Nimia, the white lion. She explained, You're currently at level 70, but the minimum level required to defeat it is 320. Sphere asked again, Iori, can you do it? He scoffed, speaking arrogantly. It's just one A-rank monster. I could take it with my eyes closed. Beating it would be a nice bonus, wouldn't it? In his head, Saki was calculating, it'll be a real pain if a mob of monsters attacks me while I'm soloing a boss like this. If I can defeat it and loot a rare item, the rest of the way will be much easier. Nemia let out a threatening growl. Sphere immediately signaled, It's coming, Iori, he muttered in response. I know. Let's hope it's a straight-up brawl. He frowned, thinking, I used precious skill points to unlock this skill, then activated the Heavenly Demon technique. Using the Heavenly Demon technique, Saki observed Nemia, thinking to himself, Heavenly Demon is a spell that significantly increases physical attack power by creating a mana aura around the user. Because the damage increase is enormous, the mana cost to cast this spell is equally high, so it should only be used in emergencies. Nemiya growled threateningly. It opened its mouth wide. Saki dodged while calculating. But thanks to the seal release buff, it doesn't cost me any mana to cast it. In short, I can spam Heavenly Demon as much as I want. Even though my current stats are pretty low, I can still go toe-to-toe with any A-rank opponent. However, I shouldn't use it too much to avoid overloading myself. I don't want to repeat the same mistake I made when I fought the Naga. The system suddenly displayed a notification. You have unlocked a special quest. Saki paused, speaking with curiosity. A special quest? Just then, Sphere spoke up. There it is. A special quest is a chance for you to advance quickly. Hearing that, he asked for more information. That's good. Nothing's impossible, right? So, what's the quest? The quest information was displayed. Special quest, summoning magic and spirit beasts. Difficulty, 5 stars. Objective, defeat the White Lion Nemiya and tame it. Reward, spirit beast summoning magic. The White Lion Nemiya. Saki looked at the text, thinking to himself, this summoning magic is a bit different from what I know. A spirit beast would significantly increase my close combat capabilities, so I have to defeat that lion without killing it, he decided. Guess I'll have to change the plan a bit. With that, Saki swung his arm. He landed a blow on Nemiya while giving a command, lie down. Observing Nemiya on the ground, Saki wondered to himself, It let out a loud roar. Saki frowned, thinking, it seems to be using wind as a shield for itself. Guess I won't be able to damage it easily anymore. Just then, Tin Cow spoke up. Yori, this is no time to be so careless. He smiled in response to her. Don't worry. I'm gonna beat some sense into this beast and then tame it. Hearing this, Tin Cow frowned and asked, You're fighting an A-rank monster that you're supposed to be level 320 to fight. Don't you think that's impossible? Saki calmly dodged an attack while replying. Not really. Monsters often land some pretty scary hits, but their attack patterns are usually quite simple. Besides, taming this lion could be the key to conquering this dungeon. I'm definitely going to tame it. Saki charged forward to attack again while saying to Nemiya, Sorry, pal, but I can read you like a book. It hadn't given up yet, still growling as it prepared to charge. The lion lunged at him. Saki frowned, slightly annoyed, and shot back. Didn't you hear me? I see right through all your moves. Now, it's time for your punishment. With that, he unleashed a flurry of punches, striking Nemiya in the face. Then Saki grimly ordered it to kneel, finishing with one last punch that sent Nemiya's body flying. Tin Cow could only stare, stunned and bewildered. She spoke up. You actually defeated an A-rank monster. He continued to command Nemiya. You'd better listen to me. Lie down. Unexpectedly, it actually obeyed, even wagging its tail with delight. Tin Cow was speechless. It's really listening to him? What is this? A cat-dog hybrid? A system notification rang out. Nemiya has been successfully tamed. You have completed a special quest. The system information appeared. You have obtained summoning magic. You have obtained the spirit beast, White Lion, Nemiya. You have leveled up. You have received the White Lion gauntlets. Item name, White Lion gauntlets. Type, gauntlets. Strength plus 50. Rank, A. Effect, pursuit. After casting a magic spell, the damage of the next attack will be increased by 1.2 times. 10-second cooldown. Saki muttered as he read the lines. I get extra experience and loot just by taming a beast? Tin Cow explained in a know-it-all manner, of course you'd still equip this item. Naturally, you tamed a spirit beast outside a dungeon and completed a special quest, which is even harder than conquering the dungeon itself. You even got double experience points. His status was updated. Name, Saki Iori. Level, 120. HP, 1,150. Attack, 445. Defense, 314. Stamina, 290. Agility, 290. Skills, Seal Break, Summoning Magic. Saki remarked, You're right, I went up a whole 50 levels. He muttered to himself, calculating, maybe I should increase my skills before entering the tower. Tin Cow, do you know the details of each floor? She nodded in response. Of course. Saki smiled, asking for her help. Then I'm counting on you, she replied with a bit of a shudder. Huh? Thanks, he asked, confused. Tin Cow pouted, playing hard to get. You have to ask for help properly, you know? With no other choice, Saki put his hands together respectfully and pleaded, Please help me. Oh, the stunningly beautiful and super-duper cute fairy, Tin Cow. I'm begging you. Tin Cow began to share her knowledge. There's a horde of zombies wandering on the first floor. Their numbers and swarm strength make a C-rank dungeon look like child's play. From the second floor onwards, Saki calculated after hearing this. I see. Then this spell seems like the best bet. Tin Cow frowned and asked, Yori, isn't that last spell a bit troublesome? She reminded him irritably. I don't think its effect is worth 10 skill points. I don't think it's suitable. He slowly explained. Every spell I unlock is absolutely necessary. I'm going to turn the monsters on the first floor into experience points for this expedition. Hearing this, Tin Cow couldn't help but be curious. Really? His steps were filled with confidence. Just trust me. You just need to sit back and watch. They quickly stopped in front of the dungeon. Shall we get started? They stood before the dungeon, and it was then that Tin Cow offered a reminder. Come to think of it, I forgot to tell you something rather important. Once you enter the dungeon, you can't leave. Unless you reach the dungeon core on the top floor, do you still want to go in? Saki replied calmly. Yeah, what's the big deal? Hearing this, Tin Cow smiled teasingly. As you wish, Yori. You're really not afraid of death, are you? He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Not really. It's just that I'm more worried about my sister's life. They stepped inside, and Tin Cow teased him again. Such a siscon. Saki simply denied it with one sentence. I'm not like that. The door slammed shut behind them, and the space inside was pitch black. Saki's gaze fell on the seals on the wall. Sealing marks? So we're trapped in here. Tin Cow frowned and warned, please be careful. The zombies are heading straight for us. Saki smirked, his body already activating its magical power, ready to face the horde of monsters. Okay, before we fight, it's time to use this spell. He used invisibility. Now I'm invisible. Summon White Lion Nemia, level 320. Saki ordered it. Nemia, run around and wipe out all the zombies on this floor. Nemia let out a roar and quickly dashed off. It left white streaks in its path as it moved. On the side, Saki smirked, calculating to himself, zombie-type monsters are pretty strong, but since they're already dead, they don't have any intelligence. Once they've locked onto a target, they'll keep chasing it until it's dead. He continued to order Nemia. Nemia, now charge straight into the center and hold your ground. It obeyed without a second thought. The zombies swarmed towards it. It was then that Saki used the petrification skill. In an instant, Nemia's entire body turned to stone. The mindless zombies charged forward and the whole horde was caught in an explosion created by Saki. Tin Haka then spoke up. This petrification skill is pretty hard to use for something that costs a whole 10 skill points. I thought it was pretty useless. But he replied while drawing his sword. But you didn't consider me using it on an ally as a decoy, did you? With that, he charged forward to attack. Saki chanted a spell on his sword while calculating. Now that the zombies are gathered in one spot, I just need to use Heavenly Demon, Demon Sword. And now, enchant it. Holy War. Tin Cow said excitedly. I get it. Enchanting the Demon Sword with Holy War allows you to use divine magic. A brilliant sword/cut through the darkness. Saki struck with decisive blows, taking down the zombies before they could even react. Afterward, he sheathed his sword with satisfaction, looked around, and remarked, all right, mission complete. Just then, Nemia came over, delightedly nuzzling its head against him. Saki hugged it and comforted it. You did a good job, too. A system notification rang out. Level up. Tin Cow frowned and remarked, did you really take care of all of them in just a few minutes? But this was met with his annoyance. You don't trust me, do you? She flinched and quickly corrected herself. I do. I was just surprised. That's all. Only then did Saki reply with satisfaction. That's better. His information was displayed. Name, Saki Iori. Nickname, Reborn Archmage. Level, 240. HP, 2300. MP, 2300. Attack, 745. Defense, 615. Stamina, 580. Agility, 580. Skills, Seal Break. Saki couldn't help but exclaim, whoa, my level doubled. I got some more items too. Their levels are high, and there are a lot of rare ones. Suddenly, Saki fell into deep thought. He turned to Tin Cow and asked, hey Tin Cow, are these things worth around 500 million yen? She did some quick math, murmuring, let's see, before nodding. Yeah, if you sell all this, you'll get around 600 million, he asked, completely stunned. For real? Then I guess we're done here, right? Let's go home. Tin Cow reluctantly had to remind him, don't you remember what I told you? You can't get out of here unless you defeat all the monsters and reach the top of the tower. Saki mulled over her words. The top floor, huh? He then looked up, pointing as he spoke to her. Look there, Tin Cow. She followed his gaze and asked, curious, that's just the ceiling. Saki nodded curtly. Exactly. She let out a frustrated sigh, trying to push him along. Come on, we need to keep going. Saki continued. My point is, it's just a normal ceiling. It doesn't have a seal on it like the walls or the door. Meaning? She frowned, catching on. I get it. I suppose that's a possibility. But doing that would be such a waste of this A-rank dungeon. You shouldn't be in such a rush. Yori held up a hand. Tin Cow fell silent at the gesture. Saki finally spoke, his face set with determination. I've already made enough money for Tuha's treatment, so nothing else matters. Tell me about the final boss. Tin Cow relented and gave him the information. The final boss on the highest floor. It rules the zombie legion inside the tower. The Tyrant Reaper, required level 550. As you are now, you have zero chance of winning. Or, that's what the data shows, but I'm guessing that doesn't bother you. Does it? She continued, her tone encouraging. I won't stop you. Go on, hurry and save your sister. Hearing that, Saki smiled back. Thanks, Tin Cow. He looked at the system window before him and started planning his counter strategy. The Tyrant Reaper. It'll definitely use dark magic. In that case, I'll use this spell. After a moment, Saki smiled with certainty. Okay, with this, I can definitely beat it, Saki said, crouching to launch himself. Let's go, Heavenly Demon! He shot upwards like a rocket, heading straight for the ceiling. Saki smashed through ceiling after ceiling, leaving nothing but a trail of dust and debris behind him. In an instant, he arrived on the top floor. So this is a shortcut to the roof, he thought. Tin Cow warned from beside him. Please be careful, Yori. This is the boss's home turf. It could attack at any second. Saki answered calmly, I know. This is one fight where I can't let my guard down, even for a second. He calculated as he approached the Reaper. To beat the Tyrant Reaper with my time system powers, I have to completely lock down every single one of its attacks. The Reaper waved its hand, casting a spell. Instantly, several skeletons rose from the ground and charged towards Saki in unison. He muttered a brainwashing incantation, and the skeletons passed right by him as if he were invisible. Saki had already figured it out. The Tyrant Reaper's magic controls zombies to attack its enemies, but if I use brainwashing, they'll mistake me for one of them, completely neutralizing the attack. The Reaper watched the scene before it, resting its chin on its hand. A delighted grin spread across its face. It then drew its scythe, instantly vanishing from its throne and reappearing behind Saki in a flash. But he was already thinking, I've fought countless Tyrant Reapers in my past life, and with that thought, he easily dodged the attack. That's why I can see right through whatever you try to pull. Saki proceeded to use his second technique. Insight Eye, first form. He thought to himself, it took me forever to get this on my skill tree. This used to be my specialty. The Insight Eye is one of the ultimate eye techniques. However, I can only use the first form for now. I haven't mastered its true potential yet. This first form allows me to see an opponent's mana, and the Tyrant Reaper doesn't have a physical body. And since it phases in and out of existence, it's incredibly hard to hit. Saki slowly drew his sword as he calculated, but if I can see its mana, I can pinpoint its location and land a clean strike. He glanced around cautiously, easily dodging the Reaper's attack. It struck at Saki and then quickly vanished. Saki's eyes widened. Watching the flow of his opponent's mana, he saw the Reaper's form reappear in an instant. Saki immediately spun around, letting out a shout as he plunged his sword straight through his opponent. The Reaper was impaled. Saki analyzed his opponent. I landed a hit, but it didn't do much damage. That just shows the massive level gap between us. He quickly switched tactics. In that case, I'll just have to attack it over and over again until it's dead. Saki thought as he swung his sword. Even though my current level is still pretty low, I can lock down every one of its attacks using the first form of Insight Eye. The light from his blade slashed through the Reaper's ethereal blue form. It dodged the blow. At that moment, another thought struck Saki. I just remembered something crucial. The biggest difference between who I am now and who I was in my past life is the iron will I used to have. Saki's eyes widened in horror, a vision of a hospital bed, Tuha's frail form lying on it, weakly calling out, "Brother!" And then she went limp. Saki couldn't accept it. He screamed, reaching out, completely unaware of the Reaper behind him, preparing to swing its scythe. Saki only snapped out of it when the blade was inches away. He dodged, but blood still flew. Tin Cow's scream echoed through the room. Yori! The Reaper returned to its throne, a strangely satisfied expression on its face, its mouth stretched into a wide grin. Saki clutched his bleeding wound, his mind racing. An illusion. Damn it. I can't dodge properly with an injury like this. He gritted his teeth against the pain. What do I do? Think. Suddenly, he thought of his sister. If I die here, what will happen to Tuha? A clear voice rang in his memory. Brother! Tuha's voice, excitedly telling him, guess what? I learned how to play minuet. Saki had replied, full of pride. Really? That's incredible. She offered, let me play it for you. Tuha pleaded insistently. Please, brother? Come on, please. Saki couldn't help but give in. All right, just for a little bit. Tuha's face instantly lit up with excitement. They went to the piano and had such a happy time together. And now, Tuha was struggling in her hospital bed. She closed her eyes, thinking, are these the memories we made? We were so happy then, weren't we? I kept getting better and better at the piano, and my brother always cheered me on. Tears streamed down her face without her noticing. Tuha wondered, is my body finally giving up on me? She screamed in her heart, I don't want to die, brother! Back in the dungeon, Saki's eyes were wide with shock. He stammered as he read the text floating in front of him. What the hell is this? Do you wish to activate seal release? Tin Cow, at his side, frowned. I'm at a loss for words. So this was an option the whole time? He asked, intrigued. If I agree, my seal will be released? Just then, the Reaper swung its scythe again. I don't really get what's happening, Saki thought, but compared to losing to Ha. Meanwhile, the Reaper was already certain of its victory. Saki, however, was only thinking one thing. Compared to losing her, I'll do whatever it takes. A notification appeared accordingly. Seal release has been activated. A powerful light erupted from Saki, forcing the Reaper to recoil, unable to attack. Setting: infinite use of seal release. Saki finally spoke, a hint of surprise in his voice. Now I understand why it was called a seal. So this is who I used to be. It charged forward in a rage, but Saki dodged it effortlessly, too slow. His eyes narrowed as he unleashed a direct blow, sending the Reaper tumbling backwards. Saki watched pensively, gripping a magic staff and gathering energy at its tip for his next attack. The Reaper's eyes widened, staring at him in utter disbelief. It launched a desperate counterattack, but Saki simply responded by unleashing a blow of his own. I just want to get back to Tuha's side as quickly as possible. Sorry about this, but I'm blowing this entire dungeon to smithereens. The Reaper's feeble defense was shattered instantly. It could only watch helplessly as the light of the attack bore down on it. A massive explosion erupted. The dungeon core was completely obliterated. Back at the hospital, things were getting chaotic. Saki was trying to run to his sister. He used acceleration on his legs, trying to move at the fastest speed possible. Saki's eyes were serious as he dashed off, silently praying. Please, let me get there in time. Over with Tuha. The doctors were doing their best to save her. A few of them kept encouraging her. Hang in there. Miss Tuha. I've already called your brother. She vaguely remembered her brother. Big brother! The doctor practically screamed into the phone. Damn it! I'm begging you. Get here now. Saki, what the hell are you doing at a time like this? Saki was negotiating while on the move. He quickly got his hands on the divine elixir. Saki's eyes were filled with determination. I'm doing everything I can to get to you. Taha! His speed pushed even higher. Saki shot across the main road like an arrow. The doctors had almost given up. Taha's face was pale, gradually losing its life. The electrocardiogram was faint, barely showing any change. They thought dejectedly, Miss Taha. That one doctor thought, the kid's condition deteriorated too quickly. I'm sorry, but at least we helped Miss Tuha pass on as peacefully as possible. Just then, the door to the hospital room was pushed open, followed by a loud shout. Miss Tuha, that doctor began. Saki, I'm sorry, but Miss Tuha is no longer conscious. But please, stay by her side until the very end. To his surprise, Saki let out a sigh of relief. Thank God, I made it in time. His words confused the doctor. What are you talking about? I mean, at least you can still feel her warmth. He gently helped her up. I made it just in time. Saki then removed her respirator. The doctor yelled in alarm, Saki, what the hell are you doing? Saki continued to feed Taha the medicine. Her body glowed a brilliant gold, and his eyes never left her. Now, Saki thought, please, work. The flat line of the electrocardiogram suddenly moved. Taha's eyes slowly opened. The doctors were stunned. Impossible. Saki himself was frozen, almost unable to believe his own eyes. What the hell just happened? Taha looked at Saki with wide eyes. Big brother. His eyes were already welling up with tears. Saki leaned down and hugged her tightly, stammering her name, Tuha. Saki was now with the doctor. He explained, your sister's health is excellent right now. I can't see any problems at all. All of the girl's injuries have also disappeared. I can confirm that the illness will not relapse. Hearing this, Saki couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. That's great. The doctor continued, I think she can be discharged tomorrow. He smiled in reply, thank you so much, doctor. At this, the doctor couldn't help but comment, however, for her terminal illness to be completely cured with just a single dose of medicine like that. Frankly, it's impossible with our current medical knowledge. I can only see it as a miracle. Then, remembering what happened, he asked, what did you give her? Saki gave a brief explanation. It's a divine medicine called a panacea that I found in a dungeon. I heard rumors that it could cure any disease, so even though it was hard to believe, I bet on it. The doctor smiled and sighed in relief. I see. So items like that really do exist in dungeons. He continued his observation. They truly are mysterious places, aren't they? Hearing this, Saki just smiled and nodded in response. They are. Soon, the day came for Taha to be discharged. She stretched and commented with a smile. The air outside is so fresh, isn't it? Saki also felt warm seeing Taha so happy. It seems like you're doing really well. At that moment, she turned to answer, I am. It feels like all the pain I had to endure wasn't even real. He nodded and exclaimed, I'm so glad to hear that. The taxi had just pulled over, but Taha suddenly refused. Big brother. Seeing his confused expression, she slowly explained, because I'm so much better now. I want to walk home. Saki was curious. You want to walk? But our house is really far, you know? Are you sure that's okay when you've only just recovered? But she smiled reassuringly. It's fine. If it comes down to it, you can carry me. Hearing this, Saki had to give in to his sister's wish. There's no stopping you, is there? All right, let's go home. Taha smiled brightly and took her brother's hand. Deal! Saki suddenly asked, "What do you want to eat tonight to celebrate you getting out of the hospital? You can have sushi, barbecue, or anything you want." Tuha considered for a moment, then replied, "Then I want the curry rice you make, big brother." Hearing that, he reminded her, "You don't have to worry about saving money. You can have whatever you want, okay?" But she explained shyly, "It's not that. I just want to eat something you cooked. Curry rice is honestly the thing I want to eat most in the world right now." Hearing this, Saki blushed and agreed. "Then we'll have to stop by the supermarket on the way home." And so they walked, chatting happily. "Let's go. We have to buy pudding for you too. I'll buy you as much as you want." "Awesome." "Okay," Tuha said excitedly as she entered the house. "It's been so long since I've been home." When she glanced at a room with its door slightly ajar, she froze, her face a little confused. And he moved in a flash. "Oh no, Stardust is in there! Taha, don't go in!" Inside, Stardust was enjoying life in a homemade swimming pool with snacks in her mouth. The sight surprised Tuha. Stardust then commented, "The snacks in this world are amazing. I think I'm getting addicted." Tuha mumbled. Stardust heard her, looked up and replied, "You must be Tuha. It seems you're completely healthy now." Tuha asked with wide eyes, "How do you know me, Miss Fairy?" But Stardust quickly corrected her. "Don't call me Miss Fairy. My name is Stardust," she added. "I've been guiding your brother for a long time. Do you have any idea how many times I've had to save him? While he was risking his life to save you." At that moment, Tuha turned to Saki with a question. "Big brother." She quickly understood. "So, that's what happened. Thank you, Miss Stardust." She replied with satisfaction. "All right. It seems you're a polite child, unlike Yori." Taha smiled shyly. Saki, on the side, just thought to himself, "For some reason, it seems like they're getting along quickly. I guess that's a good thing." And then he turned his attention to the bag of groceries. "So, shall we make some curry rice now?" The three of them gathered around the dinner table. "Let's eat." Taha took a spoonful of rice and exclaimed with excitement, "This is so delicious! It's so great to eat your curry rice after such a long time, big brother." Saki smiled in reply. "Hearing you say that makes all the cooking worthwhile." She continued, "How should I put it? I feel so full of life." Hearing this, Stardust chimed in, "Well, you were on the verge of death, so it makes sense to think that way." Taha laughed, agreeing with the idea. "That's true." Meanwhile, Saki was a little annoyed. "Damn it, Stardust, how could she say something like that?" "Well, Taha is laughing, so I guess it's fine." The news suddenly came on with a special report. "We have a breaking announcement." All three of them stopped eating and listened intently. The woman on the news continued, "A large dungeon has appeared in the Tokyo metropolitan area. The Adventurers Guild has announced that this dungeon appears to be A rank. They are currently recruiting guilds to conquer it." Taha commented while eating, "It feels like dungeons have been appearing more frequently lately, huh?" Saki agreed. "Moreover, a large A-rank dungeon will take quite some time to conquer." Just then, a system notification suddenly appeared. "An emergency quest has been issued." Saki's eyes widened in surprise as the notification continued. "Emergency quest. Compensation for restriction removal. Difficulty, 6 stars. Mission, conquer the Crystal Ore Mine dungeon. Time remaining, 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes." He mumbled, "A quest like the one with Nemia before? Why is it appearing now?" But Stardust immediately denied this. "No, this is different. A time-limited quest shouldn't exist. And what's more, it's called compensation for restriction removal. The restriction seal is a special skill meant to make you stronger, Yori." She hesitated while he was deep in thought. If that was the reward, then this compensation. Taha called out worriedly when she saw him lost in thought. "Big brother." Saki then realized, "Oh, right, Taha can't see this, can she?" He quickly tried to cover it up. "Sorry if I said something weird. Let's get back to eating." She had to agree. Okay. That night, when Tuha was fast asleep, Saki began to discuss things with Stardust. Even the all-knowing Miss Stardust doesn't know what's going on. The screen displayed the message. Time remaining, 29 days, 20 hours, and 27 minutes. Saki spoke up. "The countdown clock just keeps ticking." Stardust commented with her arms crossed. "Since the quest name mentions compensation, I think it's most likely related to you regaining your past life's power during the battle with the Death God. However, I don't know about the rest." Hearing this, Saki was confused. "But aren't you the one who manages the restriction seal? You should know what's going on, right?" She sounded a little annoyed and snappy. "This is the first I'm even hearing about releasing a seal or whatever. Only your past self would know what's happening." Seeing the sphere get annoyed, he quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, but even so, I think I have a rough idea of what's going on." She asked curiously. "You have an idea?" He began to explain. "Yeah. First, release restriction. An emergency quest to compensate for releasing a 6-star difficulty restriction? There's no doubt it's referring to me, transforming into my past self. And if you think of it as a spell, there's only one possible conclusion." The sphere asked, intrigued. "Really?" Saki continued. "Actually, release restriction is probably a failsafe for the restriction seal. I think it was set up to activate whenever I'm at death's door. However, casting a spell requires an equivalent amount of energy, but during the battle with the Death God, when I released the restriction, I didn't have to compensate for it at all. That's impossible according to the fundamental principles of magic. The sphere's mind was reeling, struggling to process the information. So, what does that mean? Exactly, Saki summarized. It means that in exchange for being saved in that battle, I have to pay the price no matter what. You could call it a deferred payment. It finally dawned on her. I see. So that's why you were given a compensation quest. He nodded. Exactly. But there's still a lot I don't understand. Hearing this, the sphere seemed to realize something. Wait a minute. You called it a deferred payment, right? So what happens if you don't pay? This time, Saki was the one to explain. Yeah, if I don't complete the emergency quest within the time limit, I'll probably die. The sphere immediately panicked. Then we have to hurry up and conquer the crystal mine. It's probably that dungeon that appeared on TV. Because the quest appeared right at that time, Saki replied slowly. I think so too. He thought to himself, I don't like this, but it looks like my career as an adventurer has to continue. The next morning, Tuha was getting ready for school. She waved to Saki. I'm off! He smiled back. Have a good day at school. Seeing Tuha skipping happily down the street, Saki couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. He muttered, all right, I guess I should get going too. Soon, Saki was at the assessment headquarters. A staff member with a gentle voice asked, You're currently only F rank. Are you absolutely sure you want to take the A rank promotion test? Saki nodded curtly. Yes, two rude girls were talking behind his back. Every now and then, some talentless hack who doesn't know their place shows up just to satisfy their ego. Just let him do it. Saki ignored them with his eyes closed, thinking to himself, I can hear you clear as day. Fine. The crystal mine that suddenly appeared in the Tokyo metropolitan area is a large, A-rank dungeon. Since it's a regular dungeon and not a hidden one, it's managed by the Adventurers Guild. To conquer it, I'll have to join a guild that's at least B rank, and to get into a high-ranking guild, I need to raise my own rank first. I've only ever conquered hidden dungeons, so my rank reflects my lack of official achievements. I have no choice but to take a test and raise my rank all at once. The girls continued with the instructions. To pass the A-rank test, you'll have to pass a status check as well as a combat test. Please begin by touching the evaluation crystal. Saki agreed and quickly reached for the orb. The staff member's eyes widened in shock. No way. He's level 240, even though he's a talentless hack? Is there some mistake? Seeing her expression, Saki grew curious. Is there a problem? She quickly denied it. No, you've passed the status check. Next is the combat test. Please wait until we call your name. Just then, the sound of an argument erupted nearby. Of course a despicable little brat like you is getting kicked out, Saki thought. An argument? Shimizu was arguing with a large man. I can't be the only one responsible for our failure in that dungeon. The man picked his ear, replying with annoyance. We obviously failed because your damn support skills are completely useless, right? A-rank adventurer, Ryusaki. In fact, I deserve a thank you for letting a pipsqueak like you stay in the guild for so long. Shimizu frowned and argued back. I already accepted taking only a small share of the loot, but there's no way I'm going to be blamed for the guild's failure and get kicked out. I mean, wasn't the reason we failed in that dungeon entirely due to your poor judgment? You're just trying to shift the blame. At that, Ryusaki's fist flew straight towards Shimizu. Of course you're getting kicked out, you bastard. But Saki quickly moved to block the attack. The man asked irritably, Who the hell are you? You bastard, Saki explained calmly. Just an adventurer passing by. Ryusaki glared at him. Outsiders shouldn't stick their noses into other people's business. Not backing down, Saki glared right back. If it were just an argument, I wouldn't have interfered. But I can't just stand by and watch you get physical. Just then, an announcement suddenly cut through the confrontation. Adventurer Ryusaki-sama, please come to the reception desk. He turned to leave, not forgetting to leave a warning. They're calling me. Count yourself lucky. I'll let this slide. For now. Ryusaki glanced at him. Just for now. Shimizu turned to Saki and said, I'm sorry you got dragged into this because of me. Hearing that, Saki replied, Don't worry about it. I heard you say something about being blamed. He asked, What happened between you two? The boy hesitated before explaining, I might just end up complaining. You still want to hear it? Saki replied simply, Yeah. Shimizu began his story. That man from before is Ryusaki, the leader of the guild I was in, the Red Dragon Guild. It might sound biased since I used to be a member, but it was an outstanding guild with high morale. We were trying to conquer a high-difficulty dungeon with 10 members. Then we hit a trap, and every member died except for Ryusaki and me. It should have been Ryusaki's fault, since he's the leader. But since I'm just a supporter with a lower position in the guild, he's always trying to pin the blame on me, as you saw. Hearing this, Saki couldn't help but feel indignant. That's messed up. The announcement sounded again. Saki-sama, your A-rank promotion test is ready. Please proceed to Arena 1. He had no choice but to reply to Shimizu. Sorry, they're calling me, so I have to go. The boy reminded him in a panic. Please, wait! The combat test is a mock battle against an A-rank adventurer. Ryusaki must have been called to the reception desk to be the examiner. That means there's a very high chance your opponent will be Ryusaki. He kindly tried to dissuade him. Ryusaki is dangerous. Whenever he's called to be an examiner, his opponent always ends up seriously injured. I think it's better if you withdraw. But Saki just smiled in response. I'll be fine. I might not look it, but I'm pretty strong, you know. Shimizu fell silent, saying no more. In the testing area, Ryusaki's laughter echoed through the air. What a coincidence, he said loudly. I never thought the shameless, talentless hack they were talking about was you. Ryusaki's aggressive presence was overwhelming. You. Don't expect to walk out of here in one piece. I'll make sure you can never be an adventurer again. To his surprise, Saki just smirked and remarked, I'm actually pretty glad to hear you're my opponent. The man froze for a moment. Saki declared bluntly, because I don't have to hold back against a thug like you. Ryusaki was completely enraged. You bastard! The command for the match was given. Begin the combat test. Ryusaki laughed loudly and said, Don't go down in one hit. His punch slammed into the ground, instantly creating several cracks around it. Saki was a little surprised, thinking, he cracked the ground with his bare fist? His stats are pretty high for an A-ranker. Seeing Saki trying to keep his distance, Ryusaki began to use a skill. Nowhere to run. Gravity pull. He gritted his teeth, putting power into the move. Saki thought with some surprise, I'm being pulled down. Ryusaki had a fist ready below. It's over, he yelled, swinging his arm, but Saki deftly dodged it. Model. He placed a hand on the man, using his large body as leverage to pivot and spin. After landing successfully and creating some distance, Ryusaki turned back to look at him and spat. Was that a lucky shot? You dodged that well. Saki watched him warily. Then he spoke up. That's a gravity manipulation skill, isn't it? I think it suits your physique perfectly. Ryusaki laughed in response. You're pretty sharp, aren't you? If you weren't so damn disrespectful, I would have invited you to join the guild. What a shame. But your career as an adventurer ends today. Witnessing the immense energy Ryusaki was generating, Saki thought to himself, so much power. He's definitely worthy of his A-rank title. He also used his own mana to activate the Heavenly Demon technique. Ryusaki was getting more and more amused. With that kind of power, I guess you're not just some common trash after all. One day, you'll become a real problem for my guild. Lucky for me, I can crush you right here, right now, before you even get the chance. Saki took a defiant stance and retorted, that luck of yours probably won't be enough. Unexpectedly, this just made the man burst into another loud laugh. We'll see how long that arrogance lasts. The next technique Ryusaki used was gravity prison. Saki's eyes widened as he carefully tried to dodge. His feet sank deep into the ground. Only then did Saki realize how heavy his body had become, and he took a direct hit from Ryusaki's fist. Saki lost his balance but stayed focused and managed to block the next attack. The man kept pressing his assault. Saki was continuously forced back. He observed his opponent, silently calculating. He knows how to make the most of his skills, and his hand-to-hand combat is exceptional. I guess I underestimated A-rankers a little. His eyes widened as he calculated his next move. I think I need to use my all-seeing eye to block Ryusaki's skills. Ryusaki shouted as he used his old technique again. Get over here! Gravity pull! Several streams of power shot towards him, but Saki easily dissipated them. Ryusaki cried out in shock. What? He broke my gravity pull? Then, he let out another laugh and remarked, Interesting. Seems you're not just some small fry after all, huh? But now that it's come to this, we just have to fight until one of us is dead, right? Just then, an announcement rang out again. The combat evaluation has concluded. He heard the command and immediately turned to leave. But Ryusaki wasn't satisfied and called after him, Hey, our fight isn't over. Saki asked coolly, They already made the announcement, didn't they? We're done here. This only enraged the man further. I don't give a damn. We're not finished. Saki turned to leave. My only goal here was to become an A-rank adventurer. I only cared about passing the test. Some other time. Leaving Ryusaki alone in the room, the man roared in fury. Don't you mess with me, he cursed, grinding his teeth. Saki Iori, one day I'll get my hands on you. I'll make sure we finish this fight. Meanwhile, a staff member handed him a new adventurer card. Congratulations on your promotion to A-rank. Here is your new guild card, he replied politely. Thank you. Shimizu, however, asked Saki with concern. Is everything all right? He answered simply, I managed somehow. It helped that the test was pretty short. Hearing that, he let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it was short, but I've seen plenty of adventurers get seriously injured in that time. And yet, I can't see a single scratch on you. Saki, you might actually be pretty talented. He didn't deny the compliment. I guess I'm strong enough to be acknowledged as an A-rank adventurer. Shimizu laughed in agreement. I think you're right about that. He continued with a warning. But Ryusaki is known for being incredibly stubborn. He'll probably come looking for you in the next few days. Please contact me if you run into any trouble. I may have been kicked out of the guild, but I think I can still be of some use. Thank you very much. That's reassuring. Saki walked down the street, recalling their conversation. He thought to himself, I'm A rank now, but I still have no idea how to join a guild. I can always ask Takayanagi or Suzuki-san about it. But then Saki suddenly stopped. He turned his head, thinking, I can sense a monster nearby. Across the street, people were scrambling to get away, everyone panicking and shouting to each other, Run! It's going to kill us all. An announcement was broadcast. A monster has escaped from a gate. Please evacuate immediately. We request all nearby adventurers to provide emergency assistance. Just when I was about to make plans, I'd feel guilty if I just ignored this, and people ended up dying. I guess so. Saki used Heavenly Demon to move. Once he was in a good position, he used his all-seeing eye and quickly spotted the monster, a massive iron bull rampaging over there. Saki frowned and muttered, Let's take care of this quickly. In the test monitoring and authorization room, Hamada's voice rang out. I can't believe it. His expression was one of pure shock. He used to be so weak, but somehow, he attained the power of an A-ranker in such a short time. Watching the footage of Saki's fight, he was stunned. Saki Iori. Is he really one of the talentless, skillless ones? He's moving at a speed that completely surpasses human limits. I should probably report this to the guild's higher-ups immediately. On the street, a group of adventurers were relentlessly attacking the stone monsters. A sword struck one of them, but did nothing, and the adventurer clicked his tongue. It's too tough. Another person launched an attack, but it only knocked the monster back without doing any damage. The young adventurer said, Thanks. The man who had struck the monster replied simply, Don't mention it. Just then, a giant snake appeared on the main street. Both of them cried out in terror. Oh no! Another adventurer used Great Wind Cannon. Saito spoke up, trying to act cool. Since I'm a B ranker, just leave the boss to me. You small fry can just focus on the weaker mobs. The other adventurers clearly didn't like him. B rank Saito. I can't stand that guy, but he's the strongest one here. Let's just do what he says. Saito then unleashed a series of wind magic spells. Hey, you overgrown snake! You don't stand a chance against me! The giant snake faced off against the adventurers by itself. From high above, Saki watched in silence. He sighed. What a pain. I'm not sure, but if I interfere now, I'll probably be accused of stealing his kill. And that would just waste more time. For now, I'll just watch and see how strong they are. He is a B ranker after all. With me here, Saito grew more arrogant. Even a B rank boss will be taken care of in no time. He thought to himself, if I take down this monster, they'll definitely promote me to A rank. I won't even need to take the test. I'll get promoted based on merit. Being an adventurer is a piece of cake. Saki, watching from above, muttered to himself, that guy, he's still running his mouth. Doesn't he notice the boss is charging up an attack? Just then, the monster burst out from under the rubble. Its overwhelming presence made Saito freeze. Huh? It let out a roar as it smashed through the rocks, throwing him to the ground. Stop! Get away from me! Saki thought to himself. Looks like this guy doesn't use his head. Saito screamed in terror, having already wet himself. Get away! Suddenly, a flash of white light shot past, and a clean slash cut the giant snake in two. Saito stammered in shock. You just saved me? Saki's gaze shifted to the other stone monsters. His eyes were unwavering as he moved to attack them. Saki unleashed a flurry of slashes, and the monsters were all cut in half before they could even react. When the battle was over, the other adventurers began to whisper. But those stone monsters are so tough. He did all that with a single slash for each. Saki thought to himself, well, looks like I ended up stealing their kill after all. Better get out of here before they start yelling at me. With that, he vanished, leaving the other adventurers staring after him in a daze. Who was that adventurer? They remarked about him. He's on a completely different level. Down below, an image of Saki appeared on someone's phone. Sue thought with delight, I got some amazing shots. Such elegant swordsmanship. I wonder if he's stronger than me? And on top of that, he's pretty cute too. I'm so lucky I managed to get these pictures. If he's an adventurer, he has to be at least B rank. No, more like A rank. But I've never seen him before. Could it be he hasn't joined the guild yet? Model? I hope I can find him in the database. Just then, she happened to see his name. Wait, is that him? Adventurer's Portal. Saki Iori has been promoted, she exclaimed excitedly. It really is him. And he's even talentless despite being so strong. This guy is really interesting. That night, Kotoa's voice echoed through the house. Big bro, this is terrible. Saki reminded her, using your phone while eating is a bad habit, you know? But she quickly cut him off. Forget about that, Kotoha said as she held the phone out. Look at this. Saki took it, muttering as he tapped the screen. All right, what's all the fuss about? A post by Nagisawa Suzu with the caption, Super strong adventurer obliterates monsters in a flash. Below it were tons of comments. What the hell? So cool. Awesome, but isn't this staged? Look at that, it's amazing. It even got a huge amount of engagement. Saki's face paled as he muttered, What the hell is this? Kotoa spoke up. The person in that video is you, right? My big bro is super strong. The curious orb chimed in. Iori, let me see too. Saki didn't deny it. Yeah, that's me, but I have no idea who filmed it. Hearing this, Kotoha exclaimed in shock. Huh? You don't know Suzu-chan? Saki asked back curiously. Suzu-chan, who's that? She explained thoroughly to her clueless brother, Nagisawa Suzu. She's a famous adventurer. She used to be an idol and is super cute, but she's also really strong. When I was in the hospital, I used to watch her videos all the time. Hearing this, Saki started to piece things together. I see, so that's what's going on. The orb snickered and commented, Iori, people are saying you're so cool and all that, you know? It seems you're quite popular, Kotoha exclaimed excitedly. Now you're going to be famous too, big bro. But Saki flatly refused. No thanks. Just then, Saki's phone suddenly lit up with a notification. A flood of messages appeared. From Amami Sumire. Isn't that you in the video? From Iori-san Suzukaze Mio. Hey, I saw that video. Are you really that strong when you go all out? He sighed and muttered, looks like the video has gone viral, huh? Kotoa confirmed seriously. Of course it has. Suzu-chan was the one who posted it. Saki continued to ask, I wonder if I should contact this site to get the video taken down. Kotoha couldn't help but cry out, but that would be such a waste. Hearing that, he began to explain, it would be really bad if people tried to spread our personal information, right? If it were just me, I wouldn't care, but if your information gets leaked, strangers will start approaching you. Kotoha immediately changed her tune and supported her brother. You're right. Then let's ask Suzu-chan to take it down. Saki breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God. My little sister is so understanding. The orb, while snacking, chimed in, good idea. After all, those companies are slow as hell. Try sending her a direct message and see if she replies. Even though she's famous, her DMs are open. Saki then turned to it and asked, and how do you know so much about this? The orb explained simply, I've been gathering information online for a while now, you know. Kotoha remarked with amusement, you're so diligent. Meanwhile, Saki thought to himself, it's probably just doing that to kill time. He figured, I'll make an account and contact her. He sent a message to Nagisawa Suzu. I'm the person in the video you posted. I'm sorry to bother you, but could you please take it down? Now, all I can do is wait for a reply. Kotoha reminded him, a little disappointed. Actually, you probably won't get one. There must be a mountain of people trying to message Suzu-chan. Saki agreed, but unexpectedly, his phone suddenly lit up. Maybe you're right. Saki picked it up and remarked, looks like I was worried for nothing. She replied, you really got a reply from Suzu-chan? The message said, all right, then come to the Adventurers Guild at 3 p.m. tomorrow. I want to confirm that you're the right person. He concluded after reading it. Got it. I guess there's no getting out of this. Kotoha jumped up and down with excitement. You're going to meet Suzu-chan? I'm so jealous. Maybe I should skip school tomorrow and go with you. But Saki gently stopped her. I get how you feel, but you shouldn't skip school for something like this. Okay. He himself was concerned about the situation. The reply was unbelievably fast, as if she'd been waiting for him to contact her. What does she want? The next day at the Adventurers Guild, Saki's shirt was suddenly grabbed from behind. Suzu spoke softly. Come with me. He turned and walked, agreeing to follow her into the elevator. Okay. Soon, they stepped out. Suzu skillfully entered a room. Only then did she speak. It's a pleasure to meet you, Saki Iori-san. Saki replied politely. It's a pleasure to meet you too. So, what is this room? Suzu explained as she walked to a chair. It's just a normal meeting room. You can use them freely if you're B rank or higher, and a celebrity like me can't exactly have a relaxed chat in public, right? He nodded and replied simply, I see. So that's why you brought me here. Suzu confirmed again. That's right. Saki continued to speak. So, sorry to get straight to the point, but can you take that video down? You can see that I'm the person in it, right? She quickly took out her phone while explaining, I've already taken it down. See, the post has been deleted. He checked carefully before replying, You're right, thanks. I feel better now. She smiled. It's nothing. Don't thank me. But even though I deleted it, don't you think it's a waste when that video got so much attention? He replied bluntly, Not at all. His words clearly surprised Suzu. Huh? Not at all? You really don't dream of becoming famous or something? Saki said as he sat down. From my point of view, I'd rather have the opposite. Suzu reluctantly agreed. Whatever. So you don't want to stand out? I guess that means you're rejecting my offer to team up. Saki asked curiously. Team up? She explained. Yes. After all, you're this strong despite being talentless. That alone is enough to grab attention. You'd definitely become famous. He frowned and pressed. So you know I'm talentless. Suzu didn't hesitate to admit it. Of course. I only posted the video after looking into you. You get it, right? It feels great to be famous, you know? I was planning to invite you, to say, why don't we get more famous together? Saki guessed, you mean you posted that video just so you could say that to me? And Suzu confirmed again. That's right, he commented calmly. You're quite the schemer, aren't you? Suzu nodded in agreement. I never do anything without a purpose. It's a shame. I was really hoping we could form a team or create a guild or something. Saki Iori-san. Saki continued to probe. Why would you want to do that? She explained honestly. Because it would give me more places to show myself off. If I can appeal to more people in places other than my usual social media, my popularity will definitely go up, right? Hearing this, Saki continued his line of thought. I see. I think I have a pretty good idea of what kind of person you are now. Nothing is more important to you than being famous, is it? Suzu winked playfully. Not at all. That idea sparked a few thoughts in his head. A guild, huh? I need a guild to conquer a major dungeon, but I'd never thought about making one myself before. And Saki replied honestly, about teaming up with you. Depending on the conditions, I might consider it. Saki began to explain, there's a dungeon I have to conquer. I need a guild to do it, that's all. Suzu asked. Is it the crystal ore mine? He had no intention of hiding it. So you already knew, Suzu continued. It's just that it's a major dungeon, so you need a guild to conquer it. And I was thinking that if you couldn't find a guild, you'd try to take it on by yourself. Saki thought to himself, true, that could happen. And she proposed with interest. So let's form a guild together. At this, Saki spoke cautiously. Wait a minute, I have another condition. Suzu asked hesitantly. What kind? Saki stated his demand plainly. I want you to promise not to post anything about me online without my permission. Suzu's disappointment was obvious. I knew it would be that, but there's no other way, so she had to agree. What a shame. But fine. Is there anything else? He replied, satisfied. No, that's it, as long as you keep your promise. I feel like I should be the one asking you that. Just then, Suzu excitedly extended her hand to him. All right, then I look forward to our cooperation. Saki asked doubtfully. Are you sure? Deciding just like that? She explained. After all, I'm the one who asked you to come here. Besides, I'm guessing your impression of me is pretty bad. He admitted honestly. It's not good at all. Hearing that, Suzu took the opportunity to explain. That's why I want to build trust between us, so I'll accept any of your conditions. Her words left him no choice but to agree. She really wasn't a bad person. They shook hands, and Suzu didn't forget to leave him with a promise. You'll see. Saki then suddenly remembered. In that case, could you do one more thing for me? She was curious. What is it? He held out a piece of paper with a request. Could you give me your autograph as a gift for my little sister? Suzu smiled, remarking, what a wonderful big brother. So, what's the little girl's name? He replied, pleased and gentle. It's Kotoha. To Kotoha. Suzu prepared to leave, but didn't forget to add a reminder. This is a bit sudden, but do you have any suggestions? We need 5 people to start a guild. Saki thought for a moment. That means we need 3 more people. That's right. I have a few people in mind. He asked back. What about you? And Suzu replied with a wide grin. Not a single one. This situation took Saki by surprise. Really? I thought since you're famous, you'd have a wide circle of connections. She agreed, that's true, but everyone just wants to get close to me for their own benefit. So, you know. Hearing that, he furrowed his brow, showing he understood. I get it. Well, I'll try to invite the people I was thinking of. She quickly headed for the door, ready to leave. Okay, then contact me when you're ready to start. In the afternoon, Kotoha's voice once again echoed through the house. Big brother! Her face was flushed with excitement as she showed her brother the autograph. Isn't this Nagisawa Suzu's autograph? Saki replied calmly. I asked for it because I thought it would make you happy. Kotoha hugged the autograph tightly, saying with delight, Thank you, big brother. I love you, he replied shyly. Yeah, me too. Just then, the sphere chimed in, ruining the mood as usual. You really are a siscon. Saki slowly denied it. I am not a siscon. His phone quickly received a reply. Takai declined. Sorry, Yori. My wounds haven't healed yet, so I don't think I can be an adventurer right now. Saki thought to himself as he read. So, Takai's out. But Ami and Suzuka agreed. I just need one more person. Remembering Shimizu, he decided, that's right, let's try inviting him. Kotoha then asked curiously, so what did you talk about with Suzu? He didn't hide anything and told her everything. She wants to team up with me. Kotoha's expression became even more astonished. That's amazing, big brother. You're going to be famous. But his next words quickly extinguished her excitement. But I made her promise not to do that. She looked openly disappointed. Huh? What a shame. But it feels like you two met in a private place. I want to meet Suzu like that too. Hearing that, Saki casually comforted her. I'm sure you'll get the chance. But for Kotoha, that was enough. Saki continued to think. Looks like she'd be really happy. I'll do my best to let her meet Suzu. But first, I have to make sure we conquer the crystal mine. At my current power level, I'm worried. I had a really tough time fighting the A-rank boss of the hidden dungeon. I need to get even stronger. At this rate, the price could be my own life. That night, after Kotoha had fallen asleep, Saki was reading the notification in front of him. Hidden dungeon key, B rank. The sphere beside him commented, I can't believe you're going to level up in the middle of the night like this. So diligent, Yori, he explained briefly. Well, during the day I have to spend time setting up the guild. I only have the nights to level up. She furrowed her brow and continued, You're pretty busy. It can't be helped, since your life is on the line, and she didn't forget to warn him. However, don't let your guard down just because you conquered one A-rank dungeon. After all, your stats are only equivalent to a B rank. Saki nodded briefly as the dungeon gate opened before him. I know. The moon in the sky was bright, but the space below was strangely gloomy. The silhouette of a monster was the first thing to greet Saki when he arrived. A smirk immediately appeared on his face. Looks like there are a lot of strong monsters here. It roared with the intent to attack. Saki immediately used a spell to summon the white lion, Nemia. Nemia charged and attacked the monster. I get experience points every time my summon defeats a monster. It's a very efficient way to level up. He carefully dodged the attacks, keeping himself out of the strike zone. It seems like a lot of the monsters here like to fight each other too. At that moment, Saki drew his sword. He muttered with a serious expression. And thanks to that, I can level up at lightning speed. Saki dashed through the horde of monsters while constantly slashing, and so I spent the whole night killing monsters, until only the boss was left, the Great Demon King. The Great Demon's size completely dwarfed Saki, but Nemia didn't hesitate to charge and attack it. The two clashed, and the Great Demon landed a blow on Nemia's face. It laughed with glee. Poor Nemia was sent flying. Saki cried out anxiously, Nemia! It crashed to the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. Saki quickly approached, asking worriedly, Are you okay? You did your best. I'll take it from here, so you go get some rest. After that, Saki faced the Great Demon alone. It then roared and charged to attack. Saki gathered power into his sword while replying, Sorry, but I don't have much time, so I'll end this in one shot. It charged forward valiantly. Saki didn't hesitate either, swinging his sword in a single blow that sliced the Great Demon in half. Its mouth gaped open as it died. Just then, a notification displayed, Leveled up, received Vajra. Saki immediately froze. Feeling the backlash, he muttered, The power of this spell is incredible, but it seems I'm not strong enough to withstand its full recoil yet. This is good enough for now. 2 more notification windows appeared. Item name, Vajra. Rank, A. Type, Mace. Name, Saki Yori. Title, Reincarnation of the Sealed Archmage. Level 400, Health 3000, Mana 3000, Attack 925. The sky quickly brightened. Saki muttered, I'm back. But wasn't I teleported to an alley when I returned from the C-rank dungeon? The sphere was the one to explain. That's because your coordinates inside the dungeon didn't change much, similar to the A-rank dungeon, right? Saki pondered while replying. Now that you mention it, I guess the C-rank dungeon was the only place I moved around a lot. Just then, his phone got another message. It was from Shimizu. Can I ask for more details about the guild? Saki muttered. All right, looks like Shimizu is interested, the sphere said excitedly. If you can convince him, you'll have successfully recruited the 5 initial members for the guild. Saki agreed with her. Yeah. Besides, Shimizu has a lot of experience as an A-rank adventurer. He's even been to the Crystal Mine once. If I can recruit him, I'm sure he'll be a great help. He met up with him shortly after. Shimizu started. You mentioned it in your message, but you're planning to start a new guild, right? Because I owe you, Saki. I'd be happy to join, he replied politely. I'm glad to hear that. But you don't have to force yourself if you don't really want to, okay? He smiled. Thanks for being so considerate. Have you recruited all the other members besides me? He explained. Including me, there are 2 A ranks, 1 C rank, and 1 F rank. Hearing that, Shimizu couldn't help but feel concerned. That's a pretty big rank gap. Did you know them beforehand or something? Saki nodded and continued to explain. Yeah, but they only know me. I don't think the other members know each other at all. Shimizu replied. I see. Since there will be 3 A ranks, including me, we're sure to attract a lot of attention. Huh? He furrowed his brow and explained seriously. I mean, sooner or later, Ryuzaki will probably try to mess with us. Saki furrowed his brow and asked, Ryuzaki would do that? He continued his story. Ryuzaki contacted me after the last time we met, demanding I tell him everything I knew about the person I was talking to. Of course, I didn't tell him anything. Hearing this, Saki couldn't help but agree. It really feels like he's going to cause trouble for me, but since he was my opponent in the promotion test, his grudge against me has nothing to do with you, right? So you don't have to take responsibility, Shimizu-san. He smiled and replied, Thank you. Then he continued to open up. I was treated terribly in my old guild. I don't want anyone else to go through that again. That's why I want to be really useful to the guild you're going to lead. Saki-san, he said simply. I was drawn to your personality, so please let me join your guild. Saki-san. Saki extended his hand to him. Shimizu-san, of course. I look forward to working with you. Shimizu's face instantly lit up. He took his hand and spoke. I look forward to working with you too. Night fell on the city. So, I've now recruited all the initial members for the guild, Saki thought as he walked. All that's left is to conquer it. A gate appeared. Saki observed it and remarked, This gate is radiating a lot of energy for an A-rank dungeon. A notification screen appeared. Time remaining, 26 days, 19 hours and 30 minutes. 26 days left, huh? He calculated to himself, Amami-san and Suzuka-san aren't strong enough to enter an A-rank dungeon yet. Considering the time I'll need to train them, it'll be tough to make it in time. Damn, looks like I'll have to use a lot of unconventional methods. The city sky was clear blue, and Kotoha's humming echoed through the street. I can't believe I get to meet Suzu-chan this soon. She turned her head to look at Saki and spoke. Thanks, big bro, he slowly replied. I thought this would be a good time to meet. Kotoha suddenly remarked, everyone should have a big brother, huh? Hearing this, Saki chuckled. What's that supposed to mean? At the Adventurers Guild, people on the street were whispering amongst themselves, hey, look over there, I think that's really him. Saki thought to himself, I feel like everyone is staring at me. I didn't think I'd be recognized since that video was only up for a short time. Social media is terrifying. As he stepped out of the elevator, Saki noticed something strange. The door was already open. Stepping inside, Suzu spoke up. Hey, you're here, Saki replied, not particularly surprised. So you got here first, huh? She looked at him. Yes, of course I did. But her words were cut off by Kotoha. It's really Suzu-chan. She was so starstruck she practically bloomed. You're even prettier in person, Suzu then asked. Who's this adorable little girl? Is she your sister? Saki glanced over and nodded. Yeah. Kotoha was still overcome with excitement. Suzu-chan called me adorable. She smiled back at her. I'm glad you're happy, Kotoha-chan. Hearing this, Kotoha's emotions exploded even more. You even remember my name? Thank you so much, Suzu remarked. It must be fun having such a lively little sister. Saki replied without hesitation. Seems like she's a huge fan of yours. The door opened once more. Shimizu entered with a greeting. Hello, Saki-san. He turned his head to reply. Shimizu-san, you're right on time, huh? Then, another voice rang out. Excuse me. Suzuka's figure hesitated outside. Saki spoke. You're here too, Suzuka-san. She replied shyly. Of course. You invited me so sincerely, Saki-san. I had to come. Amami was the last to appear. Hello, everyone. Saki-san, is everyone else already here? I hope I didn't make you all wait, he explained. It's fine, Amami-san. We all just got here too. Hearing that, she let out a sigh of relief. What a relief. Saki began to speak again. Now that everyone's here, let's start with introductions. You all know me, but I don't think the rest of you know each other. So, going clockwise, this is... Kotoha cut in. Big bro, let me introduce myself. She introduced herself politely. I'm his little sister. I'm not an adventurer. I just tagged along with my big brother today. But it's very nice to meet you all. Suzuka exclaimed. Kotoha, so you're the sister Saki-san mentioned who's close to my age? Saki nodded in acknowledgement. That's right. I'm surprised you remembered. Shimizu and the others added, it's nice to meet you. What a polite girl. Nice to meet you. Amami spoke up. I'm next, right? I'm Amami Sumire. I'm only an F-rank adventurer, but I'll do my best. The next person was Suzuka. Suzuka Mio. My rank is C, and I'm pretty good with a bow. Shimizu followed her. I'm Shimizu. I'm A rank, but since I have support skills, you can all count on me. Suzu finally spoke up. So, am I last? The two girls, Amami and Suzuka, furrowed their brows and spoke hesitantly. I've been thinking this whole time, but are you? Seeing the girls hesitate, Suzu chuckled. She took off her hat. I guess so, huh? And began her introduction. Hello, I'm Nagisawa Suzu. The whole group was instantly stunned. So cool. The aura of an artist is on a whole other level. Suzuka continued with a question. Come to think of it, Nagisawa Suzu, you're the one who posted that video of Saki-san, right? Was there some hidden meaning behind it? At this point, Saki also suggested, that's right, tell us exactly what happened. And so I told them everything in detail, how she happened to be there and filmed it, how we got in touch, and how we decided to form a guild. And finally, our goal to conquer the Crystal Ore Mine. Amami asked curiously. The Crystal Ore Mine? That's the newly discovered dungeon, right? Saki nodded in acknowledgement. That's right. It's a large A-rank dungeon, so only guilds are allowed to enter. That's why we formed this guild. Hearing this, both Amami and Suzuka froze. A-rank. That place is too dangerous for me and Amami-san. Amami agreed. Right, it's terrifying. Suzuka then comforted her. It's only natural that you feel that way. Saki then explained seriously. That's why our guild's first objective is to train the two of you. Suzuka crossed her arms and let out a sigh before replying. That's easy for you to say, but there's no way we can get strong enough to fight A-rank opponents. Suzu chimed in. No, wouldn't that happen pretty quickly? After all, Saki-san achieved the extraordinary feat of going straight from F rank to A rank. I'm sure you two will get stronger at an unbelievable speed. Hearing that, Suzuka still hesitated. No matter how fast it is, it's still impossible. Saki spoke up to reassure them. No, it'll be fine. Nagisawa-san is right. You two will be strong enough to fight at A rank in the blink of an eye. I can guarantee it's possible with my skill. Amami's eyes widened. Your skill? But you don't have any skills, Saki-san? It was then that he admitted it. Sorry for keeping quiet about this, but I have a skill that no one but myself can see. A hidden skill. Saki sat up straight and proper. He crossed his arms, looking incredibly serious. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. A hidden skill. It was Suzu. She crossed her arms and asked, "You have something like that?" Shimizu, sitting next to her, said, "So you're not just some ordinary, talentless guy." Suzuka also added, "You kept that a secret from everyone, Saki-san?" Amami's head was spinning as she thought, "Isn't everyone being way too calm about this? I'm completely shocked." "Kotoha, big bro, you have a skill?" Amami couldn't stop thinking. "Oh, Kotoha-chan is surprised. Good. At least someone has the same reaction as me." Saki replied gently, "Yeah, I'm sorry for keeping it a secret." Kotoha gave a wry smile. "You don't have to be, but now I get it." She added, "You used that hidden skill to save me, right?" He smiled, something like that. Listening in, Amami smiled to herself and suddenly realized something. She's not as surprised as I am. She looked around, thinking, but then she remembered. That skill must be why he was able to help me cast such amazing magic, right? Suzu rested her chin on her hand and asked, "So, what does it do?" He frowned and replied, "I can't tell you the exact details," but he confirmed, "My skill is what allows me to draw out the potential from all skill groups." Skill groups? Skills are classified into 5 groups: attack, defense, healing, support, and production. Everyone was shocked. What? Suddenly Suzu burst out laughing. That has to be the best skill ever. He started to stand up, saying seriously, "Even with that kind of power, it still has its drawbacks. However, it's true that my skill is very versatile, as long as you're aware of that. I think that's more than good enough." Suzuka crossed her arms and replied to him, "I don't really get it, but I knew from the start that you were pretty talented, Saki-san. But how exactly does that relate to making me and Amami-san stronger?" Shimizu started to whisper. "She has a point. Putting Suzuka-san aside, Amami-san is talentless," he said coldly. "It's because the talentless, who have no skills, are the ones who can use magic." Hearing this, Amami stammered, "Magic? Is there a difference?" He replied, "Yes." Then he raised his hand to draw something, but well, I don't think the word magic alone can make everyone understand what I'm trying to say. He explained, "Skills are actually a form of magic, which means magic is something that can only be used properly by the talentless." Saki added, "Actually, Amami-san, you've already experienced casting magic, even if it was just once." Amami replied softly, "Yes, but I think it's more accurate to say you helped me do it. I just chanted the incantation and created a spell strong enough to take down a minotaur in one hit." Hearing this, Shimizu thought, taking down a B-rank monster like a minotaur in a single blow. Shimizu spoke up, "That's pretty powerful." Saki then replied, "That's enough firepower, right?" She answered, "Yes, that's more than enough." He continued in a louder voice, "So that's why I'm going to help Amami-san learn magic." Hearing that, she became determined. "I'll do my best." Suzukaze added, "What about me?" He frowned, his eyes resolute. "I will help you gain a deeper understanding of your skill." Her eyes widened as she asked, "What do you mean by that?" He analyzed, "This is just my theory, but I think all high-ranking adventurers have a certain level of understanding of the nuances of their skills. So perhaps if you understand your skill better, it will become stronger." Suzu pointed and said, "That's right. Skills can change depending on how you use them." Saki looked very serious. "So I will help you deepen your understanding of your skill and, at the same time, give you time to level up." Suzukaze asked, "Can my skill help with that?" She said in a low voice, "Your skill is surprisingly versatile." Just then, Suzu rushed forward. "I can help too, with things like giving advice on how to use skills and stuff." She was overjoyed. "I'm so happy. Thank you so much." He felt helpless, thinking, I feel like she's getting a completely different response than I did. Is this the power of an idol? He spoke up. "That is my plan to strengthen Hako." With that, he turned and asked, "Are you free, Amami-san? I want to teach you the basics of magic right away, if you have time." She immediately replied, "I'm free." "I'm really looking forward to it," Suzukaze then suggested. "Hey, can I come and listen in? Since you're going to be teaching anyway, I'd like to watch." Toha was also excited. Me too, he replied casually. "No problem." Suzu was about to leave but looked back and said, "I'm interested too, but I'll have to pass for today." Suzu added, "Me too, I have something else to do." He smiled and replied, "Understood." He instructed, "I'll contact everyone about future guild activities in the group chat." As everyone slowly entered the room, Fia, who was lying down and eating, turned around. "Do we have guests?" Suzukaze and Amami exclaimed in confusion. "What?" They turned to look at each other, communicating silently. "No matter how I look at it, that's a fairy, right?" Amami asked quietly. "Saki-san, what is that cute little thing?" Saki replied, "That fairy is part of my hidden skill." Toha spoke up. "Her name is Fia." Suzukaze was surprised. "Your hidden skill." Amami was too. "This thing is so cute." Fia giggled. "You've got some potential. to be able to recognize my cuteness like that. Saki looked at her and said, I'm going to be teaching Amami-san magic from now on, so try not to disturb us, okay? Fia was quite annoyed. Who do you think you're talking to? Just how rude do you think I am? He lowered his voice. Sorry. He began to teach Amami. Now then, he rotated his wrist and said, Actually, we've already gone through the first step to enable you to use magic. Amami-san replied, Huh? Are you talking about when you touched my back? The two behind them were confused. Her back? He immediately stammered. Could you not react like that? It's really misleading. Amami quickly replied, I'm sorry, he explained. At that time, I interfered with your magic circuits so that mana could flow more easily. What you need to learn from now on is how to circulate the mana yourself and how to create a spell. Amami listened intently. I understand, but I have no idea how to do that. Saki instructed. I thought so. That's why I'm going to let you feel the mana, little by little, he began to teach. Now, just like when we faced that Minotaur, I will stir your mana. He transferred something into Amami's body. He added, By maintaining that state, you will learn what mana feels like, she asked blankly. Does that mean I'm going to cast a spell like last time or something? Saki said, I won't be forming the formula to cast a spell, so it's fine, he said quietly. Now then, excuse me, I'm going to touch your back again. As he finished speaking, he touched her, causing her to scream. Toha also shouted, Big bro. The atmosphere was quite awkward. Suzukaze spoke up. Saki-san, this is seriously sexual harassment, isn't it? He explained helplessly. To stir her mana, I have to touch the skin near her magic circuits. Got it? They reluctantly accepted. Is that really true? Fia judged. It seems Yori isn't a complete siscon after all, and he just continued to speak helplessly. I told you not to be misleading. He slowly asked, How do you feel, Amami-san? Can you feel anything? She replied softly, Oh. Amami's face turned bright red. She felt it, the same sensation as last time. My body feels so warm. Suzukaze was still skeptical. That feeling is really similar to the feeling of using a skill, he explained excitedly. Your body feels warm because your mana is being stirred. You might feel extremely exhausted, but I'll fix that right away, so just relax. She gently continued his thought. Please don't say something so concerning. Saki explained, This is the fastest and easiest way to learn. While the mana is flowing through your body, imagine yourself strengthening that flow. Amami replied, Understood. Then she closed her eyes to feel it. He assessed that Amami was actually quite good at concentrating. That's an indispensable trait for a mage. On top of that, she controlled her mana very well for the first time. He concluded she might improve at a frightening pace. Yori's remaining time was 26 days, 4 hours. Amami was still learning how to use mana. While casting, she said, Saki-san, I can't take it anymore. Hearing that, he replied, All right, now imagine you're applying an equivalent force to the mana. Don't let the flow stop. She followed his words and continued. Then she collapsed. Amami said, trembling, Saki-san, I'm sorry. Saki turned and said with a smile, That was good. For your first time, doing that well is amazing. He handed her a recovery potion. Drink this. You'll feel better. She took it. Thank you very much. The space was silent for a few seconds. Then Amami spoke. Wow, I feel so much better. Suzukaze was suspicious. Wait a minute. Where did you get that potion from? It's like magic. It must be a luxury item, right? He turned away coldly and said, It's part of my skill. Toha was in awe. You're amazing, big bro. But Suzukaze was still wondering, just what kind of skill is that? Saki then approached. All right, Amami-san, let's try again. She was exasperated. Again? He explained. This training is quite effective for teaching you magic, and with our current supply of potions, we can train continuously until you've mastered it. She was bewildered. You mean I'm going to practice over and over again? That's right. The two sisters behind them exclaimed, Big bro Saki, you're a real demon. He replied softly, Really? I think this is normal, if not pretty easy. Everyone shouted, That's not normal at all. Just then, Fia flew over. It seems you have no awareness of common sense, Yori. Your concept of normal is not normal at all. Hearing that, he declared, I think you're right. So let's reduce it to 50 times. Amami was shocked. 50 times? Suzukaze scolded. I told you, there's no way that's normal. He approached and asked, How about 5 times then, Amami-san? She said helplessly. All right, I'll do my best. After 5 training sessions, Amami was so exhausted she looked lifeless. By the time Amami-san finished her training session, she had a general understanding of mana control. After this, I plan to increase her precision by having her repeat this exercise. Next up is the B-rank dungeon. Suzukaze spoke timidly. I'm looking forward to working with everyone. Suzu was excited. I'm so happy to be able to help Amami-san. How cute, Saki asked Suzukaze. Are you worried? She said softly. I'm afraid so, because yesterday I saw how strict your training was. He immediately replied, I don't really know how to train skills. I usually just stumble my way through things, so I can't really train you from scratch like this. She let out a sigh of relief. Suzu chimed in, Ayori-kun, are you some kind of sadist? I'm going to record this. He quickly tried to stop her. Nagisa-san, it's not like that. Please don't post this on social media. She giggled. I'm just kidding. I'll take responsibility for the skills training, so just relax. Suzu began the training. First, can you tell me everything you know about your own skill? Suzuka-san immediately replied, my skill is called Magic Love Arrow. It allows me to affect my bow and arrows. I can perform elemental attacks and status attacks. I can also make my arrows fly farther or even in a circle. Suzu said excitedly. Okay, that sounds like a pretty convenient skill. Then Suzu asked, have you ever thought of other ways to use it? She was surprised. Huh? What do you mean, other ways? Suzu analyzed, affecting your bow and arrows. It really does sound convenient, but I wonder if you've become complacent with that convenience. Suzu continued, if you try to find different ways to optimize your skill, you'll be able to take on much higher ranked monsters, even at a low level. Suzuka was clueless. I don't really get it. Saki chimed in. Wouldn't it be faster if you just showed her? Suzu replied, all right, let's do it. With that, she turned around. She looked toward the centaur. Let me try taking down that centaur. She dashed forward, and the centaur also drew its bow and attacked Suzu. The arrow missed her. She dodged it. She gripped her knife and said, my Phantom Dancer is originally a support skill that lets me buff my teammates, but by changing how I use it, I can fight on my own. She charged straight at the centaur, explaining as she went, I'll buff the speed of the centaur's hind legs, so it won't be able to balance with the speed of its front legs. As soon as she finished speaking, the centaur fell hard. Suzuka was shocked. The centaur fell, he assessed, so she can buff a specific body part. That's pretty impressive. Suzu continued speaking. And then, I'll buff my own attack. She said this as she slashed hard at the centaur, a spectacular finishing blow. She glanced over, emphasizing, that's right, and that's the end of it. She walked over to Suzuka. Something like that. She explained, I used my Phantom Dancer, which is originally a support skill, and found ways to apply it to offense. She smiled. So, are you starting to get it? Suzuka expressed, that was amazing, but I don't even know how to begin to use that as a reference. Suzu comforted her, I'm sure you'll be able to do it soon enough. By the way, were you watching carefully? He immediately replied, of course, I even used my all-seeing eye. He added, thanks to you, I've realized a few things. Suzu asked back, what's that? He answered, skills aren't related to your level, but rather they increase in power through practice. Suzuka stood silently to the side, then spoke up, through practice, not leveling. Can I really do something like that? He continued, it's still just a theory for now. He thought to himself, but if my theory is correct, that item will help Suzuka-san get much stronger. Saki crossed his arms and said seriously, you can strengthen your skills without leveling up. Suzuka was surprised, hearing that so suddenly. I find it pretty hard to believe. Are you sure? He immediately replied, Nagisa-san, you've felt your skills getting stronger, haven't you? Suzu, standing beside them, exclaimed, yes, but I always thought that was because I leveled up or my stats increased. He replied, that's what we're all told. He added, but I think that might not be accurate. He slowly analyzed. It seems that skills can also level up as our stats increase. In other words, there's such a thing as a skill level. Suzuka rubbed her head. Wait, are you saying skills have levels too? Can you explain why you think that? He said softly. It's because skills are just like magic. He emphasized, I know a lot about magic, don't ask why, and because of that, I know that skills are actually similar to stats. Then he thought to himself, that's a little off, but it's fine for them to think of it that way for now. Suzuka was still puzzled. But if that's the case, the appraisal item doesn't show skills. He assessed, they're similar, but they're still different. They're fundamentally different concepts, so they wouldn't appear on the same status appraisal item. He continued, you'd need a different tool to see skill levels. Suzu replied, but something like that doesn't exist. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Saki waved his hand and added, it probably just hasn't been created in this world yet, so I'll make it. Suzu giggled. If you can do that, it'd be an amazing invention. But I think Saki can do it. He led everyone away. Now, let's go level up Suzuka's skill. She followed behind, asking as she walked, that's easy to say, but how exactly are we supposed to do that? He continued. Just like Nagisa-san said, just try to discover new ways to use your skill. He concluded, if skills have levels, then there must be experience points you gain by using them. And using a skill in a new way will give you more experience than using it normally. Suzu spoke up. So that's why you asked me that question earlier. He replied, that's right. Saki turned his head to instruct them. So for now, keep what I said in mind and go fight the monsters around here. Suzuka bowed her head and replied, it sounds difficult, but I'll do my best. He also thought to himself, now, while we're conquering this dungeon, let's see if we can find a good way to level up skills. Night fell. At his house, Saki opened the system and was surprised. What the hell is this? The screen showed item exchange, and he was completely shocked. He looked at it and said, a status appraisal item. I created this in my past life, so it makes sense that it's here. But why is there a skill appraisal item too? A sphere flew over and said, perhaps it's because you created both of them at that time, my lord. He was stunned. Wait, I created both? The sphere replied, yes. He rested his chin on his hand. I don't remember at all, so I've lost my memories of the time I created it. The sphere continued, that is highly likely. Saki was still thinking, but why did my past self know about skills? The world in my past life only had magic. He thought further. This is not good. I don't know what I was thinking back then. The sphere gestured, I don't think you need to worry, my lord. It's quite convenient, isn't it? You should just use it. Looking at the item in front of him, he replied, I guess you're right. He pondered, the deadline is approaching. The only thing I need to focus on right now is conquering the crystal mine. He emphasized, this is a skill appraisal item. At that moment, Suzuka approached and asked, you made something like this in just one night? The sphere said excitedly. It's all thanks to me, she asked back. So that means you're really talented, right? The sphere was delighted. Of course, Saki spoke up. First, let's try checking your skill level. Got it. Suzuka gently waved her hand. The sphere in front of her absorbed something, and then assessed. Skill, Magic Love Arrow, Rank B, Level 3. She was surprised. It really showed up. She frowned cautiously. Even though my level is too low, I think the rank is pretty high, isn't it? He analyzed. They're ranked from F to S, so your rank is quite good. Suzuka-san replied softly, but I'm still not strong enough to take on a B-rank dungeon, let alone an A-rank one. He assessed, it's fine. Any skill will get stronger if you master it. I think your skill has special potential. Hearing his praise, her face turned red. She looked unconvinced. Really? If you say so, I feel a little more relieved. Then he smiled and said, well, now that we've determined your skill level, let's head to the guild's training room. She fell silent and followed him. As she walked, she asked, the training room? She mumbled. Not the dungeon from last night, he replied softly. If we want to level up your skill, I think the training room is better. That way, you can also train with Amami-san, killing two birds with one stone. She bowed her head and replied, I understand. I have a bad feeling about this. He laughed and said, it's just your imagination. They arrived at the training room. Amami spoke up, looking quite worried. What are we going to do today? Suzuka thought to herself, Amami-san is freaking out. A flash of light appeared, and the scene became incredibly brilliant. Saki's voice echoed out from within the torrent of power. The two of you. He narrowed his eyes and declared, will fight me. Their jaws dropped. Fight you? He affirmed coldly. Yeah, it's the fastest way for you two to get stronger. Amami was extremely worried. We're supposed to fight you. Suzuka's was also flustered. You've got to be kidding, right? Saki gave a cold smile. Not at all. I'll take you both on at the same time. He added, Suzuka's, you should focus on leveling up your skills. He continued, and Amami, you need to get used to using magic. He looked serious. And fighting together will improve your teamwork. Of course, I'll be attacking too, not just defending. Suzuka spoke up. I guess that makes sense, but Amami continued, you'll fight both of us at once? He was completely unfazed. Amami, do you remember the chant I taught you earlier? She quickly replied, yes, of course. I have to let mana flow through my entire body and recite that chant. And that's it, right? Saki said while stretching. Yep, it's called verbal magic. It's activated through a chant, and since I figured you couldn't do it, I have something else for you. Don't worry. The two of them fell silent. Suzuka's then picked up her bow. You could get hurt, you know? He scoffed. Come at me with everything you've got. I'll buy you coffee if you can actually manage to hurt me. She excitedly sealed the deal. I want mine with lots of sugar and milk. With that, she drew her bow and fired a volley of arrows at him. As he dodged, he thought, same as always. He kept dodging her attacks, but then he suddenly froze before one of them. An arrow of water turned into fire. He blocked it and exclaimed, oh, interesting. The ability to turn an arrow into water is pretty unique. He praised her inwardly, as expected of a magic archer. To give her a sense of accomplishment, I won't dodge this one. Suzuka's was overjoyed. I did it, right? She fired a few more arrows. How about this? She kept firing arrows at him. Amami thought to herself, Suzuka's is amazing, but I'm not going to lose. He watched, and a smile spread across his face. Is she dousing me with water to increase the effectiveness of an electric current? She's not only increased the damage effectiveness, but also the quantity. Pretty good. But after thinking, he said aloud, but if you can't land a hit, it's all for nothing. Suzuka's gave an arrogant laugh. As he jumped to dodge her arrow, she yelled, but you can't dodge in midair. He assessed that she had changed its trajectory. A great plan. He added, but too simple. He twisted his body, redirecting himself with a flash step. She was completely shocked. No way. Amami was still silently channeling her mana flow. Oh, crimson flame that burns, rise from my magic and turn all to ash. She yelled, "Crimson Flame Lotus!" and created a stream of fire from her hands. Watching her, he thought, Amami's doing great too. She succeeded on her very first try. He lightly waved his hand, creating a Crimson Flame Lotus. The two streams of power clashed and exploded. Suzuka observed, "So this is magic. It's incredible." Smoke billowed everywhere. He exclaimed, "You two are pretty damn good. I'm getting goosebumps because you both performed so well after such a short time." Suzuka frowned. "It's pretty annoying how relaxed he looks." Amami spoke up. "Saki, you can use magic too. There was no reason for me to be the one to use it back then," she emphasized. "You just wanted to mess with me, didn't you?" Hearing this, he looked bewildered. He slowly replied, "Wait, back then I really couldn't use magic." She giggled. "I was just kidding. I was just a little annoyed at how easily you handle everything, so I wanted to tease you a bit." She added the joke lightheartedly. Suzuka also thought with amusement. "Nice one, Amami." Just then, Saki spoke up. "All right, next, I want you two to think of a new way to attack me. Try to work together to limit my ability to react." He stressed. "Got it?" The two said in unison. "Got it." The training session passed and finally came to an end. He commented, "You two worked hard. For the first day, you did much better than I expected." Suzuka's panted, "We attacked him so many times, but not a single hit landed." Behind her, Amami sized up Saki. "You're really strong." He spoke up, "I'll help you two get to this level at least." Amami gave a wry smile. "I can't even imagine that." Suzuka's, also exhausted, said, "That's impossible." Saki thought, "But I'm serious. Sometimes people get stronger without even realizing it." Suddenly, an urgent voice called from the door. "Saki, bad news." It was Shimizu. Everyone was surprised. "Shimizu." Saki asked, "What happened?" He stammered, "Ryusaki." He quickly asked again, "What about Ryusaki?" Shimizu said loudly, "He went into the crystal mine. It's been 2 days, and he still hasn't come back." He was completely shocked. What? The afternoon sun shone on the Adventurers Guild building. Up on the rooftop, a conversation was taking place between two people. The man sitting in the chair, Ugami Yoshito, spoke seriously. "The mission to clear the A-rank dungeon, the crystal mine, has hit a dead end. We've lost all contact with the A-rank parties that entered the dungeon the other day." He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, "After receiving that news, we decided to upgrade the crystal mine to an S-rank dungeon." Ugami Yoshito's expression darkened as he continued. "If monsters were to escape from a dungeon like that, it would be a catastrophe. Therefore, that's why we want an S-rank adventurer like you to handle it." This person was an S-rank adventurer named Gen Sasuke. He replied, "All right, I don't mind." Gen faced Ugami Yoshito and posed a question. "Since S-rank adventurers are allowed to take on large dungeons alone, it's easier to just come to me, isn't it?" Hearing this, Ugami Yoshito looked up at Gen, not answering right away, but silently assessing him. There are only a total of 9 S-rank adventurers in the entire country. There's no exam to get promoted to S-rank. Only individuals with abilities that far exceed the standards of an A-rank are recognized as S-rank by the council. He looked at Gen and thought, in other words, every S-rank adventurer has the power of an entire army. Ugami Yoshito silently evaluated every detail about Gen. They are exempt from following the dungeon laws set by the guild. For example, they can ignore the minimum party member requirement for entering large dungeons. Gen spoke, cutting through his thoughts. "I'll set out tomorrow. Is that a problem?" Ugami Yoshito replied excitedly. "No problem at all. I'm grateful you can act so quickly." The conversation ended. Gen walked to the door, then turned back to reply to Ugami Yoshito. "I'm glad to hear that." As the elevator took him down, he wondered to himself, "I wonder why Ugami summoned me specifically," but thinking about him wanting me to clear an S-rank dungeon. The elevator doors slowly opened, revealing Gen's interested expression. "I have another plan in mind. I need to hurry up and get this over with." He stepped out of the elevator, a look of excitement on his face. Cut to Suzu. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Shimizu replied, out of breath. "Sorry for calling you here so suddenly," Nagisawa replied cheerfully. "It's fine. So, what's up?" Shimizu hesitantly explained. "The guild I used to be in, Red Dragon, they suddenly lost all contact after entering the Crystal Mine dungeon." Suzu, looking like she understood, let out an "oh" and asked, "So you used to be in the Red Dragon Guild?" Shimizu looked at her, puzzled. "You know about it?" Suzu pointed and replied, "I'm sorry, but I've heard a lot of bad things about Red Dragon." Under Shimizu's worried and wary gaze, she clarified, "I guess it's more about the leader, Ryusaki, than the whole guild." Listening to their conversation, Saki thought, "That's to be expected." Suddenly, Shimizu spoke up. "Yeah, honestly, I agree." His face fell. "Ryusaki is a hopelessly terrible person." The conversation continued under the warm afternoon sun. "That's why I'm so sorry," Shimizu continued. "Sorry for being selfish and asking this of all of you." Shimizu asked worriedly, "But I was wondering if you could help me save Red Dragon?" After he finished, the space around them fell dead silent. You could have heard a pin drop. Suzu casually brushed her hair back. "He's an asshole. Why should we risk our lives to save him?" Hearing that, Shimizu's eyes widened in disbelief at what he had just heard. Then, his face fell as he replied, "You're right. I know I'm being selfish for asking this." Shimizu recalled the past. "I was treated horribly and constantly abused by Ryusaki, too." His voice choked up, "But he was someone I could rely on, so I want to save him if I can. That's how I feel." Suzu looked at Shimizu and continued, "But you're not just risking yourself. You're risking everyone here," Shimizu said worriedly. "I know, but I'm fine with it as long as we can limit the danger we have to face. Our only objective once we enter the dungeon will be to save Red Dragon. I won't force any of you. I get it. What does everyone think? Sorry, but if that dungeon is our target, we're still not strong enough to go in. I also think it's a bit too soon. You need a minimum of 5 party members to enter the crystal mine. And now an A-rank party has already failed to clear it. It's way too dangerous to go in there with only 2 capable people. And even if we do manage to save Ryusaki, I still think there's a chance he'll just stab us in the back. I understand. It's only natural that you don't want to risk your lives for this. If you guys can't help, then I guess I'll have to go in alone. Do you really want to save Ryusaki, Shimizu?" "Yes. If I can, I will absolutely save Ryusaki." Ryusaki wasn't always as bad as he is now. His skills weren't anything incredible or powerful back when he was a rookie. Other adventurers used to make fun of him, but Ryusaki never stopped training, both his skills and his body. Every punch, all the sweat. That was the price of his persistent training. And now, he's become strong. Eventually, he stopped trusting anyone but himself, looking down on and antagonizing everyone around him. Ever since I learned what he went through, I can't help but sympathize with him. I see. I can understand how you feel right now, Shimizu. That's why I'm going to help you. Go in alone. But even so, what are you going to do about not having enough people to enter the dungeon? Well, isn't it obvious? We just go in. We'll just sneak in without getting caught by the guards. No permission needed. You sure have some wild ideas. Normally, you get punished for breaking the rules, but since you've made up your mind, Shimizu, we'll go in and save Ryusaki. Saki, thank you so much. I just don't get you. I'll help Shimizu too. Really? That place is really dangerous too. If I let you two die in there, I'd regret it for the rest of my life. Sorry, we can't be of any help. No matter how hard we try, we're just not strong enough yet. Don't worry about it. I know how hard you two have been training. All right, let's go. Rescue the Red Dragon Party. Okay. I'm going to make you 2 invisible. Try not to get spotted and just sneak into the dungeon. Wait, you can use invisibility magic too? You're amazing, Saki. We won't be able to see each other after I cast the spell, so you'll each be on your own. We'll meet up once we're inside. Understood. All right, let's go. Invisibility. Invisibility, a concealment spell that makes the target transparent for 1 minute. We've disappeared. This is awesome. But man, this dungeon is still pretty tough. Is it true the rumors say it's been upgraded to S rank? It's been a while since an S rank dungeon showed up, huh? S rank. And here I thought I could clear it today, but this looks like it'll be a pain. Hey, speaking of which, what happened to those guys from the Red Dragon Party? They've been in there for a while now, haven't they? Yeah, long enough for us to know what that means. They're already dead in there. Well, they deserved it. Those guys should just die already. Ryusaki is a pretty terrible guy, but at least he's an adventurer who's willing to risk his life for the dungeons. I can't believe someone from the association would talk like that. After a snap of Saki's fingers, the man suddenly fell forward, crying out in pain. What the hell are you doing? It wasn't me. Someone pushed me. Yeah, right. As if there's anyone else here. Awesome. We got into the dungeon without being spotted. Saki, thank you so much. It's a little too early for thanks. The hard part hasn't even started yet. You're right. It'll be hard to find Red Dragon since the crystal mine is huge. Plus, it's been upgraded to S rank, so this dungeon is extremely dangerous. But this is Red Dragon's 2nd time in here, so they definitely choose a different route. I also heard that last time, they were aiming for an unexplored area. Then let's start searching from the other side. Agreed. Me too. I also feel like there aren't many monsters around here, so it should be easy to go deeper into the dungeon. I guess there are only a few of them left, since Red Dragon already took care of the rest. Even so, looks like a few were missed. A crystal deer. That's the strongest monster in areas like this. It's attacking. Did he just block that with his bare hands? I'll handle the monsters by myself. I'm leaving the search to you two. Since we entered the dungeon without forming a party, I'll get all the experience points from taking care of these monsters alone. Saki is shown fighting the monster powerfully on his own. Suddenly, he leaps high into the air, then Saki uses an enhancement spell to channel flow into his legs. Good thing I cleared that hidden B-rank dungeon. Thanks to that, I can finish this thing in 1 hit. Tenma Enhanced Flow lets me build up energy through Tenma and circulate it throughout my body at high speed to increase my physical power. Then, suddenly, a blue light shot down at high speed. This is way stronger than just using Tenma. The blow created a massive sound. At the same time, the crystal deer vanished from the dungeon. Over here, Shimizu's jaw dropped when he saw Saki's powerful attack. Suzu looked at him as if she couldn't believe her eyes. After defeating the monster, his level also went up. Saki looked at his 2 friends and said, "Shall we keep going?" Shimizu stammered. Fine, that power. In your... Saki's practically glowing right now, Shimizu thought. We're both A rank, but he's on a whole other level, Suzu thought in surprise. He's even stronger than I imagined. Yori has always kept to himself. I can't believe the world would just leave someone that strong alone. Snapping out of her thoughts, Suzu joked around like before. I bet he'll be famous one day. Outside the Adventurers Guild, a crowd of reporters swarmed the bottom of the stairs, firing questions at Gen. Mr. Satsuki, does the guild's invitation mean you'll be conquering a dungeon? The whole country is dying to see what you'll do next. Superstar. Jen looked up at the building, confused, thinking, it's incredible. Someone leaks the info to them every single time. Then he turned, flashed a perfect smile, and answered, I think I'll be taking on the Crystal Mine dungeon. A dangerous dungeon like that should be destroyed as soon as possible. Another question was thrown out. What about your acting career? Jen replied. I already have a break scheduled. I figured I'd use it to take care of this. Somewhere else, Jen's face was on TV. Someone said, hey, Jen's on TV again. Just then, Tinhei Kao, who was eating noodles, spoke up. I guess becoming an S rank really attracts the media. He's the complete opposite of Yori. Hearing that, Kotoa laughed and replied, but Jen has a lot in common with my brother. Tin Kao teased, hey Kotoha, that's a terrible way to bring someone up. You know Satsuki? Kotoha thought for a moment, then answered, yeah, Jen and my brother were classmates. We were all really close. Tin Kao asked in shock, seriously? This Satsuki Jen guy was classmates with Yori? Kotoha thought for a bit, then said, I don't know if Jen knows my brother became an adventurer. An image of Jen and Yori appeared. Would he be surprised? One so cheerful and outgoing, the other so quiet and introverted? As he walked, Shimizu observed, we made it. We've reached a place with no more monsters, the dungeon's safe zone. He continued on, worried. But the deeper we go, the stronger the monsters will get. A flicker of unease showed in Shimizu's eyes. I hope Ryusaki is here, but I'm worried he's gone deeper. Saki watched Shimizu and thought with admiration. Shimizu's only been to this dungeon once, but he's already memorized all the paths. To remember the route so accurately after just one trip, his memory must be incredible. Suzu, with her arms crossed, spoke up. There's something strange about this dungeon, besides its weird layout. Shimizu replied, the last time we were here, we stopped at this point. The monsters here are strong, very dangerous. If we run into two at once, I think we'd have trouble, even with Saki here. Hearing this, he wondered, so Ryusaki made it this deep? Shimizu replied, exactly. Then, steeling himself, he said loudly, but I've come up with a perfect plan. Suzu let out an excited, ooh, let's hear it. Shimizu then laid out his plan for his two friends. Using my hypnotic smoke ability, I'll locate Ryusaki and his party. Saki repeated, puzzled. Hypnotic smoke? Shimizu explained, it's actually a support skill that lets me boost my allies' power by enveloping them in smoke. But I'm going to let the smoke spread throughout the entire dungeon, he continued. I'll let it disperse and use it like a radar to find any adventurers. Hearing this, Suzu looked a little worried but still praised him. That's a great idea, but it must use a ton of mana. She excitedly offered a solution. But luckily, Yori took care of all the monsters for us, so we haven't used any mana yet. Shimizu replied, that's right, I'm really grateful for that. Hearing that, Saki gave a small smile and added, don't mention it. Thanks to that, I leveled up with a decent amount of experience. I don't think it'll be a problem, unless a whole horde of monsters shows up. After discussing it, they agreed that using this skill in such a large dungeon was pretty reckless. But Shimizu raised his hand, and a mass of power began to form in the air. And then, with his fierce determination, that immense power was unleashed. I will find them. It's the only way to save them. Wisps of smoke began to appear in the air, the so-called hypnotic smoke. Watching it, Suzu and Saki exclaimed, it's spreading so fast. At this rate, we'll find them in no time. Saki looked around seriously and replied, that depends on how deep Ryusaki has gone. This is a huge dungeon. We haven't even scratched the surface yet. At that moment, Shimizu watched the smoke with determination, thinking, Ryusaki, I know you're not the kind of man who would die in a place like this. You talked such a big game. A memory of a conversation with Ryusaki from his youth surfaced. What? You want to become an S rank? The gap between A rank and S rank is massive, Ryusaki replied gruffly. I don't care about fame, but if I become an S rank, I'll have more freedom to act than I do now, he continued. And those nobodies will understand why they have to bow down to me. Ryusaki gave an ambitious smile. This isn't something to be taken lightly, he went on. Besides that reason. Suddenly, Shimizu cut him off, asking, how are you going to do it? In response to his question, Ryusaki looked ahead with determination. I'll defeat all the other adventurers and prove that I'm the strongest. Shimizu looked at him and asked, does that mean you want to become the champion of the world? Meeting Shimizu's gaze, he answered, I don't want to. Ryusaki corrected him. I said I will. Are you an idiot? And then he laughed, his back looking resolute. I guess it's the same for you. The memories from long ago flooded back into his mind. Even if it was just a little, I respected you for that burning thirst for power. Now, Shimizu seemed exhausted from continuously using his power, sweat dripping down as he thought. That's why I always secretly supported you, even after you made me leave the guild. Seeing this, Susu panicked. Shimizu, you've used up all your mana! Shimizu gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. Seeing this, Saki walked over and handed him a blue vial. Shimizu, drink this. It'll restore your mana. Suzu asked, puzzled. Where did you get that? Saki smiled and answered her question. I haven't shown you guys yet, but it's part of my ability. Hearing that, Suzu exclaimed in amazement, Your ability can do everything! Shimizu took the mana potion and said, Saki, thank you. You've really helped me out a lot. Hearing that, he replied, Don't mention it. Saki looked at Shimizu encouragingly. Let's find Ryusaki and the others, no matter what. In response to Saki's encouragement, Shimizu gave a firm, determined nod. Then he quickly drank the entire mana potion. Shimizu's mana had recovered a fair amount. He replied cheerfully, Of course. The search continued, and Shimizu thought, Where are they? And then, a steady silhouette appeared. As his two friends watched, Shimizu exclaimed, Found them. Then he pointed forward. Ryusaki is at the end of this trail of smoke. The problem is the monsters along the way. I want to avoid them as much as possible. Hearing that, Saki spoke up. Leave it to me. I'll follow this smoke trail alone. He looked at his two friends seriously. You two wait here. Suzu gushed. Saki, you're amazing. Just as I expected. Shimizu asked Saki worriedly. Thank you. And I'm sorry. But can I go with you? If something happens, I want you to use me as a decoy to escape. Saki replied in a cold voice. I would never do that to you. Shimizu pleaded loudly. Please! I'm the one who selfishly dragged you two into this. I don't want you to die because of me. Seeing this, Suzu called out, troubled, Shimizu. Saki sensed his determination and replied softly. All right, he said seriously, but I won't sacrifice you. You'll support me, and we'll both survive. That's my condition. Hearing that, Shimizu smiled. You're a good person, Saki. Then he replied, Okay, I promise. Then, suddenly, Saki lifted Shimizu onto his back, much to his surprise. Good. It's settled then. Saki looked at Suzu and instructed, Nagisawa, you stay here. She replied, Okay, come back alive. Then, with Shimizu on his back, Saki started forward, replying, Obviously. The two of them then headed deeper into the smoke, toward the person they were looking for. Seeing Saki's current speed, Shimizu thought it was too fast. At this rate, they might be able to avoid all the monsters along the way. Just then, a giant monster suddenly appeared in front of them, roaring in their direction. Seeing this, Shimizu thought worriedly, Oh no, this is the strongest one we've ever encountered. In contrast to Shimizu's worried expression, Saki seemed thrilled at the prospect of leveling up. Shimizu warned anxiously, Saki, there's no way we can fight this thing. Looking at the monster before him, Shimizu thought, I have to avoid a direct confrontation at all costs. Our only hope is to run. Now. Saki cut him off, instructing, Hold on tight, Shimizu. His expression turned serious as he looked ahead. I'm going to get a little serious. Seeing this, Shimizu replied, Okay, got it. Saki remembered the crystal deer and compared it to the monster before him. It was much stronger than the crystal deer from before. An image of him fighting the crystal deer flashed in his mind. Saki's eyes were cold as he stared straight ahead. If I use too much power, I'll lose a significant amount of stamina. After a moment's thought, Saki became resolute. That's why I'll take it down with a single strike. Shimizu screamed in alarm. It's attacking! The monster is charging! Its crystal jaws are wide open! Suddenly, it shot a blast of power from its mouth straight ahead. Saki coolly charged towards the monster. He swiftly dodged the monster's attack, then quickly landed a sword strike on it, sending it flying high into the air. Shimizu's jaw dropped in astonishment at what he had just witnessed. Saki stared grimly at the monster, not answering right away. Shimizu let out a surprised, Huh? And stammered, Saki, what? What just happened? Saki smiled at Shimizu and replied, I told you, didn't I? I just got a little more serious. As Saki gently set him down, Shimizu asked in amazement, You said a little? Does that mean this isn't your full power? Saki replied softly, About 30%, I guess. Shimizu repeated, 30%. He sighed in exasperation. Seriously? Your abilities are far beyond what I expected, Shimizu continued. But now, maybe we can go rescue Ryusaki and the others, Saki thought grimly. I hope so. Even though I said it was 30% of my total power, I'm not even sure I can use all of it right now. Saki and Shimizu continued to move forward. He thought, if I did that, the backlash would be so strong, I couldn't even lift a finger. My magic is like a double-edged sword. It's best if I only use around 60 to 70%. Saki stopped and said, The smoke stops here. Shimizu pointed ahead. They're over there. Look, everyone. Ahead was the back of a person standing, while the others were lying on the ground. Saki noted, Only one person is standing. I guess that's Ryusaki, Shimizu replied uncertainly. Probably. It looks like the rest of the guild has been taken down. Let's get them out of here. Saki, looking ahead with serious caution, replied, Right. Shimizu ran towards the standing Ryusaki, calling out, Ryusaki, are you okay? Suddenly, the man broke into a purely villainous smile. Then, a high-speed punch came flying. Saki shouted a warning, Shimizu, watch out! Before he could even process what was happening, Saki pulled Shimizu back, narrowly dodging the attack. That punch was so powerful it blew a large hole in the wall. The man laughed maniacally, looking at the two of them and yelling, Saki! He looked at Ryusaki with a cold expression, silently sizing the guy up. Shimizu, still not understanding what was going on, continued to reason with Ryusaki. This isn't the time to be fighting! The man crazily repeated, I'll kill you! I'll kill you! Saki and Shimizu stared at the scene before them, frozen in disbelief. Ryusaki. After observing for a moment, Saki explained, Shimizu, he's completely lost his mind. Trying to talk to him is just a waste of time. He looked at the crazed Ryusaki and thought, but it doesn't look like he lost control on purpose. His mana has spiked, so I think someone's controlling him, but I can't sense anyone else here. Saki looked at the situation and wondered, what the hell is going on? Shimizu, in disbelief and disappointment, said, Damn it, after we came all this way. Saki called out seriously, Get back, Shimizu. Saki cracked his knuckles and offered, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to take him down. Shimizu replied to him, Saki, I understand. Please, defeat him. Suddenly, Ryusaki charged forward manically. Saki teleported behind Ryusaki and replied to Shimizu, Leave it to me. Then he unleashed an attack on him, sending dirt flying everywhere. Saki looked at Ryusaki lying on the ground and thought, normally, doing that a few times should have taken him down, but I don't know if that's enough for him right now. Suddenly, Ryusaki flew high into the air under Saki's gaze. He thought with a grim face, I see, it had almost no effect, huh? Then he shot straight down towards Saki. He's so fast, Saki thought. Ryusaki dove down so quickly he was invisible to the naked eye. The attack was so fast it shattered the ground all around, sending debris flying everywhere. Shimizu was sent flying back by the aftershock of that attack. Seeing this, Saki thought, he created a shockwave with just that one attack. Saki silently assessed Ryusaki's power. He's gotten significantly stronger than before. He let out a wow. As Saki hovered in the air, he thought, that's his ability. Gravity. I'll have no way to escape if I get pulled into this pit. Or if I try to run, I'll just have to take all his attacks. Saki's eyes looked ahead seriously as he thought, it's like an antlion's nest. Ryusaki landed so hard, the ground around him shattered, calling out, Saki, I'll kill you. Seeing this, he wondered, have you turned into some kind of monster or what? Saki, still with a cool and unfazed expression, answered his own question. It seems you're really itching for a fight. In that case, you'll have to face defeat at my hands. Shimizu watched the fight unfolding before him, commentating on the battle. Ryusaki and Saki are in a close-quarters fight. Ryusaki is one of the adventurers who specializes in this kind of combat. He looked on grimly, but Saki is also incredibly strong. Shimizu assessed the marks left on the ground. Even so, Ryusaki is abnormally strong right now. Saki. His gaze fell upon the two of them, filled with hope. At that moment, Saki was looking at Ryusaki with a cold stare, and Ryusaki looked back at him with intense hostility. Then suddenly, Ryusaki jumped high into the air and charged straight for Saki. But suddenly, something blocked his attack. It was Saki, who kicked Ryusaki away while he was still in midair, causing Ryusaki to let out a loud groan of pain. Then, he suddenly flew into a rage, yelling Saki's name and charging straight at him. Saki observed his surroundings, assessing the current situation. The shockwaves from his attacks are pulling me in to stop me from dodging his gravity magic. Seeing this, Saki became serious again. Fine, no more avoiding hand-to-hand combat. I'll accept your terms. He then threw a powerful punch into Ryusaki's stomach. Just that one punch made him spit a small amount of red blood from his mouth. Saki's last attack sent Ryusaki flying back several dozen meters, followed by a large explosion that sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere. However, his attack wasn't enough to completely take him down. Just then, Ryusaki suddenly burst into delighted laughter. He stood up excitedly. That incredible power! This is exactly the fight I've been looking for. It's an honor to go all out against you, Saki called out in a stern voice. Ryusaki! He screamed like a madman. Saki, I'll kill you! Saki looked at the power Ryusaki was unleashing and praised him. I have to admit, you're a true fighter for being able to pull yourself together, even if just a little, in a situation like this. Saki said coldly, Fine. As you wish. Then he dashed forward, coming face to face with Ryusaki. Let's end this. The two attacks collided, creating a massive ball of light. At that moment, Shimizu was standing high above, watching their battle with a serious expression. As if he couldn't believe his eyes, he exclaimed, Such incredible power. Shimizu watched the battle in awe. Even though I'm pretty far away from them, I can still feel the tremors. At this point, their battle was so fast that the naked eye couldn't see them, only two sources of blue and yellow power clashing everywhere in the combat zone. Saki flew high, kicking forward, and with that kick, he saved Shimizu from being crushed by a large falling rock, sending it flying back and shattering moments later. Ryusaki laughed maniacally. This is the best fight I've ever had. I never thought you were this strong, Yuriaki. Seeing that, he could tell the man had regained his senses. While Ryusaki was running his mouth, Shimizu had already moved behind him. What the hell are you muttering about? All I care about right now is taking you down. Shimizu cut him off. Ryusaki, this isn't the time for talk. He didn't want to hear the boy's advice right now. Shut up, Shimizu. Suddenly, something flew towards them. That pinkish-purple light shot straight into Ryusaki's neck, cutting his words short. I'll do what I... Shimizu's face went pale, watching Ryusaki collapse right before his eyes, speechless. The man stammered out one word at a time as he fell, until they formed a sentence. Both Saki and Shimizu stared speechlessly at Ryusaki. A strange power was approaching where the two of them were standing. Saki frowned, thinking, what is this energy source? From high above, a pinkish-purple crystal was descending as someone spoke. What a nuisance, the mysterious person continued. Too selfish. So selfish that he couldn't be brainwashed. Saki looked in that direction, wondering, a talking monster. The ugly, pitch-black monster replied, it's rare for a monster to develop linguistic abilities, so it's not hard to see why you're so surprised. Shimizu asked it. Why did you attack Ryusaki? The black monster pointed at its head and asked, didn't you hear me clearly? He broke free from my manipulation. I just eliminate worthless things. Hearing that, Shimizu couldn't keep his cool. How dare you? Saki, standing beside him, advised, calm down, Shimizu. Don't be rash. He could no longer maintain his usual composure, and replied, I'm sorry, Saki. Because of all this, you had to come all the way in here to save them. Seeing this, the monster spoke up. Well, fighting a weakling like you is a waste of time. Then it used some kind of technique and flew straight at Shimizu. So you'd better just shut your mouth. Saki yelled out, Shimizu! The monster spoke reassuringly, don't worry. He's not dead yet. Saki looked back and replied, I see. I guess I'll just have to beat you quickly and then heal him. Hearing that, the monster replied, that doesn't seem very likely. Saki heard this and thought, not possible. His eyes sharpened as he assessed the situation. That's true. Saki looked at the faceless black monster before him, thinking how ridiculous it was that this monster was clearly stronger than him. Then his resolve hardened. But I still have to try. There's no one else to help me. Saki's gaze shifted to where Shimizu and Ryusaki were lying behind him. Now, he had to face this black monster all by himself. You don't seem as weak as the others. Then it launched another attack towards Saki, asking, how about this? Saki looked up and thought, I can still see it. Then he quickly leaped high into the air. At the same time, Saki drew his sword, its blade reflecting the purple light before him. Saki unleashed a sword strike that sent a blue arc of light. Then he brought his sword down on the monster from above. He looked at the shield and thought, I knew it. So it automatically activates a protective shield when I focus power at the tip of my sword. The monster spoke, annoyed. You're a real pain. The monster's last attack had cost him a few strands of his black hair. Saki then retreated to a safe distance from the monster. He observed the monster, thinking, I thought it used magic so it would be weak in close combat, but that doesn't seem to be the case here. Saki looked at the monster before him with its immense magical power, silently assessing it. I understand its fighting style now. However, Saki looked at it seriously. All I can do now is prepare myself for the worst-case scenario. The monster seemed to have noticed something. You have some unusual eyes. It launched another attack, asking, so, what about this? Saki looked at the black bubbles surrounding him as the monster spoke. If I attack from all sides, even if you can see them, it'll still be very difficult to block everything. And then a pillar of purple light descended on the spot where Saki was standing. The monster looked at the pillar of light and praised itself. In the end, humans can never compare to me. Saki suddenly appeared without a single scratch from the last attack and said with interest, it's been a while since I've had a challenge like this, but I'm going to defeat you. The monster asked in disbelief. What? How are you still alive? Saki answered its question. I used your own magic against you. The energy from each of your attacks will destroy itself. An image of Saki being surrounded appeared. That's the theory, but it's absurd. There's no way you could control all of them. The monster questioned him. How the hell did you do that? Saki replied with a sharp gaze. I simply put that impossible theory into practice. The black monster asked again. Do you really think you can do something that I can't? Saki replied sarcastically. Well, I just did, didn't I? Hearing Saki's words, the monster flew into a rage. A weak little human dares to mock me? Saki parried the attack and replied, I've seen right through your attack. Then Saki leaped and struck the monster with his demon blade. Saki's attack was grinding against the monster's shield. He thought, I haven't even summoned the demon blade to suppress its power until now. but I have to use my full strength to break through this monster's armor. Saki seriously used all of his strength, pouring everything into this one sword strike. The monster, its two arms now severed, spoke. It seems you haven't learned your lesson. Attacking so weakly won't do anything to me. It continued to taunt him. A normal person's energy can only go so far. Breaking my armor is impossible. Saki replied with a grim face. That's true, at least normally. He continued with determination. But you're unlucky. I'm not normal. My magic doesn't require energy. I can use magic without any limits. To achieve this, he had unlocked all the magic from his previous life in exchange. Now he could use it freely. The monster was in disbelief. What? Impossible! That immense power began to painfully devour the monster's own power. It screamed in desperation. With this much power, I can't recover my shield in time. Then Saki lunged at the monster. This is the end for you. Saki delivered the finishing blow to the monster, causing the purple crystal inside it to shatter into tiny fragments. At the same time, after defeating this monster, Saki had successfully leveled up. He looked behind him and whispered, "You were definitely stronger than me. But what does that even mean? Because you're a mage, and as a mage, I will never lose to any of your kind." Saki quickly walked over to check on Shimizu's condition and said, "I've defeated the boss." Right now, Shimizu was lying motionless on the floor, bleeding profusely from his heart. Saki observed and silently concluded that Shimizu's chest had been pierced and was now bleeding heavily. This wound wasn't just physical. His energy channels had also been severed. His energy was draining away. The situation would have become very bad if the fight had dragged on. But Saki paused for a few seconds and told himself he still had time. Then he immediately rushed to Shimizu like a gust of wind, reminding himself, "Reconnect the energy channels. I need to stop the bleeding." Then Saki created a tiny fireball in the palm of his hand. "Well, so you can do things like this too." Shimizu was seriously injured, but you healed him in an instant. Saki was completely stunned by her appearance, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "Nagawa, why are you here?" Sue answered bluntly, "Of course I was worried about you two. Looks like you took care of all the monsters on the way here." Saki closed his eyes, savoring the compliment before speaking. "You've got guts," Saki continued, "but I'm glad you're here. Can you let me know if any monsters show up?" Sue happily accepted. "Sure thing. You can count on me," Saki replied cheerfully. "Thanks." The scene changes abruptly. Ryusaki is now lying motionless on the ground. Saki quickly walked over to observe and assess him. He's still breathing, but it looks like his heart was pierced. He's gone. He quietly knelt down, gently closing Ryusaki's eyes, and said sorrowfully, "I'm sorry we never got to have a proper fight." Seeing this, Sue couldn't help but get emotional, her eyes welling up with tears. Before leaving, Saki glanced back one last time at Ryusaki's body. He squeezed his eyes shut, turned away, and thought to himself, the other members of Red Dragon are just out of energy. It's not life-threatening, they just need to rest. Then he began to walk away slowly, when suddenly a voice called out urgently after him. "Hey, where are you going?" Saki answered without hesitation. "To destroy the dungeon core." Seeing this, Sue couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Huh? What about the boss?" Saki replied nonchalantly, "I already beat it. The dungeon core is right over there." Sue was momentarily confused, then immediately replied, "I see. With you here, I guess that's to be expected." Saki was a little puzzled by her words, questioning her with a glance. "Expected because it's me? What do you mean?" Sue no longer held back, immediately raising her hand to summon magic and provoking him. "Isn't it obvious? I'm very interested to see what you'll do in the future." Saki fell into a quiet contemplation. "Geez, I already told her I don't want to be famous." Then he focused his attention forward. Saki stood before the chamber containing the deep purple crystal and reminded himself, "More importantly, I need to destroy this dungeon core right now." Immediately after, he controlled his power, making a sphere of light approach it. Saki wondered in confusion, what's inside this beautiful thing? Then he pushed the sphere forward with all his might. Suddenly, the system panel appeared with a notification. "Liberation of Grimoire obtained." Saki exclaimed in utter surprise. "Liberation of Grimoire? What kind of equipment is this?" Immediately after, he focused completely on the chamber and reminded himself, "I'll figure it out later. The priority right now is to destroy this core." The deep purple crystal stone lit up with a blinding light. At that moment, everyone in the dungeon panicked at the surprise, shouting to each other, "What the hell? The dungeon core has been destroyed! The gate is closing!" Everyone cried out in horror, "Don't tell me Red Dragon did this." Then, brilliant golden streams of light appeared, swirling together to create a dazzling radiance. At that moment, everyone collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Saki turned his head to survey the situation. People were in a complete panic. One person asked, "Who are they?" Another voiced their theory, "They're not from Red Dragon." Wait, all the Red Dragon members are already down. Saki ignored their chatter and immediately announced, "They're very weak. Get them to a hospital, now." Hearing this, everyone responded in unison. His gaze became more determined as he thought to himself. After that, Shimizu and the others were taken to the hospital and saved. I also made a name for myself after clearing the crystal mine. I thought that would be the end of it, but just then, the news feed updated with the latest story. 3 A-rank adventurers illegally enter a dungeon. The truth is, breaking the rules to enter the dungeon had become a serious crime. Saki thought to himself, as he and Sue were now in a tribunal. Sue scrolled through the news on her phone and sighed. Damn it, we only broke the rules to save people. Why can't they just let us go? Right, Yori? Saki, unsurprised, replied calmly. Well, I was prepared for this. The chances of others trying to imitate us and putting themselves in danger are very high. It's not surprising that we succeeded, but the association won't let this become a precedent. The more he spoke, the more annoyed Sue became, expressing, Geez, you don't have to be so blunt about it. A real man would humor a girl at a time like this. Saki immediately said, Sorry. Sue, not really caring, changed the subject. Whatever. Look at this. Saki looked at her phone screen and exclaimed in confusion, Huh, what is it? She immediately answered, People's reactions online. Everyone's amazed by what you did. Just read it. A flood of comments appeared with content like insane. An A rank almost completely cleared an S rank dungeon. This guy's crazy strong. Wait, isn't that the dungeon Sasuke-gen was going to? He got sniped. Sue suddenly spoke up. I'm kind of surprised they didn't release our identities. Saki looked at the comments and thought, stunned. Huh, Sasuke General. I can't believe his target was that dungeon too. Sue asked excitedly. So, what do you think? Awesome, right? Saki answered bluntly. Not really. Sue's excitement deflated as she yelled, Come on, you don't want to show off even a little? Suddenly, the door was pushed open by someone. Light slowly streamed into the room, making Sue squint. A voice rang out. It's been a while. Hamada walked in and greeted them politely. Saki spoke up, overjoyed. Right, if I remember correctly, you're Hamada, aren't you? It's been some time. Hamada laughed loudly and expressed sincerely. I'm very honored that you still remember my name. Just like last time, I'll be asking you a few questions. Saki agreed without hesitation. Yes. Hamada smiled with satisfaction. Then he reasoned to himself. He was the fastest to ever reach A rank, and now this. He can't just be an ordinary person. There's no longer any doubt that Saki Yori possesses a special ability. Hamada stared intently at Saki's face with a sharp gaze and told himself, and I'm sure that will be made clear today. Hamada continued to think, if there's anything else, I'll ask you later. Saki also had his own calculations. Hamada will definitely try to prove whether I'm really an ordinary person or not. The two sat opposite each other, sizing one another up with sharp gazes. Saki looked at a video on his phone of himself fighting and thought pensively, the problem is, I've been standing out too much lately. Next were pictures of the battle, and even a selfie of Sue was among them. Saki reasoned to himself, and if my hidden ability gets exposed, I'll attract even more attention. On the screen was a series of comments from netizens about his heroic actions. Saki grew more and more worried. If that really happens, I won't be able to act as freely as before. There's also a chance that bad people might approach Kotoha. As he thought this, an image of Kotoha affectionately holding his arm appeared in his mind. After some calculation, Saki steeled himself. That's why I have to keep this ability a secret at all costs. With that thought, he looked at Hamada with a determined gaze. Just then, Hamada began to speak. Now, I'll ask you this first. How did you get into the dungeon? We checked the security cameras and found no trace of you. Then, a simulation of the dungeon gate appeared with hazy swirls of light. Hamada continued. Entering that dungeon by any means should have been impossible. So, how did you do it? Upon hearing the question, Saki calmly answered. We had help from a friend's ability. He can make people invisible. Hamada quickly asked, Is this friend also an adventurer? Saki replied immediately, No. He imagined a fake friend and reasoned to himself. The dungeon's rules only apply to adventurers, so if I say it was an outsider, they won't be able to question them any further. After hearing the explanation, Hamada cheerfully changed the question, I see. What an interesting ability. Next, I want to ask why you decided to enter that dungeon. Saki answered with a straight face. It was because the investigation just kept going on. As Hamada asked questions, Saki answered smoothly. Nagawa was also questioned, but she seemed to get my drift, Saki thought, glancing over at her. Sue winked at Saki, while he was still lost in thought. Her time as an idol must have made her a professional liar. Finally, Hamada announced, The investigation will end here. He bowed politely and apologized for wasting their time, especially since they had just gotten out of the dungeon. Right after, Sako also bowed sincerely and admitted, We also sincerely apologize for breaking the rules. Suzu also spoke up. We have no excuse. Seeing their earnestness, Hamada explained awkwardly, Please, don't be like that. Even though you broke the rules, it was to save someone. He continued to explain, as a member of the association, I won't get angry at brave adventurers, but we can't just ignore the fact that you broke the rules. So, there will still be some penalties. Hamada affirmed seriously. However, I'll do my best to reduce them as much as possible, so you don't need to worry. Both Saki and Suzu listened intently. Right after, Suzu exclaimed joyfully, "That's great! Thank you so much for your help." Saki also spoke sincerely, "Hamada, thank you very much." Hearing that, Hamada sighed and said, "This is all I can do." Saki thanked him honestly. "Thank you for spending so much time on our behalf." And with that, both Saki and Suzu were released from the courthouse. That night, the full moon cast its light on Hamada's face. He watched the two of them walk away and thought to himself, "In the end, I still couldn't prove whether Saki is a normal person or not, but he's clearly hiding something." Hamada glanced at Saki's expression and continued to speculate. "Even though I don't know what it is yet, it doesn't matter what kind of person he is, as long as he and that power of his continue to cooperate with the association." Finally, Hamada suddenly exclaimed, "What a rare talent, huh?" He predicted, "The number of people wanting to become adventurers is going to skyrocket." The streetlights were on. Walking home with Saki, Suzu stretched and exclaimed, "I'm so tired." Saki encouraged her, "Yeah, you did a great job today." Suddenly, Suzu held her phone screen out in front of him. On it was news about 3 A-rank adventurers illegally entering a dungeon, along with a flood of comments. That article was about Saki and them, wasn't it? And he broke through the dungeon to rescue them. "Wow, this guy is awesome." "Well, that's Saki for you." He read the comments and sighed in exasperation. "They're making a huge deal out of this," Suzu said cheerfully. "Well, it is a big deal." Just then, Saki said honestly, "I don't know. There was still one person we couldn't save." At his words, Suzu remembered and spoke up sadly. "Yorisaki, a professional adventurer, always has to face death. You'll get used to this eventually." Receiving her encouragement, Saki felt a bit relieved, but was still worried. "I know, but when I think about how Shimizu must feel." Hearing that, Suzu replied, "You're right." Then she took the initiative. "Yori, look over there." Saki replied, confused. "Huh? This way?" Right after, Suzu stood on her tiptoes and patted his head. She comforted him gently. "You did well." Saki, not looking very pleased, asked, "What are you doing?" Suzu explained enthusiastically, "This is my special reward for you. You should be grateful to have your head patted by a beauty like me." Saki closed his eyes, enjoying it, and agreed, "That's true." Then Suzu quickly said, Hey, see you later. My house is this way." Saki immediately offered, "Let me walk you home." Suzu brushed him off, asserting decisively, "No need, I can go by myself. I'm not weak at all. I'm an adventurer, after all." Then she winked and smiled at him. Seeing that, Saki's enthusiasm deflated as he said, "Right." The scene changes to an apartment building. Saki's voice rings out, "I'm home," Kotoha announced with a radiant smile. "Welcome home. I've made dinner, let's eat." Saki immediately replied, "Okay." Seikyu also greeted him cheerfully. "Good job. You came back in one piece, just as I expected, Yori," she continued, asking, "So, how was the quest?" Saki answered honestly, "I haven't checked yet." Seikyu urged him, "Hurry up, let's see." Saki quickly opened the system and replied, All right. It looks like the compensation quest was a complete success." "Oh, so that means?" he continued, announcing, "I'm safe now," Seikyu exclaimed joyfully. "Good. Everything's fine now." She turned to praise him. "Well done." Yorisaki laughed loudly and replied, "Ha ha, thanks." Kotoha brought out a bowl of spaghetti and said, "Today is definitely a day worth celebrating. So, I made a special feast to congratulate you." Saki couldn't help but exclaim, moved, "Whoa, this looks delicious." The dining table was filled with beautifully arranged dishes. Seikyu quickly chimed in, Hey, I helped guide her, you know. So eat up with all your heart." Joyful voices echoed from that small apartment. "Okay, let's eat before it all gets cold." "All right." Then, Saki, Kotoha, and Seikyu all shouted in unison, "Time to eat." Elsewhere, Jenin was drying his hair with a towel while checking the news on his phone. He thought pensively for a long moment, then gave an unreadable smile. He walked to the window, looked into the distance, and concluded to himself, so that dungeon was cleared. The top news story on his phone read, 3 A-rank adventurers illegally entered a dungeon. Jenin mused, "Did they really have to ask for my help? I thought no one would be able to clear that dungeon, and with just 3 A-rankers, no less. Well, he continued to think, I'm quite curious who those people are. Let's see if we can arrange a meeting." Night fell over the apartment building. Saki was still lost in thought. Strange. He looked at the system panel and analyzed it. I should have a decent amount of skill points by now, but I can't unlock the spells on my skill tree. Saki looked out the door and continued to think, there's no way for me to regain my former power. He observed the information panel closely and thought silently. In any case, Kotoha was saved. That's more than enough. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. "Yori, wait!" Seikyu appeared, calling out to him. Saki turned and asked, "What's wrong? Why did you suddenly appear like that?" Seikyu quickly explained, The reason you can't develop any more branches on your skill tree is because you haven't upgraded it yet. As if waking up, Saki exclaimed, "An upgrade?" Seikyu continued to explain, "Your previous life left you with too much. If you were to learn everything at once, your body wouldn't be able to handle it." The implication was that he was at his breaking point. Seikyu explained seriously. "In other words, your limits will be raised little by little. You'll regain a portion of your power each time I upgrade it." Hearing this, Saki quickly spoke up. "Wait a minute, does that mean the first time I met you, the reason I could suddenly exchange items was because of your upgrade?" Seikyu immediately answered, "Exactly." Saki rested his chin on his hand, thinking, then suggested, "I see. In that case, I have quite a few skill points. Can you upgrade it right now?" Seikyu asked, confused, "What are you talking about?" Then she quickly analyzed, "That was a special case because it was your first upgrade. Now I need an item for subsequent upgrades." Hearing that, Saki said sarcastically, his mood soured. "What kind of system is this?" Seikyu shouted in frustration. "How should I know? If you want to complain, go talk to your past self." At that, Saki immediately bowed his head and admitted fault. "Ah, right. I'm the one who came up with it, huh? My bad." Then he asked, "So, what item do you need?" Seikyu quickly answered, "It's a pretty rare drop in dungeons. It's called Great's Liberation." Hearing that, Saki immediately announced, "Huh? In that case, I already found it in the gem mine." Seikyu exclaimed hastily, "What? Why didn't you say so sooner? Hand it over, quick." Right after, Saki placed the item on the table and said, "Here." Seikyu exclaimed, slightly surprised, "Oh, it really is Great's Liberation. Now I'll upgrade the skill tree." With that, she immediately focused all her energy on upgrading the system. The system panel displayed the message, "Using Great's Liberation." After completing the task, Seikyu announced cheerfully, "It's done!" Saki observed the system panel thoughtfully, then suddenly spoke up, "No, it seems that's not the only thing I need for the upgrade." Seikyu exclaimed in confusion. Did something happen?" Then Saki brought the system panel closer to her and said, "Look, it says, 'Do you want to begin the trial of liberation?'" Seikyu wondered, confused, "The trial of liberation? What's that?" She admitted honestly, "I've never heard of this before." Saki, beside her, spoke up, "So you don't know, huh?" With that, he fell back into deep thought. But this notification looks really worrying. Saki stared at the request in front of him and thought to himself, "I have a bad feeling about this." Right after, the sphere chimed in. "You're the one who created this system in your past life, so your gut feeling is probably right," she emphasized. "There's nothing good about this." Saki agreed. Probably. He was lost in thought again. "I don't want to risk it either. I know that, but why?" His gaze became incredibly determined. Saki looked at the system and thought, "Is the sorcerer's blood in me boiling up again?" He continued to reason. "Could it be that by following this path, I have a chance to surpass even my past self?" Then, without a hint of hesitation, Saki decisively pressed the button on the system panel and told himself, "I can't back down from this challenge." Seeing this, the sphere smiled in praise. "You're starting to act like your true self." Saki was firm in his choice. The sphere continued to encourage him. "This is the real Yoria." Then, Saki merged with a stream of light and disappeared. A magical door opened to a new world. Saki and the sphere stepped inside. He exclaimed in confusion, "Where is this?" The sphere beside him offered its opinion. "It seems we're inside the subconscious of your past self, Yori." Saki pieced it together and said, "The subconscious. I get it. It looks like this is exactly what I need to do." He suddenly let out a humph. A colorful flame appeared before him. Saki watched it intently, then had a sudden realization. Could it be? Abruptly, the flame became bizarre, shifting from pink to blue, and finally revealing a giant spirit beast named Soru. The sphere exclaimed in horror, "Ayori, now I understand what this challenge is." She continued to explain, "Besides upgrading your skills, this challenge has another purpose." The sphere looked at Soru's ferocious appearance and elaborated, "It's also a trial to win back the spirit beasts that formed a pact to serve you in your past life." Saki began to reason, spirit beasts that formed a pact. I don't remember the details, which means this challenge is a series of battles I have to win. The ferocious phantom dragon Soru roared. The sphere observed it for a moment before assessing. "This Soru isn't fully grown yet, but even so, you can't let your guard down." Saki quickly spoke up, "I know it's strong, but I know how to handle it." Soru stood watching the stream of blue light before it. On the other side, Saki was unleashing a continuous barrage of attacks, leaving it staring wide-eyed. Then, where did that giant stream of blue light heading straight for him come from? Saki was unusually calm as he found a way to counter. He launched a devastating kick at Soru, making its head snap back. That was the circulation enhancement technique. Saki told himself, "This is what my past self set up." He reminded himself that he would now surpass him. Saki stared at Soru, thinking, "That's why I need to limit the memories I've inherited." He then stretched his limbs and reminded himself, "All right, time to fight." Soru looked at Saki with fiery eyes. The two were now face to face. Saki observed while strategizing, From what I can see, the most effective weapon against Soru can only be Tenma's sword, he continued to calculate. But to use Tenma's sword, I need to cast a lot of spells. My body will be under a lot of strain, so I need to pour everything into a single strike. Saki silently observed his opponent while thinking, to increase my accuracy, I need to exploit the moment the dragon god lets its guard down. Just then, the sphere suddenly shouted a warning. It's coming, Iori, she hastily reminded him. Be careful. Then, Soru used its power to summon multiple miniature magic circles. The sphere, overwhelmed by the sight, exclaimed in confusion, Gods, what the hell is that? Saki quickly answered, That's Holy Rain, Soru's special attack. If even one of those hits you, all of your energy will be absorbed, and that's not even counting the damage you'll take. Right after, each magic circle shot out a barrage of dazzling beams of light. The sphere observed the situation and said, You don't have to explain it so thoroughly. Dodging all of that is impossible. Saki didn't deny it, replying, That's right, but it still has a weakness. Immediately after, a brilliant yellow stream of Soru's power pierced straight through his protective shield. Saki skillfully managed to avoid the blow. The sphere cried out joyfully, You just dodged the first one. Great job, Yori. Saki seemed to know Soru's every move like the back of his hand. He dodged with ease, moving forward while silently noting, The weakness of Holy Rain is that it only tracks energy sources. In that case, I'll leave an energy remnant right before I dodge. After that, he placed a small source of blue energy in each spot. Saki rejoiced inwardly, If I keep repeating this, I can dodge all of them. Step by step, Saki and the sphere followed the plan, avoiding the opponent's attacks. He told himself, and right after it uses Holy Rain, its opening will be exposed. At that moment, Saki's energy arrow shot directly at Soru, blinding it. At that exact moment, Saki quickly drew the sword from his hip. He slashed in a long, powerful arc, creating a blinding force that made Soru roar in pain. Saki watched the energy fragments shatter. Along with them, Soru also began to disintegrate into pieces before gradually vanishing. Saki and the sphere seemed to freeze after the battle. The sphere, completely stunned, spoke up. So strong. You completely overwhelmed it, didn't you? Saki explained without hesitation. Well, I already knew its abilities. Right after, the blue energy sources gathered and flowed back into him. Then the system panel announced, Received summoned spirit beast. Dragon god Soru. Saki exclaimed happily. Now I can summon Soru, right? What a relief. Both he and the sphere returned home, Saki said with relief. We're back. He immediately opened the system. The panel was still updating. Right after, the sphere joyfully pointed at a notification and exclaimed, Okay, your skills have been upgraded. Yori, hurry and look. Saki observed carefully and replied happily, Yeah, you're right. They've improved quite a bit. Then he noted seriously, This spell consumes a lot of skill points, huh? The sphere, munching on chocolate, turned and asked, Did you find what you were looking for? Saki answered sincerely, Yeah, this challenge was worth it. The sphere smiled and said, That's good then. The next day, at a large hospital, Saki went alone to visit Shimu. He was still lying unconscious in the hospital bed. Saki thought sadly, Shimu. Just then, Hamada walked in and greeted him. I've been waiting for you, Saki. Saki, slightly surprised, asked, Hamada, why are you here? Hamada answered honestly, There's something I want to talk to you about. He offered with a bright smile, Could you come with me? Saki just looked at him without saying a word. Then he agreed, Okay. The two of them walked together down a small street. Hamada suddenly spoke up, I'm sorry for the sudden request. Saki maintained a cold demeanor, but still replied politely, Don't worry about it. What's up? Only then did Hamada explain, The people at the Adventurers Association want to test your strength, since you're an ordinary person. He continued, But we can't measure you with the strength assessment orb. That's why we want to invite you to have a mock battle with someone. The two of them headed straight for a door at the end of the tunnel. Saki exclaimed in confusion. Someone? Hamada replied, That's right. This person is pretty strong. He's also very famous, so I'm sure you'll recognize him right away. He quickly announced, We're here. Saki immediately asked, Where is this? Hamada analyzed without hesitation. A place with special facilities, even more advanced than the association's training rooms. Saki observed his surroundings and speculated, They want to assess my strength? I only recently passed the A-rank test, so they must be pretty surprised by my power. He wondered in confusion. So, could this be considered the test to advance to S rank? Just then, a man emerged from the inner door. Saki watched him and thought, so this is my opponent. Immediately after, Ren greeted him. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'll be your opponent. My name is Sasuke Ren, Saki exclaimed, stunned. What? Ren was just as bewildered. Huh? Yori? He laughed and said, I get it now. So you're the one who cleared the gem mine, Ren continued. And now you're about to fight me. What an awkward reunion, huh? Saki replied without hesitation. Yeah, Ren spoke again. But now I'm even more excited. Ren declared firmly. Since you're my opponent, I'm going to fight you seriously. Saki immediately voiced his own challenge in return. Jen, the gap between A rank and S rank is like night and day. I'm honored to be fighting you. Jen easily picked up on the hidden meaning in his words, thinking to himself, that only applies to normal people, doesn't it? I bet it doesn't apply to you. Yorisaki turned away without answering, thinking, Gen is still on guard around me. Just then, Jen declared decisively, that's why I'm not just going to get serious. I'm going all out. He stated bluntly, as an S rank, I'm not going to lose to you. Saki just gave a wry smile and spoke. I can't argue with that. Over on the side, Hamada quietly observed the two of them through a computer screen. He thought to himself, the outcome of this match doesn't matter. What's important is watching how Yori handles himself against one of the 9 S rankers in the entire country. Just then, the announcer's voice came over the speakers. Let the match begin. Saki immediately got into a fighting stance. On the other side, Hamada was still lost in thought. But if Saki Yori actually manages to defeat Sasuke Gen, he'll be promoted to S rank on the spot. Without hesitating, Gen manifested a small fireball. Then, he tossed it into the air, creating an effect that spread throughout the entire space. Gen announced, First, I'll start off easy. This should be pretty simple for you. Instantly, the fireball condensed into a massive beam of energy, shooting straight toward Saki. He immediately drew the sword from his hip to block it, thinking irritably, he says one thing and does the complete opposite. Saki swung his sword without hesitation, sending out a stream of blue light to block the crimson beam of power. He pushed back with all his might, telling himself, I can block this. Gen sounded extremely pleased, just as I expected. Yori, you've gotten a little stronger this time. Saki challenged him boldly. Looks like you've still got plenty of energy left. Aren't you going to fight at full power? Gen replied calmly. Soon enough. But I don't think I'll be underestimating you. Saki quickly deduced. So, he's controlling his speed to conserve energy and keep a level head. He calculated to himself. But in that case, I'll force him into close quarters combat and make him go all out. Without a second thought, Saki charged straight ahead. He dashed toward where Gen was standing. Seeing the situation turn against him, Gen didn't hesitate to slam his hand on the ground, creating a deep pit filled with immense energy. He used his ability to make the pit shift, and finally, having gathered enough power, Gen launched the attack straight forward. Saki remained calm in the face of the attack. He recalled the system update from the other day and thought, thanks to the skill tree upgrade, I've unlocked the second level of the all-seeing eye. Saki observed the giant fireball behind him and calculated with a smirk, this level 2 ability will let me analyze anything and everything. He immediately used it to analyze Gen's power. S-rank skill. Primordial Flame. Effect. Unlimited, high-intensity control over fire. Saki skimmed the reports, thinking pensively, so that's his ability. Being S-rank looks pretty easy. Just then, Gen launched a continuous stream of flames, shouting, let's turn up the heat. However, Saki still dodged them with ease. He calculated seriously, a single shield. That skill can't strengthen itself, so I can dodge it easily. Hamada watched the fight on his computer screen, exclaiming in shock. He's even stronger now than he was during the last A-rank test. How did he get so strong so fast? Then, as if waking up, he came to a conclusion. No, wait, hasn't he been hiding his abilities this whole time? Gen carefully assessed the situation, thinking worriedly. This is just the warm-up, but what is this pressure? I'm an S-rank, I'm supposed to be stronger. But facing Yori, it was the opposite. He felt like he was the one being pressured, as if he were being completely overwhelmed on all fronts. Still, he did manage to destroy the gem mine. You're exactly what I thought you'd be. Saki had completely unleashed a massive blue energy to counter his attack, charging into the sea of fire with his sword in hand. Saki calmly charged straight through the blazing flames with ease. Now, the two of them were face to face. Gen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, how interesting. Without a word, Saki swung his sword, and Gen, not to be outdone, summoned a magic flame with his hand. They both launched their attacks at the same time, the two streams of power clashing as their eyes met, filled with the thirst for battle. Saki, slightly surprised, suddenly thought, what? The system panel displayed its analysis. S-rank skill, sword creation. Effect. Deconstructs all types of swords. Saki cried out in horror. He has another skill. He struggled to defend himself while his mind raced. But isn't everyone supposed to have only one? Gen laughed loudly and said, just as I expected, Yori. I never thought I'd actually have to go all out. The two were still locked in a fierce struggle when Gen suddenly unleashed a blinding red smokescreen that covered the area, forcing Saki to shield his eyes as a massive flame shot straight at him. A huge explosion occurred right after. Saki pushed himself up with one hand, recovering from the blast. He said, I get it. Saki continued, I get it now. So that's everything you've got. To fight against two skills at once, I really can't find any openings. Gen gave an unreadable smile. He announced softly, that's why, Yori, the real fight starts now. But at that moment, Gen's mind was in turmoil. Yori's power is absurd. There's no way he could be this strong on his own. He looked at Saki, assessing him. Just you wait until I'm sure I've won this fight. He then created a giant magic vortex called Leviatine and shouted, "Come forth!" From within the vortex, a flaming sword appeared. Gen gripped the weapon, his aura flaring. Saki stood watching silently, then had a sudden realization. In my past life that was, he stared intently at the sword and confirmed. One of my own pieces of equipment. Saki couldn't help but feel emotional, thinking, I can't believe I found this artifact here. Brimming with fighting spirit, Gen raised the sword. He suddenly spoke up. I want to fight fair, so I'll explain first. This is Leviatine, a divine sword from Norse mythology. Gen continued to explain, but its power is real. Using it will significantly increase my strength. This is the sword forged by the trickster god, Loki. He declared grandly, Behold, Yori. I've only used this once before, when I had to face another S rank. He affirmed once more. In other words, I'm betting everything I have on this. Gen's face darkened. He clasped his hands in front of his chest and used magic to make the sword transform. He yelled, Come at me, Yori! An unimaginable wave of power erupted from the divine sword, creating a massive energy blast that shot straight at Saki, forcing him to slide backward involuntarily. But Saki calmly drew his own sword to defend. He thought in terror. This speed is insane. Gen continuously swung the divine sword, attacking again and again as the unimaginable power once more lit up the entire area. Hamada was also sweating as he watched the intense battle. He was utterly astonished. Incredible. I thought a fight like this could only happen between two S ranks. Hamada watched Saki fight fiercely. He thought to himself, Yori has to be promoted to S rank. Saki maintained a cold expression, but his mind was racing with theories. Every single attack is incredibly powerful. Leviatine is a perfect match for Gen since it increases fire damage. At that moment, Gen was burning with fighting spirit. He put his all into charging forward. Saki grew a little worried. And it's just as strong as the sword from my past life. I'm in trouble. He was surrounded by a series of fiery sword illusions from the divine weapon. The illusionary swords all fell at once. Saki nimbly dodged the attack. Before he could even recover, Gen attacked from behind, landing a preemptive strike and speaking. Nice dodge, but I won't miss any opening you give me. He swung his sword straight at Saki, creating a flash of golden power. Saki took the critical hit without any defense, collapsing to the ground and coughing in pain. He struggled to sit up and assess the situation. He's attacking way more relentlessly than I am. This is looking bad for me. Saki watched Gen get closer and closer, thinking quickly, I don't want to go all out here, but it looks like I don't have a choice. I guess I have to get serious too. With that thought, he closed his eyes and summoned his energy, streams of blue light enveloping his entire body. Saki told himself, with the upgraded forbidden spell, I can take Gen down. Suddenly, Gen realized something was wrong. He looked at his trembling hands and thought worriedly, Are my hands shaking? I'm an S rank. Why am I scared? Then Gen looked up and exclaimed, What is this? He stared at Saki, who was standing perfectly still, and thought in confusion, What are you planning to do? Just then, Hamada yelled in a panic, All the cameras are down! The monitors have all gone black. Hamada thought with regret, I won't be able to monitor the fight anymore. Saki finally spoke. Gen, this time, I'm going all out. But then he made a frank request. Can you help me keep my true strength a secret? Gen asked, puzzled. Why? Saki answered honestly. I want to keep as low a profile as possible. I don't want to put Miss Taha in danger. Gen heard this and immediately agreed. I get it. Okay. He continued to provoke him. But you seem to think you're going to win. Isn't it a little early for that? Gen declared fiercely. I'll show you everything I've got with my next attack too. Let's settle this. Saki's eyes also blazed with determination. He yelled, All right, let's do this. Both took their respective fighting stances. Gen leaped as high as he could into the air, building momentum. Then, he unleashed his attack with all his might. The energy sphere turned pitch black, growing to the size of a cannonball. Witnessing the scene, Saki silently acknowledged, So this is his true power. He motivated himself. But I'm going to be the one who wins. Unwilling to back down, Saki also launched himself into the air to build momentum, finally unleashing his own counterattack. The two attacks met head-on, and the forces began to clash. However, the stream of blue power from Saki's side completely overwhelmed the other, leaving Gen defenseless. He uttered in stunned disbelief, No way! The force was so powerful it blew a huge hole through the ceiling. After overpowering the blast, Saki immediately said, Looks like you lose. Chunks of stone and debris rained down from the ceiling, piling up into rubble. Gen exclaimed in bewilderment, What was that attack? His face grew serious as he demanded, Iori, why did you hide this power from me? Saki answered bluntly, I didn't hide it. I've just gotten stronger. Gen sighed in admission. I guess you're right. It's my complete and utter loss. Just then, Hamada pushed open the battle-damaged door and stepped inside. His face was smudged with soot from the thick, billowing smoke. Hamada couldn't hide his horror at the sight before him, exclaiming, What? What happened here? He looked up at the ceiling in terror and stammered, Did you two blow a hole through the ceiling? As he spoke, Hamada thought to himself, and it was reinforced with special materials too. Saki communicated with Gen with just a look. He pleaded silently, Please, General, help me keep this a secret. Gen understood and nodded in response. Geez, I get it. Right after, he quickly explained, Our attacks went astray and hit the ceiling. That's why it's damaged. Gen continued, It was mostly my fault. I'm sincerely sorry. Hamada listened sympathetically and asked, I see. I guess it couldn't be helped. So, what was the outcome of the match? Jen answered hesitantly, It's inconclusive. Seeing his hesitation, Hamada wondered, did they stop because they were afraid of destroying the entire facility if they kept going? With that thought, he immediately said, I understand. In any case, we have a clear grasp of Saki's abilities now, so it's not a problem. Hamada admitted honestly, but I never expected this match to end in a draw. Jen chuckled at his words, unable to stop himself from admitting the truth to himself. A draw? The truth is, I lost completely. Just then, Saki suddenly spoke up. By the way, what was that you mentioned about evaluating my strength? Hamada immediately answered, The association needs to have a clear understanding of the power of its high-ranking adventurers. He continued, and since the extent of your power was still unknown, this match was meant to be a measuring stick. Jen turned to add his own explanation. Iori, to put it simply, this was an S-rank test. Saki said glumly, I thought so. So that's what this was about? Hamada expressed with great delight. Heh, why do you look so disappointed? You passed. Jen turned to look at Saki, concerned. Hamada announced enthusiastically, You have officially become the 10th S-rank adventurer in the nation's history. Saki didn't look happy to hear the news and hesitantly proposed, about that. He spoke up, Can I refuse to become an S-rank? Hamada was stunned, exclaiming, Huh? He immediately pressed him for an answer. But why? Saki said earnestly. I think being an A rank is more than enough for me, Hamada asked, confused. What do you mean by that? Saki quickly explained. I have my personal reasons, but I don't want to stand out too much. Hamada's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, That's incredible. He then lowered his voice and reasoned. That said, the association can't force you to be promoted to S rank if you've decided to remain in A rank. Hamada tried to persuade him. Still, as a representative of the association, I strongly advise you to accept the S rank promotion. Saki stated his terms bluntly. Fine. On the condition that you all keep this confidential, Hamada said excitedly. Not a problem. But are you really okay with this? He continued. Becoming an S rank is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You'll even go down in the history books. Saki gave a wry smile and replied quietly, I know, but I'm going to have to refuse. Hamada, though a bit disappointed and confused, still replied, I understand. He watched Saki's retreating figure with a sense of admiration. He's an adventurer, yet he doesn't care about fame and glory. How strange. Outside, Jen was walking down the stairs when he spoke up. I'm not surprised you turned down the S-rank promotion. Saki replied without hesitation. Yeah, I'm not interested. Jen smiled warmly and remarked, You really haven't changed at all since we were kids. Saki quickly shared his own thoughts. But you have, Jen. You've become someone I can't even hope to reach anymore. Jen laughed loudly and shot back. Are you kidding me? I'm nowhere near your level, Iori, he continued. It was great seeing you again. Let's talk more casually next time, Saki replied. Sounds good. You can drop by any time. Jen suddenly added, Oh, right. As promised, I'll keep what happened in our match a secret. So don't worry. Saki said happily, Thanks. And with that, the two waved goodbye. Jen watched Saki's retreating figure and thought to himself, I know Iori doesn't want to become famous for Tuha's safety, but it's not going to be that simple. He recalled the fight and silently made an assessment. This world needs adventurers. Iori's power isn't something that should be hidden away. On his way home, Saki was lost in thought. I've kept Tuha and my life safe, he pondered. But honestly, I don't really have a reason to be an adventurer at all. Saki told himself, but I can't quit either. I've gotten to know way more people than I ever planned to. To protect them, I have to keep being an adventurer. As he was lost in thought, a man suddenly appeared in front of him. The man approached and said, Well, long time no see. Saki wondered in confusion who he was. A voice suddenly rang out. It's that useless rookie. The man laughed loudly and yelled, What a coincidence. Two large henchmen followed behind him. Saki replied, It has been a while. Fukuoto, the man in question, now said sincerely, I still owe you for what happened during the Minoto disaster. He recalled the scene and continued, We were only saved because of you. Yamada also added earnestly, I must have looked pretty pathetic. Hasegawa pointed at him and quickly chimed in to mock him. This guy passed out the second the fight started and doesn't remember a damn thing. Saki stood quietly, watching them go back and forth and making a silent assessment. My first impression of them wasn't great, but it seems they're actually good guys. Just then, one of them spoke up, as if offering thanks. Fukuoto leaned in and whispered in Saki's ear, I'll show you a few adventurer tricks that even an average Joe like you can use to make some good money, Saki said flatly. If you're going to tell me, then just say it. Fukuoto laughed and said confidently, heh, just trust me. Before he could do anything, an announcement suddenly blared from the public address system. A new monster has appeared from a gate. All citizens are advised to evacuate immediately. All adventurers in the vicinity are requested to report to the scene at once. Hearing this, Fukuoto said excitedly, Talk about good timing. We should go help out. He continued, They'll pay any adventurer who shows up, regardless of their rank. You can make easy money just by joining in and taking out a few small fry. Both Yamada and Hasegawa began to stretch their limbs, getting ready for a fight. Fukumoko declared aggressively, It's one of the ways I know to make money. Saki wasn't very interested, but replied politely, I see. Right after that, Fukumoko shouted enthusiastically, All right, let's hurry over there. Saki wondered in confusion. I have no idea how I got dragged into this. But luckily, these monsters don't look too strong, so it should be over quickly. The adventurers arrived at the meeting point, one by one, Saki and Fukumoko's group among them. Fukumoko glanced around and smirked. Looks like we're in luck. Just look at all these people. Hearing that, Saki asked, So, the more people, the better? The guy glanced at him and replied, That's right. It makes fighting the monsters easier. But of course, the amount of money you get depends on how many you kill. But the point is, you can just collect the participation reward without even fighting. It's a whole 100,000 yen. You get 100,000 yen just for showing up. That's a lot, right? Yamada added with a strained smile. After all, this is a job where we risk our lives, so that's why the compensation is so high. Saki said in a low voice. I understand, he thought to himself. So there are lots of ways for an adventurer to make money. I'm actually getting a little interested. Just then, a huge commotion erupted in the distance. Fukumoko smiled confidently, and now, this is what I'm talking about. The monsters are here. Leading the charge was an old wolf, followed by a swarm of giant scorpions. Hagawa cried out in fear. They look pretty strong, huh? About C rank. Fukumoko sighed softly. Seriously? Looks like this is going to be a long day. The four of us will handle one. He turned, pointed at Saki and yelled, You too, rookie. You seem pretty confident with that sword of yours, huh? I'm counting on you. Saki smiled and replied, I'll do my best. But he thought to himself, I'm already A rank. Anything I do will just attract attention. I only became A rank to get into the gem mine, but even so, the less I stand out, the better. Then, Yamada charged forward with his shield. Humph. The shield unleashed a blast of wind at the scorpion stinger. Fukumoko quickly sliced it off with his sword. I'll handle its stinger. Go, Hagawa. All right, Hagawa shouted with a frown. Watch out. Huh? Damn it. The scorpion was raising its pincer, about to strike Fukumoko. Just in the nick of time, Saki rushed in to save him. He blocked its sharp legs with his sword. Hagawa couldn't help but exclaim, Nice one, rookie. He quickly shot out a blast of fire, which immediately engulfed the scorpion's body. You saved me again, newbie, Fukumoko said, charging back into the fight while swinging his sword. I'll take it from here. Its belly should be softer than its shell. Taking the hint, Hagawa launched another blast of fire. Good, again. Immediately, a huge explosion erupted. Yes, we did it. Wait, what? Fukumoko was now trapped under the scorpion's corpse. Yamada was completely at a loss. He's trapped under the monster, Yamada lamented. I should have timed that last hit better. Saki walked over and held out a hand. Are you all right? The guy grinned back. Oh, rookie, it's nothing. Then he turned and yelled, Geez, you guys gotta be more careful. Yamada, do your job and block properly. Sorry, I'll be more careful next time. He smiled and said, Oh well, we took one down anyway. Now we just slack off until this is over. Hagawa grinned in agreement. You bet. Saki watched them in silence, thinking that since all the monsters were just C rank, they weren't a big deal, so it would probably be fine. Elsewhere, the other adventurers were finishing off the wolves. Phew, almost done. Suddenly, one of the wolves began to radiate a dark energy. Screams erupted. Hey, be careful! There's a mutated one. A what? A mutation. I thought this was going to be an easy wrap-up. Fukumoko glanced over in that direction. Isn't that a diamond wolf? There's no way we can defeat an A-rank monster. Before the words were even out, the diamond wolf raised its claws and launched an attack in their direction. A volley of terrified screams erupted. Fukumoko's eyes widened. Honestly, nothing good ever happens when I'm with you guys. Let's get out of here. Saki stood back, frowning. He thought, if I run now, it's not just the other adventurers, civilians will be in danger too. I'll probably attract attention again, but I don't have a choice this time. Just then, a girl suddenly blurred past him. She charged straight at the diamond wolf. It immediately swung its claws, but she leaped high into the air in time. Bright slash. A barrage of yellow light erupted from the wolf's body. It howled in agony. The other adventurers stared, their eyes wide with disbelief. What the hell? Is she a superhero or something? Even Fukumoko's face grew serious. Looks like a hero has arrived to save the day. Saki glanced at the guy and asked, "You know who she is?" "Yeah, that's the S-rank adventurer, Kanda Saki." Hearing that, Saki frowned. S-rank, just like Ren. Kanda Saki stood alone on high ground, slowly turning her head to look in Saki's direction. He quickly noticed her gaze. Is she looking at me? Kanda Saki just stood there silently, staring at him. After a few moments, she turned her head away without a word. Saki couldn't help but wonder, what was that about? Scene change. Fukumoko's group was now ecstatic over their reward money, cheering loudly. Thanks to that mutation, the reward doubled. Add that to the money from the other monster, and we're getting 250,000 yen. And to think that mutated beast was taken down in an instant. We're so damn lucky. In contrast to their excitement, Saki stood calmly in a corner, thinking, it's definitely a good haul, but thanks to the Forbidden Realm, money isn't really a problem for me. Just then, Fukumoko lowered his voice and asked, "So, what do you think, rookie? Not a bad payday, huh? Want to grab a drink with us?" Saki replied, "Thanks for the offer, but maybe some other time. My little sister is waiting at home." "A little sister?" "Yeah, I live with my sister who's still in high school, so I have to go home and make dinner." Yamada and Hagawa both gave him a thumbs up. "You're a good big brother. Sorry for asking, man." Fukumoko smiled too. "In that case, you'd better get home and cook for your little sister." "Thanks, guys." Saki thought to himself, I guess you really can't judge people by their appearance. Soon, it was late afternoon. At Saki's apartment building, he stood silently before his door, his eyes glowing faintly. I can sense the energy of an S-rank inside my apartment. It seems we have a guest. I wonder if this presence is Ren. With that thought, he slowly opened the door and went inside. "I'm home." Hearing him, Kotoha smiled and said, "Welcome back. You have a friend over." She was carrying a glass of water. Saki immediately asked, "Is it Ren?" No, it was a different girl from who he'd expected. Sitting in the living room was Kanda Saki, not Ren. When she saw him, she said expressionlessly, "Sorry for showing up unannounced." Saki pursed his lips, recognizing her as the S-rank girl from before. Kotoha's eyes widened as she looked at him. "All your friends are such pretty girls, big bro. Your little sister doesn't approve of this." He quickly denied it. "Hold on. I think you've got the wrong idea. You don't know her? Is that so?" Kotoha stared blankly at Kanda Saki, then let out a loud scream. "What's going on here?" Kanda Saki remained as nonchalant as ever. "My apologies. I lied because I wanted to speak with your brother." Kotoha couldn't help but shiver. "Wow, big bro. You're quite the celebrity." Saki frowned. "I'm going to talk with her for a moment, okay, Kotoha?" "Okay." She left without hesitation, closing the door behind her. He looked at Kanda Saki. "How did you find where I live?" She replied in a soft voice, "I'm an S-rank, so it wasn't hard to have the association look you up." Hearing that, Saki sighed to himself. Should the association really be handing out personal information that easily? "So, what do you want with me?" She glanced at him. "I'm just curious. You were the only one who stood your ground against that diamond wolf. And when I looked you up in the adventurer database, I saw you were a civilian who reached A rank, which made me even more curious. So that's why you came looking for me?" Saki thought to himself, I get it. The database. My records must seem really suspicious. Then, Kanda Saki frowned slightly and asked, "What in the world are you?" He answered flatly, "Just an adventurer. Are you strong?" "As strong as any other A rank." Meanwhile, outside the door, Kotoha was still there, listening in on their conversation. Kanda Saki continued, "If you're really strong, then you should fight seriously and be an example for everyone else. I believe that's the duty of every high-rank explorer." Kanda frowned to herself. What's her problem? A champion of justice? Despite his thoughts, he replied out loud, "I understand. I'll do that from now on." Saki silently stared into the space before her. "I'm glad to hear that." She stood up, walked straight to the door, and said, "Sorry for taking up your time." After she left, Saki let out a soft sigh. The sphere floating around him asked, "That girl, what was that all about?" Kotoha chimed in, "Mysterious, right?" Saki replied with a serious face. "Huh?" Kotoha quickly noticed a shiny card that had been dropped at the foot of the chair. She left something on the chair. "Isn't that a guild card? I've never seen a colored card like this before." Hearing that, he thought, why would she leave and forget this? Well, what can I do? I'll return it to her. With that, he quickly went outside. Saki held out his hand to sense her energy. She's pretty far from here. How did she get so far in such a short time? He used his mana to follow Kanda's trail. Instantly, a flash of blue light streaked across the golden late afternoon sky. In a flash, he had moved to the alley where she was standing. "Here's your guild card. It seems important, so try not to drop it again." Kanda took it and said, "Oh, right. I must have dropped it." Just then, another voice bluntly interrupted them. "Hey, don't interrupt us." Noda, another A-rank explorer, scowled at the two of them. Saki glanced at Kanda. "Huh? Am I interrupting something?" She just shook her head silently. Then he looked at Noda. "I don't think so." But the man frowned and shouted, "You absolutely are. I was about to duel Kanda Saki." Hearing this, Saki was completely bewildered. A duel? This made Saki wonder, why would he need to do that? He pointed a finger at Kanda and declared, I'm going to take her down and prove I'm strong enough to become S rank. She closed her eyes, reluctantly giving in to his demand. This is getting old. It seems there are a lot of delusional people out there. His words started to anger the man. A vein popped on his forehead, and his facial muscles twitched slightly. Noda gripped the staff in his hand tightly, challenging her in a loud voice. What? Then why don't you come over here? Let's see if I'm delusional, shall we? Saki tried to de-escalate the situation. You should stop, but he paid no attention, lunging forward with flames blazing in his hand. Shut up and get lost. In an instant, Saki leaned back, easily dodging the blow, thinking to himself, this is bad. He's too hot-headed. Saki was slightly startled by Noda's action. He charged madly towards her, roaring in fury. Who are you calling delusional? Faced with the attack, she simply closed her eyes gently. A second later, Noda had been stabbed with lightning speed. Kanda's weapon-wielding hand remained in the same position. Noda's bewildered voice rang out. What? He couldn't believe what had just happened. How could she take me down in that condition? Kanda's expression was cold. Have you opened your eyes now? If you've had enough, then accept your defeat. In the end, he just spat out a meaningless phrase. Damn it, you'll remember me. And just like that, it was over in a flash. Kanda walked up to him and voiced her suspicion directly. Saki, you're not normal, are you? Her words caught him off guard. Huh? She recounted what she had observed. The way you dodged that attack isn't something just any A rank can do. Your reflexes, your superior vision, and your physical strength, Kanda assessed. From what I saw, that level of skill doesn't come from ability alone, Saki thought to himself. Don't tell me she figured all that out just from that one dodge. It seems this girl is quite good at judging others, but on the outside, he just tried to deny it. You're exaggerating. Suddenly, Kanda took a few steps back and turned to face him. She raised her golden sword and said bluntly, Then let me test you. Saki calmly faced her. I refuse. Her expression remained unchanged. Seeing this, he let out a helpless sigh, but before he could do anything else, Kanda had already lunged forward. The sharp tip of her sword was pointed right at Saki's throat. A moment of silence fell over the city in the late afternoon. She looked down at him. You're not going to dodge? Saki just glanced indifferently at the sword in her hand. Finally, he remarked, Well, this is awkward. It seems you were a bit too fast for me to react. Dissatisfaction was clear in Kanda's eyes as she reached out and pulled him to his feet. I see. In her mind, Kanda questioned the situation, confused. Even if he couldn't react in time, he should at least be angry. But why is he so completely calm? He's definitely not normal. At that moment, Saki spoke up to conclude. So, you see now? I'm not as good as you think. He turned his back to leave. Anyway, I've returned your item. I'm heading home. Kanda's face suddenly went blank. She still tried to hold him back with a question. But how did you manage to catch up to me in such a short time? Saki glanced at her. He explained in a way that was both casual and sufficient. Ah, well, speed is my specialty. That's why I'm A rank. Kanda didn't press further. I see. So you're not exactly normal after all. You know, speed is my specialty too. Saki just replied politely. What an honor. I just received a compliment from an S rank. I can go brag about that now. Well, I should get home and make dinner. Excuse me. Saki said his goodbyes. All right, see you later, he replied politely one last time. Yeah, see you. In the moment Saki couldn't see, Kanda softly called out a name, Saki Yori. A moment later, he had left the alley and blended into the crowd on the street. But now, his calm and cool expression was gone, replaced by a worried look and beads of sweat. Looks like another troublesome person has taken an interest in me. Saki opened the door and stepped inside. I'm home. He sniffed the air around him. I smell grilled meat. Kotoha poked her head out from the kitchen and said to him, Welcome home. Dinner's almost ready. I thought I'd have dinner ready right when you got back since you seemed so busy today. Saki smiled and replied, I see. Thanks, Kotoha. Just then, the sphere popped out of nowhere and interrupted. You look happy, you siscon, he said in a low voice. She made dinner for me, so of course I'm happy. And I am not a siscon. Hearing that, the sphere raised an eyebrow. You're so stubborn, Saki immediately retorted. That's just because you're wrong. A few minutes later, the food was quickly served. Hurry before the food gets cold. Let's eat. While the two of them sat and ate together, the sphere was engrossed in the information pages floating in midair. Saki glanced at her and thought, Is she addicted to the internet now? Kotoa couldn't help but ask, Hey, is there anything interesting on there? The sphere stared intently at the screen and replied, It seems the number of gates has been increasing dramatically lately. He immediately added, Yeah, this means more monsters will start appearing. The sphere smiled and moved closer to Saki, and you'll have to participate in more guild activities because of it. Isn't that great? Not at all, he reminded her in a low voice. Kotoha, remember to stay away from those gates, okay? Otherwise, you'll be in danger, the little girl said with a confident tone. You can trust me, big brother. Besides, I won't let some monsters take me down that easily. Saki frowned and said, I'm begging you, please stay out of fights. I know. Kotoha puffed up her cheeks slightly. As she cleared the dishes, she said, Actually, I'm pretty strong, you know. He helped her carry things out. Of course, you're my sister. There's no way you'd be weak. Praised. Kotoha beamed. Definitely. The sphere sat to one side, silently listening to their conversation. She thought to herself, it seems Yori still hasn't realized. He only does that for her. He's always so overprotective of her. A week after we cleared the gem mine, Shimizu woke up. When he learned that Ryosaki didn't make it, sadness was immediately visible on his face. I noticed it right behind that forced smile. I wasn't exactly responsible for this, but if I had been a little stronger, maybe I could have saved Ryosaki. After visiting Shimizu, it was already late afternoon. Kotoha and Saki walked together along the riverside path. He smiled and said, once he's fully recovered, he'll probably be discharged soon. Hearing that, her eyes widened. Oh, that's great. By the way, big brother, are you going to continue being an explorer? Saki looked straight ahead. Ah, well, I can't exactly quit just yet. I have to train Amami and Suzuka first, Kotoha asked excitedly. Because you promised, right? That's right. He gave a gentle smile. Once they get stronger, I can step back and operate more from the shadows. Huh? The little girl looked at him, confused. But aren't you stronger now? Yeah, but that's just to protect you. It's like, I don't have any other goals. Is that so? Saki reminded her gently. Don't let them know, okay? Kotoha asked back playfully. And why should I do that? Without getting angry, he said, all right, I'll buy you anything you want. But just one thing. She cheered with delight. Success! Scene change. It was now late evening, somewhere in the middle of the magnificent, bustling city. All right, the gate we found yesterday still hasn't been discovered by the association. Two figures with their faces completely covered stood before the spatial gate. Now we can monopolize all the items without having to fight anyone for them. We're so lucky. It's like we struck gold. I guess it'll take about a day, but we still don't know how dangerous it is. But we can scout it out easily, as long as we stay away from the boss. Other than that, this is a literal gold mine. With that, the two of them ran towards the gate in unison. Our time has come! Then they went inside. The scenery here was completely different from the outside, with nothing but green trees and an endless sky. The ground was covered in harmless, crawling slimes. Seeing this, they frowned and exclaimed, Damn it, it's just an F-rank dungeon. Even if we clear the whole thing, we won't make much. We'd be better off reporting it to the association and collecting the reward. Let's go back. They had no idea that behind them, a dark black energy was gradually enveloping the scenery. Soon, everything became gloomy and withered. A giggle echoed from somewhere. This isn't good. Stronger. At the same time, information about this dungeon was reported to the association. Another new dungeon. There are a lot of them these days. The monsters are just slimes, so it's not very dangerous. F rank, huh? But dungeons this easy are rare. I'll recommend it for the new adventurer recruitment period. They were completely unaware that something terrible was awaiting them in that dungeon. In a B-rank dungeon, the Queen Snake's lair, the dungeon boss, a sea serpent, was opening its mouth wide, ready to attack its prey. Facing it was Kuzuka's. She stomped her foot and leaped high into the air, paralyzing Bao. Instantly, an arrow flew straight into the middle of the sea serpent's body. She smiled and said, Too bad for you. My skills are quite shocking. The serpent writhed and trembled, enveloped by a powerful current of lightning. Amami, standing nearby, couldn't help but praise her. Amazing as always. Leave the rest to me. She quickly unleashed a torrent of power. Red flames incinerated the water serpent. Seeing this, Kazuka said, Scary strong, as always. Amami laughed in reply. It's all thanks to your paralysis shot. Just then, Saki walked over and said to them, Good work, you two. I'm surprised you could clear a B-rank dungeon by yourselves. Seeing him, they both smiled brightly. We could only do it thanks to your training, Saki. That's right. I've gotten so much stronger because of you. I'm glad to hear that. 2 months have passed since the gem mine was cleared. Amami and Kuzuka's have become so strong it's hard for even me to believe. Based on that last fight, I'd say their power is on par with A-rankers. They're getting stronger faster than I expected. Looks like I'll be able to retire from being an adventurer soon. Scene change. On the first floor of the Adventurers Association headquarters, Amami and Kuzuka stared blankly at the check in their hands. This is so much prize money. I've never earned this much before. The reward is about 1 million yen, split 3 ways. That's 500,000 yen each, but I shouldn't take any since I was just observing them. Saki walked over and said, I didn't do anything, so you two don't have to share with me. Amami immediately replied, No way. We only did it thanks to you, you know? Kuzukas added, Just having you with us for protection was valuable enough from the start. Ah, well then, I'll accept it if you two insist. Hearing that, Amami smiled. Maybe you can use the money to buy something nice for Kotoha? Saki then made an offer. Then why don't you two come over to my place? We can celebrate this victory. Sounds great. Let's go. Kuzuka sighed softly. You only get less cold when you think about your sister. But I'm still happy. Let's invite Nagisawa and Shimu, too. The more the merrier. I'm so excited. All right, we'll pick a day later. For today, let's just rest. Just then, Hamada was standing there, looking around blankly. He heard Saki's voice, looked over, and then hurried towards him. Oh, Saki, perfect timing. Saki saw him and asked, Mr. Hamada, is something wrong? Hamada frowned, glancing over at Kazuka's and Amami. I have something I need to ask you. Are you free today? Ah, well, yes, Saki replied, raising an eyebrow. After that, the two of them left the waiting hall together. Kazuka and Amami watched their retreating backs. Did something happen? I don't know either, but he looked pretty upset. On the other side, the two of them went to a secluded place. Saki didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, So, what did you want to ask me? Hamada took out a file. This is a request for a dungeon survey. Could you take a look at this document? This dungeon has been getting a lot of attention lately. It's only a C-rank dungeon, but it was originally F rank. Saki, who was glancing through the documents, heard this and asked, From F to C? What happened? He said in a low voice. This dungeon is very strange. The more people go inside, the more we discover, but we can't find the boss or the dungeon core. He continued to ask, Was this dungeon created in the usual way or what? We're still not sure, but the association can't just leave a dungeon of unknown danger level alone. That's why we're asking a high-rank adventurer to survey it. If you can find the boss and the dungeon core, we'll be able to assess its danger level more accurately. Saki slowly lifted his cup of hot coffee. You're just asking me to find them, not destroy them, right? Hamada immediately replied. That dungeon contains a lot of items, so it would be best if you could leave it as intact as possible. But if you judge it to be high rank, then go ahead and destroy it. Understood. I accept this request. Saki glanced at the report in his hand. Hearing this, Hamada said happily, Thank you so much. If possible, please complete this assessment before the end of the month. Got it. After that, Saki didn't linger and turned to leave. I probably could have refused, but I still feel indebted to Hamada. By the time everything was settled, it was late afternoon. Saki slowly walked out of the headquarters building. I guess I've gotten pretty famous compared to before. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly called out, Saki! Saki was a little surprised to see the girl appear. Oh, Kanda, long time no see. What are you doing here? The people around them started getting restless when they saw her. Huh? Isn't that the S rank, Kanda? Who's she with? He looks familiar. I think that's Saki. Hearing the whispers around him, Saki thought this wasn't a good place to talk, but Kanda didn't seem to pay any attention to it. I just saw you at the association, so I wanted to talk to you for a bit. The eavesdropping crowd broke out in a cold sweat from shock. She wants to talk to him? What's their relationship? All eyes were fixed on Saki. He quickly pulled Kanda away. I get it, but we should find another place first. All right, he pressed his lips together, thinking, this is even more troublesome than the survey request. Saki and Kanda went to a nearby coffee shop. He didn't waste time and asked directly, So, what did you want to talk about? The late afternoon sunbeams shone quietly across them through the glass window. Kanda slowly sipped her coffee and then spoke. Do you know about the deceitful forest dungeon? Hearing that, he thought, that's the dungeon I was just asked to assess. Yes, it seems to be quite famous lately. She immediately said, but that dungeon is very strange. There's no reliable information about it. Really? He looked straight at her. Kanda said with a serious face. There are many types of monsters in there, and each monster spawn point is random. There's no pattern at all. The dungeon's terrain and difficulty also change constantly. Don't you find that strange? There's never been a dungeon like it before. Saki's expression also became much more serious. That makes sense. That's also why the dungeon's difficulty rose to C rank, isn't it? That's right. But it's also causing more casualties than a normal C rank dungeon. Is that so? Of the adventurers who returned from that dungeon, 15 of them went insane. They lost all ability to think normally, Kanda said in a low voice. That's only a few of them. Kanda quickly added, What's scarier is that the dungeon was only discovered 2 months ago. He thought for a moment, so the association sealed it off or something? Kanda immediately replied, The association doesn't know about the ones who returned. I haven't reported those 15 cases to them yet. I see. How do you know all this? She didn't hide anything. My father is a researcher and has been gathering this information from all over the city. Hearing this, he pursed his lips and thought, She says it so coldly. I guess only the families of S-rankers are like this. Kanda said softly. As I was saying, I have a favor to ask you, Saki. He thought to himself, another offer? But he still asked out loud, What is it? I want us to form a team and clear the deceitful forest, she said with an extremely serious expression. The air fell silent. Kanda let out a soft sigh. He thought, I saw this coming, but I'm not sure I can accept since I was only asked to evaluate it. Besides, it would be terrible if she found out something about me. He bluntly refused. I'm sorry, but I'm very busy with my guild these days. I see. That's a shame. He even asked further. I'm truly sorry. Would you like me to ask someone else for you? But Kanda just silently placed money on the bill. Understood. Then let's end our conversation here. Now, if you don't mind, I'll leave the money for the payment. All right. She stood up, turned, and left, thinking to herself, fine. I'm used to fighting alone anyway. Now only Saki was left. He sipped his coffee and said to himself, I feel so guilty. Then suddenly, his face became much more serious, as if he had just made a decision. Scene change. It was now evening at Saki's apartment. It's gotten colder, hasn't it? Kotoa's mouth was full of food. The little girl smiled brightly, holding the dirty bowl and chopsticks. Ah, Big Bro's cooking is the best. It's so good. Saki, who was washing the dishes, said, I'm glad you think so. Hearing his tone, Kotoa asked, What's wrong, Big Bro? Are you sad about something? He replied with a cold face, It's nothing. Just then, the sphere appeared. Hey, Kotoha, have you ever seen your big brother happy? No, right? Hearing that, Saki said, Don't be so blunt about it. Kotoha immediately smiled again. She hugged him from behind. That's true. As long as everything is normal, it's fine. I just thought you seemed a little sad. He smiled and looked at her. Thanks for worrying about me, Kotoha. It's nothing. Then he finished washing the dishes while lost in thought. Me? Sad? Kanda's offer must be bothering me more than I thought. I always calculate things and keep a cool head, but this is a real mess. After finishing the dishes, he opened the door to go outside. I'm stepping out for a bit. Okay. Yes, sir. Saki told himself. I should at least make sure Kanda is safe. I'll clear it myself. So, there are already 15 victims. The dungeon core should be destroyed as soon as possible. In a flash, he had moved to the front of the dungeon gate. I'm sure Kanda thinks the same way. Just then, a strange voice suddenly called out, Are you okay? Call for higher-ranked adventurers. In front of the gate, a large group of people was standing there. Among them, 3 were unconscious, and 1 man was kneeling. He yelled frantically, There's only 1 person in there. Seeing this, Saki approached and asked, What's going on? The man hurriedly said, The S-rank adventurer Kanda is fighting in there alone so we could escape. Hurry up and contact the association. He was startled for a moment, his brow furrowed. I didn't think she'd enter the dungeon so soon, Saki said in a low voice. I'll go in and help her. I'm an A-rank adventurer. But just as he was about to step forward, the man grabbed his arm to stop him. You can't go in alone. This dungeon is insane. Even for an S-rank like her, it was a struggle just to help me escape. A single A-rank like you won't be able to do anything. He frowned at the man. What? The man added in a loud voice. Everything the dungeon shows you is just an illusion. It's all fake. This dungeon is really, really dangerous. Without another word, Saki instantly dashed forward. He thought with a grim face, I'm sorry for not going with you, Kanda. Please, just hold on a little longer. Without any hesitation, he jumped straight into the dungeon. As soon as he stepped inside, Saki was enveloped by an extremely suffocating dark energy. The energy around here is terrifying. There's no way this is just a C-rank dungeon. What's more, I can feel Kanda's energy fading. I have to hurry. Just then, from behind him, a large wolf suddenly pounced. It opened its mouth wide, preparing to take a bite out of him. But in an instant, Saki sliced it in 2 with his sword. Sorry, but I don't have time to play with small fry like you. Kanda, wait for me! I'm coming! Backtracking to 1 hour earlier, Kanda slowly walked into the dungeon. The scenery was extremely normal, just green grass, trees, and a distant sky above. She looked around. So this is the deceitful forest. It looks completely normal, but based on the number of victims, it's highly suspicious. There's definitely something here. Right after that, a piercing scream suddenly rang out. Startled, Kanda ran towards the source of the sound. That must be an adventurer. The scream isn't too far. I'll make it in time. Ahead, a man was sitting on the ground, and next to him were 2 other adventurers who had been knocked unconscious. The man said, trembling, What is this monster? It took down 3 people in an instant. Before him stood a monster with a body of bronze and skin of iron, exuding an incredibly terrifying, murderous aura. He said in a low voice, Obviously, a dungeon is no playground. You're standing before the Grim Reaper's scythe. The man screamed in fear. Stay away from me! But the monster calmly walked closer. You've learned your lesson, haven't you? You're useless now. You were just bait. Now die! As he spoke, he swung his arm to create an attack. Seeing this, the man screamed his head off. In the nick of time, Kanda arrived to save the day. She swung her sword, interrupting the monster's attack. The man looked at her, stunned. Who are you? The monster raised an eyebrow and said, Oh? You're faster than I thought. Kanda frowned and warned the man, Get the injured out of here. I'll handle this. Yes. The monster immediately snapped its fingers, firing a bolt of lightning. You think I'll let you escape? But Kanda quickly used her whip to block it, protecting the other adventurers. No, but I will. He praised her. Fast. You'll definitely let them get away at that speed. Kanda frowned and thought, The boss is an intelligent type? This is going to be tough. It doesn't matter. If someone's in trouble, I'll save them. That's my responsibility with this power. Then, the monster suddenly broke into a cunning smile. What a shame, but this is your final day. Hearing that, she scowled. What nonsense are you talking about? Our fight hasn't even started, he replied. Your fate was sealed the moment you stepped in here. It was all my doing, luring you here. Kanda didn't want to waste time talking to him. She raised her arm, brandished her whip, and charged forward. But the monster quickly dodged her attack. Kanda was momentarily startled and retreated. Strange. Why does my body feel so heavy? As if reading her mind, the monster said, You still haven't realized? This place is filled with a gas that weakens humans. Even someone as strong as you will be affected. She didn't waste words on it and continued to attack with her whip. We'll see about that after you've defeated me. To her surprise, the wound on his face healed completely in just a few seconds. Seeing this, Kanda's eyes widened in shock. The monster smiled with delight. Too bad. Thanks to all the energy I've absorbed from those other adventurers, I've gotten quite a bit stronger. You, on the other hand, are getting weaker, so you don't stand a chance. She felt her body growing heavier and heavier, her legs giving way as she collapsed to the ground. Damn it. At this rate, I can't fight. I have to run. Even as she thought that, her eyelids grew heavier, and her entire body felt drained of strength. The monster slowly walked over to Kanda. He lifted her up with one hand. The energy radiating from his body was immensely oppressive. And now, thanks for the energy. The monster's eyes lit up. Just at that critical moment, a massive fireball suddenly shot towards him. The monster easily blocked it with just one hand. He said in a low voice, Well, look who it is. Hearing the voice, Kanda struggled to open her eyes, tears still welling up at the corners. Not far away, Saki was slowly approaching. His face was more serious than ever. Sorry I'm late, Kanda. I'll save you. Although the scenery around the dungeon was still just an ordinary forest with nothing out of the ordinary, this forest had actually been completely withered by the monster's energy, and there were even poisonous plants and other small monsters. Saki saw through this trick in a flash. Looks like this entire dungeon is just an illusion, and a gas that weakens adventurers. I need a spell to get rid of it. I'll keep 120 skill points and use 10 of them. Then, a stream of turquoise light quickly enveloped his body. Seeing this, the monster remarked, How interesting. Saki frowned and created a flame. Immediately, a huge fiery explosion occurred. All the illusions that had been created vanished. The monster was still holding Kanda's body. He looked down at Saki from above and asked, You have the ability to see through all kinds of magic, don't you? No one has ever noticed it before. Saki didn't answer, instead instantly teleporting in front of him. All of his movements were executed with incredible speed. Saki raised his leg, surrounded by crackling bolts of lightning. Let her go. The monster couldn't dodge in time, losing his balance and stumbling backward, his grip on Kanda loosening as a result. Without a moment's hesitation, Saki reached out to catch her body, then gently laid her on the ground. Are you okay? Kanda replied weakly. I'm fine, but I feel myself getting weaker. Saki glanced at her. Is that thing absorbing your energy? You should stay here until you've fully recovered. You've been through a lot. Now, leave the rest to me. Kanda's eyes widened in panic. No, you can't. You can't fight it alone. Run. But he just calmly asked in return, If it were you, you'd do the same thing, wouldn't you? But I'm just doing my job. Get some rest. I'm strong enough to handle this. The monster then let out a soft chuckle. Are you two done talking? Too bad for you, but you can't defeat me. You adventurers know the concept of mutation, don't you? Monsters rarely transform and evolve into a new species, but my purpose is to create these mutations. Hearing this, Saki frowned. The monster continued. To do that, I siphon your energy and store it in my body, just like I did with her. And now, her energy will be the final catalyst. Suddenly, his energy level skyrocketed. Both Saki and Kanda stared without blinking. A dark, blazing red power enveloped his entire body. For my mutation, my power will now reach a whole new level. In an instant, the monster's body changed shape. Sharp, hedgehog-like spines grew from his back, and his head also transformed. Kanda's eyes went wide in shock. What the hell is that? The monster smiled smugly. I bet I'm much stronger now than what you call an S-rank adventurer. No one can stand against me now. Saki said in a low voice. You'll see soon enough. Humans are creatures capable of turning the tables. I'll be waiting to see it. With that, the monster suddenly lunged at him, swinging his fist at a speed the naked eye could barely follow. Saki barely managed to dodge the attack. He didn't stop there. The monster continued to charge forward. A massive shockwave erupted. Saki's body was now covered in small wounds. He also threw a punch, and yet, the monster was able to block it with ease. It raised its leg, kicking him hard and sending him flying, letting out a loud roar. Saki quickly dug his heels into the ground. He frowned, thinking, He's completely overwhelming me without even using magic. I never anticipated this. The monster squinted and asked, What's wrong? Can't keep up? Saki thought to himself, This monster seems really cocky after transforming. However, this is my chance. Fighting him with physical strength is impossible. I have to turn this into a fight that favors me, a battle of magic. The monster slowly walked closer to Saki. What's the matter? Too scared to speak? He remained silent, thinking, his overconfidence will surely create an opening. I'll use my skill points to deal with his power. Freeze. Cost. 30 points. Effect. Reduces the target's kinetic energy to 0. This is a gravity skill that can stop an opponent's movement. However, it only works for a short time. At a glance, it's a very difficult spell to use. Seeing that he still hadn't said a word, the monster said, "It's so boring when you're quiet like this. If that's the case, I'll make you scream." Then he charged straight ahead. Just then, Saki's eyes snapped open, glowing brightly. All of the monster's movements seemed to stop in their tracks. He quickly threw a punch, sending the monster flying with a single blow. He thought to himself, thanks to that brief moment, his power will be reduced and I can counterattack. And with my wise eye, I won't waste a single second. Kanda, watching from the side, couldn't help but marvel. Amazing. But just a few seconds later, the monster charged in to attack again. This time, he was able to dodge it easily. Saki raised his hand and punched him hard in the neck. The monster was still reeling in confusion. What's happening? How can he keep up and fight back? The two continuously exchanged blows, but Saki was the one landing most of the hits. He glanced at the monster and asked, "Looks like you're the one who's about to scream, huh?" The monster just laughed calmly. "It's not over yet. Don't underestimate my powers of observation. I saw through your skill during our earlier exchange. You have the ability to temporarily stop my attacks, don't you? I wasn't sure if your skill was a combat type, but your actions were very suspicious." Hearing that, his brows furrowed tightly. He figured it out. He even understood the mechanics of my skill. The monster added triumphantly, "I'm quite surprised by your fighting ability, but you're still just trash to me. No matter how many skills you have, they're useless in the face of overwhelming power." Saki watched as its power continued to skyrocket and asked, "You still weren't going all out?" In an instant, its massive body suddenly appeared in front of him. Try to endure this a little longer. He reached out to use the freeze skill again, but this time, it had no effect at all. Saki moved quickly, dodging his punch. Impossible. He's completely unaffected. The monster sneered provocatively. "What's wrong? Is that all you've got?" He raised his leg high, and this time, Saki couldn't avoid it. Just like that, he was sent flying by the monster's blow. A loud crash echoed, so powerful that even Kanda, who was sitting still, had to shut her eyes tightly from the tremor. Her eyes widened as she saw his body become covered in more and more wounds. Saki frowned, calculating. His attacks are faster now. I can't time it anymore. I missed one block and almost died. Kanda spoke up weakly. "Saki, stop. Just leave me and run." He got up again, but this time it took him a few seconds to regain his balance. "It's okay. I can't lose," she continued to plead with him. "I know you're strong, but that thing is a true monster." Saki's red eyes began to glow again. He thought, "Yeah, I understand the massive gap in power between us, but I can't abandon Kanda. I still have 90 skill points left. I need to figure out a way to beat this thing and use them all. There has to be a way." Just then, a blue window pane suddenly appeared before his eyes. "What's this?" On it were the words, "The dungeon's consciousness has contacted Forbidden. Would you like to talk?" Below were two buttons, yes or no. Seeing this, he wondered if the dungeon's consciousness was a different entity from the boss in front of him. And the way this appeared is just like the first time I activated Forbidden. "I'll try answering." Saki then reached out and pressed the yes button. Immediately, his consciousness was transported to another place. Saki looked around. "Is this my subconscious?" A strange voice suddenly rang out. "A pleasure to meet you, Saki Yori." He looked over in surprise and saw a round orb with a glowing ring above it, pulsating as if it were speaking. "A pleasure to meet you," he silently concluded. "This must be the dungeon's consciousness." The voice spoke again, getting straight to the point. "Now then, I have a proposition. What do you think about unlocking the full extent of your power from your past life?" Saki frowned and asked back, "Why? What do you know about my past life?" The voice rang out, "Have you still not realized? The link between the Forbidden Zone and the dungeon." He was startled to hear this. "So what are you?" "I am the dungeon itself. I exist here only to speak with you." "Just as the Forbidden Zone has a custodian, the dungeon is similar," Saki replied in a low voice. "That's surprising. You even know about the administrator." Inwardly, he thought that this consciousness was likely a higher entity, quite possibly related to the dungeon and magic itself. He smiled and asked it, "If that's the case, then you must think your proposition is a good idea, right? I've defeated that monster before, so the dungeon core will be destroyed anyway," the voice replied nonchalantly. "I don't care whether the core is destroyed or not. I didn't come to you for such trivial matters." Saki frowned, wary. "What? Let me be blunt. If you, Saki Iori, continue to fight like this, you will fail and die. I do not wish for that to happen, which is why I'm making this offer. For this battle only, I will return your former power to you. In exchange, over the next 3 months, 4 dungeons will appear, and you must destroy them all," he asked curiously. "Like the mission just now?" The dungeon said, but it will be much more difficult. The 4 bosses in each dungeon are gods. Unless you, Sakiyori, sincerely desire to become stronger, humanity will be annihilated. Saki continued to ask, does that mean if I fail to meet your conditions, I'll die? Correct. This is a warning. Saki Iori, you are too weak. Show me you can become stronger, even with just a fraction of your former power. He thought with a serious expression, I get it. The dungeon's consciousness seems to be some kind of messenger. This seems too easy. Still, the thing I hate most is that I still have to rely on outside help. To put it bluntly, I'm pathetic. I couldn't even save Kana, and almost got myself killed. I was too confident in my own strength. I thought I was strong enough to beat anyone. I really believed that. I should have known my own pathetic limits. I'm not even a shadow of the prideful archmage I once was. A look of determination flashed in his eyes. Saki answered the dungeon decisively. Fine. I accept your offer. The dungeon asked once more. 4 gods of immense power. Are you, as you are now, strong enough to fight them? I'll do everything I can to become stronger so I don't lose. I expect great things from you. Very well. Reincarnation of the Archmage. Saki shut his eyes tightly. Was this illusion right about my reincarnation? He smiled and said, all right, see you later. Instantly, his consciousness returned to his body, and his clothes had also changed. The monster was utterly astonished. What? Saki was also stunned, not understanding what had happened to him. Hey, the monster said with a frown, you look different, and you're fully recovered. Saki smirked and said, it's not just my appearance. It used its massive body to continue pressuring him. Does that mean you're stronger now? It seems you still don't realize the difference in our levels, do you? Without a word, he flicked a finger, taunting it. Immediately, the monster moved forward, rushing straight at him. You dare mock me? Let's fight, Saki cried out in fear. Be careful! But unexpectedly, the thing the monster hit was just an illusion, identical to Saki. What the hell? Saki easily blocked its punch with one hand. He glared at it. Where'd all that confidence go? The monster angrily swung its arm, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. It seized the opportunity and repeatedly punched the ground. And yet, he wasn't harmed in the slightest. Not a single scratch. Saki's eyes widened as a brilliant light shot out from them. Get lost! Just like that, the monster was sent flying. It quickly regained its footing, digging its feet into the ground to keep from tumbling over. He didn't stop there. He raised his hand again, and an immense weight pressed down on the monster's body, causing it to scream in agony. Saki continued to press his hand down, and the monster collapsed to the ground. It let out a groan, and he said in a low voice, you're very strong. To be honest, I lost before. Now, I'll grant you a gentle end. It quickly begged, please, spare me, but he remained indifferent. I'm not stupid enough to be tricked again. The monster was so angry it cursed. Damn it. Am I really going to die in a place like this? Even after transforming, Saki created a blue barrier around the monster. Shut up. It gritted its teeth, thinking, I can't move. If it weren't for you, I could have destroyed all of humanity. Sorry, but this is the end. Then he clenched his fist, and the monster's body disintegrated along with it. Damn it, I can't die in a place like this. Just a few seconds later, it had completely turned to dust. He couldn't help but marvel to himself. So strong. Damn, I need to become this powerful again. Saki sat on the ground, staring blankly at Saki's back. He glanced down and asked, are you okay, Saki? She frowned, looking at him with suspicion. Yeah, I'm fine. More importantly, what was that transformation just now? Saki replied, a part of my magic. Hearing that, she couldn't help but exclaim, you have incredible power. I've never seen anything like it. He turned his back to her and said in a low voice, I can only use that power under certain circumstances. I won't be able to use it again for a while. But even before that, you were as strong as, no, even stronger than me. The association should promote you to S rank. Hearing this, Saki stood silently looking at her, then turned his face away. Actually, I've refused the promotion for a few reasons. Saki didn't ask any more questions. She slowly closed her eyes. I understand. Then I won't pry any further. Thank you. Now, let's go destroy the dungeon core and get out of here as soon as possible. She quickly stood up, lightly brushing the sand from her skirt. Right, but because she had been kneeling for so long, when she stood up, Saki's legs trembled from being numb. She carelessly lost her balance, her whole body tilting to one side. Saki was quick to catch her. Saki looked straight into his face, stunned. Ah, sorry, he reminded her emotionlessly. You just lost a lot of energy. Don't push yourself. I can carry you if you don't mind. She suddenly blushed and replied, thank you. Let's do that then. Leave it to me. With that, Saki gently lifted Saki onto his back. She wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, then gathered all her courage to ask, why did you come here, Saki? He answered honestly, I felt bad for refusing your offer, so I planned to clear the dungeon before you arrived. But it seems you got here before I did. Saki was a little taken aback. Is that so? But luckily, I made it in time. She couldn't help but rest her head on his back. I'm really glad. Thank you. Seeing this, his face suddenly turned red. Anytime you need me, Saki called out softly. Saki, huh? Do you want to go out with me? He was completely dumbfounded by her sudden question. Saki pressed on. Or is there someone else? No, not really. But why so suddenly? She answered frankly, I think I just want to be your girlfriend. Saki felt a bit awkward. That's too fast. So, that's a no? Shouldn't we be friends or something first? Let's go with that. Hearing that, she gave a gentle smile. Saki carried Saki all the way to the dungeon core. He gently set her down. Wait, a brilliant golden light illuminated the area, revealing a sparkling crystal below. Saki pressed the screen and received the grimoire's release. Saki asked softly, Is that a grimoire's release? He glanced at her. You know about it? It's a rare item from high-level dungeons used to awaken hidden magic. How do you know that? Only a few people know, but that kind of information is usually shared internally among S ranks. I see, he thought to himself. So if I become an S rank, I'll get a lot more useful information. If that's the case, Jen must have 2 skills because he used a grimoire's release. Saki slowly reached his hand toward the crystal. In an instant, the crystal shattered into small pieces that fell to the ground. Scene change. Outside the dungeon gate, a long line of people had arrived. Only 4 A ranks and 2 B ranks understood how critical the situation was, but they were new, and so was Sasaki Ren. The crowd standing there kept whispering amongst themselves. Apparently, an A rank went in alone, but even Kandasaki was having a hard time. It's probably hopeless. Hearing that, Ren narrowed his eyes, thinking that if even she was struggling, then the people here didn't stand a chance. Luckily, despite my packed schedule, I still had some free time. Just then, a brilliant golden light shot out from the dungeon. Everyone turned to look in unison. We came here for nothing, but it probably wasn't a big deal for her. Ren couldn't help but feel bewildered. Then Saki slowly walked out of the dungeon, carrying Kandasaki on his back. Everyone gasped in shock. That guy is carrying Kandasaki. Ren quickly realized it too. Yor saw him and asked, Ren, did you come to help too? Ren rushed over to Saki. Yeah, but if you were the one who went in, then this makes sense. He said in a low voice, I'll explain everything to you later. For now, I have to take Kandasaki home to rest. With that, he turned and walked away. Everyone watched their backs, sweating nervously. Who is that? He even knows Sasaki Ren. Elsewhere, Saki thought to himself, damn it, I've drawn attention to myself again. But this isn't the time to worry about that. The city at night, with its lit-up buildings under the vast sky, looked so romantic. Saki carried Kandasaki to her house, following her directions. He stood before a large house that radiated wealth. He couldn't help but be surprised. Is this for real? Yes. His eyes widened as he stared at the house. This is where she lives, she said nonchalantly. Because my father is a researcher. Hearing her voice, Saki glanced over. Did I say that out loud? Internally, he marveled. So cool. Saki replied in a cool voice. No, but it's written all over your face. Is that so? She slowly pushed the gate open. So, do you want to be friends with me? Saki answered immediately. Of course. She couldn't help but blush. Then let's hang out together soon. Hearing that, he said, I have a ton of work to do right now, so we might have to put that off for a little while. Is that okay? That's fine. Thank you. And make sure you get some rest. Okay, see you later. Saki smiled as she turned to look at him. Saki waved back. Yeah, see you. Then he quickly turned and left. Saki leaned against the gate, covering her blushing face with her hands in embarrassment. Scene changed to Saki's apartment. Since it was so late, almost everyone was asleep, and no lights were on. He was sitting silently in the living room, with only the soft light of the moon illuminating the space. Saki closed his eyes, thinking, I was too careless. I excel at magic, so I thought I could easily take down a monster like that, but I was so wrong. My arrogance almost got me killed. I need to get back to my old form. At the same time, Spia was still happily dancing around in her room, hugging a food box. She noticed the living room door was open and went in. When Spia saw him, she told him he was home late. Kotoha already went to bed, but seeing Saki's silent demeanor, she asked with curiosity. Saki suddenly lifted his head, his eyes glowing in the darkness. Spia, I'm going to get stronger. Spia was startled to hear that. Why so sudden? I mean, why the sudden change of heart? Saki stood up and pulled open the closed curtains. I realized I've been too arrogant. That's all. And I don't think I'm strong enough to protect the peaceful life I have now. That's why I want to become the strongest once more, for no other reason than that. You'll help me, won't you, Spia? He turned his head and glanced at her. Spia was stunned for a few seconds. Then she burst out laughing. Spia flew around Saki excitedly. Looks like you're finally getting serious, huh? Do you know how long I've been waiting for this moment? All right, why not? I'll be the one to watch over you most closely. Hearing that, he smiled. Thanks, Spia. The next morning was another day of blue skies, white clouds, and golden sun, just like always. Saki and Kotoha were having breakfast together as usual. He said in a low voice, Hey Kotoha, would you mind if I became famous? Kotoha immediately replied, Huh? Not at all. In fact, I'd go brag to my friends about it. Spia chimed in. You're the only one who's worried about her. I guess so. Thanks, Kotoa. Now I can go all out. No problem. I'd actually prefer that, Saki said while taking a bite of bread. Ah, just in case. Should we move? The little girl shouted excitedly. We're getting a new house. That's awesome. He was a bit taken aback by Kotoha's reaction. Let's go find a new one together. Okay. Beside them, Kotoha had already laid out models of different houses, preparing for the search. All right, I'm heading out now. He smiled and waved goodbye to the little girl. Now, let's begin. Saki stood on the roof of a tall building. He shot up into the sky, and a brilliant blue light appeared. A spirit beast quickly materialized. Spia did her best to cling to his shirt. Saki, where are you going? He replied in a low voice. To get stronger, I need a training ground. I've arrived at a deserted island. A deserted island? Spia shouted in surprise. Is that okay? I mean, you didn't buy the whole thing, did you? Saki said casually. Ah, I don't think anyone will know. And if they do, I'll deal with it later. She couldn't help but feel a little helpless. So this is you when you're serious. After flying for a while, the two of them finally reached the small island. Spia asked curiously. There are a few islands scattered around here. Which one should we pick? He frowned, observing from above. If possible, one with fewer hills and mountains. What about that one over there? It has a lot of trees, but it looks pretty flat. All right, let's pick that one. With that, the two of them landed on the small island at the edge. Seeing Saki standing still, Spia asked again, What do we do now? He replied, Isn't it obvious? We're going to flatten it, of course. On the vast beach, Spia asked, clasping her hands and swinging her feet. Saki, you said we're solving a problem, but how exactly are we supposed to start? Saki looked ahead and explained seriously. My top priority is a development base where I can produce the items necessary for dungeon diving. She immediately made the connection. I guess that's like a hideout. Let's start by building a simple house. He agreed with her idea. Then let's search the island for a nice spot to build it. Saki recalled the area's topographical map, silently assessing, This island's terrain is mostly flat, but there's a lot of vegetation. I need to make sure there's enough space. Spia excitedly pointed in one direction and called out, Saki, I found a pretty good-looking spot over there. The two walked closer, and he let out a soft, oh. There's a cave. It looks like it'll be big enough to house the development base I was thinking of. Suddenly, he froze. Because right before his eyes, a nest of squirming, slithering snakes had noticed their presence. Spia screamed in terror. There's a whole nest of snakes here! The noise made them whip their tails and lunge to attack, but then his glowing red eyes made them startle and recoil. Saki curiously watched the snakes as they hastily fled past him. Spia was bewildered. They just ran away, he guessed. Their instincts probably told them their lives were in danger. Saki's expression changed. I feel a little guilty for those snakes, but I've decided to use this place. He looked at the messy vegetation outside the cave entrance and said, Now we need a door and some furniture to decorate a bit. Saki raised his voice and called out, Nimia! He ordered it to chop down some trees around here and bring them back to the cave. Seeing its obedient appearance, she exclaimed, Namia is like a house pet now, with none of the majesty it had when you first brought it home. He chuckled lightly. Don't worry about it. It's cute, isn't it? After assigning the task, Saki cracked his knuckles, ready to fix up the new cave. We should get started now, too. A moment later, he remarked, Well, we just need to make the bare essentials. Spia excitedly picked up a wooden hammer with a curious look on her face. Are all these items from your past life? He wiped the sweat from his forehead without answering, his eyes looking into the distance. Now, let's see how Nemia is doing. Just as he mentioned it, the beast appeared confidently, its face waiting for praise. Saki stood looking at the empty plot of land before him and remarked, The dense forest suddenly turned into a wasteland. Nemia must have worked really hard. He turned and patted its head in praise. What a good lion. The sphere, standing to the side, chimed in, You have a wonderful pet, huh? Then he picked up his sword, preparing for his next move. Thanks, Nemia. Now I can finally make a door. A flurry of sword strikes met the rough logs. Looking at the wooden door before him, Saki felt relieved. All right, the foundation is done now. The sphere clicked its tongue in approval. That was pretty easy, wasn't it? It excitedly turned and asked, So, what are you planning to do next? Saki explained, The only way for me to get stronger is to earn skill points and use them to get new magic from the forbidden restriction. In other words, leveling up. Suddenly, its face twisted. He couldn't understand why it looked so surprised. The sphere then shouted with all its might, Of course that's how it is! What I mean is, why did we come to an uninhabited island to set up a base? If all you have to do is level up, then couldn't you just go and fight in the dungeons in Tokyo? Saki interrupted to correct it. I think you've misunderstood something here. This natural base is necessary for leveling up. After saying that, he materialized two colorful, power-infused stones. Its expression turned blank. Magic stones? Saki began to explain. The difficulty of the dungeons I can enter is limited. To become stronger, I need to face stronger enemies. so I'm going to use the magic stones I've been collecting even after Kotohina was healed to create powerful golems. Night was falling over the modern city, and a dark, resentful thought emerged. Damn it, how could that kid be so strong? A jiggly, round mass appeared on the roadside. The monster inside silently spoke to itself. Thank heavens I prepared a spare body. Thanks to that, I was able to escape death even after losing the dungeon. But I have to start all over again, and it's all that bastard's fault. Just then, a young man was walking by. As he reached the base of a lamppost, a strange sound came from above. That jiggly thing suddenly flew down like the upper half of a jellyfish. Immediately after, a blood-curdling scream rang out, and the young man lay completely unconscious. Suddenly, he stirred, pushing himself up with one hand, but upon closer inspection, his face had changed, its features twisted, as if he had just been possessed. I will regain my power immediately, and this time, I will rule over all. The voice resounded. As I was saying, I'll use the magic stones I got after Kotohina was healed and create more powerful golems. The sphere smiled happily. I get it now. That's why we need this place, Saki said smugly. That's right. Shall we get to work? An image of a furnace appeared, with a fire lit inside. First, I'll use the magic furnace to remove the impurities from the stones, and then forge them until they become high-purity ingots. I'll use all the magic stones I have. The sphere slowly calculated. Each one takes 10 minutes to make. How many do you need to create one golem? Saki thought pensively. Probably around 50 stones and 5 ingots. The outside will be made of magic stones, while the inside will be made from magic ingots. A sparkling ingot with eye-catching colors appeared. I want to prioritize the quality of the core, so all the high-grade magic stones will be used for that, the sphere exclaimed. That sounds like an expensive project, and it's taking longer than I thought, Saki said softly. Yeah, that's why I want you to be in charge of making the magic ingots for me. As if hearing shocking news, Spia, the sphere, shouted, Huh? Why do I have to do that? It retorted angrily. So lazy. Saki gave it a helpless glance. Didn't you say you'd help me get stronger? A somewhat dejected voice replied, I can, but I didn't think I'd have to do this kind of stuff. Again, the sphere cried out helplessly. And there's no internet here either. Saki sighed. Good grief. You've been spoiled by all those machines. Suddenly, the sphere's gaze turned serious. But I'm determined to help you get stronger, so if I don't help you break the seal, who will? Saki smiled. Thanks, Spia. Saki's voice woke Nemiya up. You don't look like you can carry all those magic stones, can you? So I'm leaving Nemiya with you. Hearing his voice, Nemiya immediately sat up. All right, help her out, okay? The sphere gave a radiant smile, looking at the adorable Nemiya beside it. Saki turned to leave, waving lightly. I'm counting on you to upgrade the magic ingots from B rank to S rank. The sphere replied softly. You can count on me, but what will you be doing in the meantime? Saki looked back. Actually, I don't think I have enough magic stones, so I'm going back to Tokyo to get more. A pair of pure white wings spread into the sky. I'm an A-rank adventurer, so I'm allowed to enter B-rank dungeons or lower. Before him was a large, gloomy-looking castle, the Haunted Castle Dungeon. I have to get as many magic stones as I can. Going alone is more convenient than with a team. The surroundings were peaceful and quiet. Saki appeared with a serious gaze, looking at the things making horrifying noises. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with a golden fire. Flashes of blue light shot out, slicing through the monsters and sending them flying. Saki thought to himself, got 5 grade 8 magic stones. He mused. I got this many right at the entrance? Looks like the adventurer who discovered this dungeon hasn't gone inside yet. Saki quietly looked around. All the better. More magic stones for me, even if it's a bit dangerous. Meanwhile, a stranger with a worried expression appeared behind him. He gritted his teeth. Who the hell is this guy? Defeating a whole horde of dangerous monsters like that? Staring at Saki's back, he wondered. An A rank? Or maybe even an S rank? But there doesn't seem to be any A rank like him. Who the hell is this guy? A flashback showed him getting caught in a trap he had set himself. Damn it! After all the effort I put into making that trap, this bastard ruined my whole plan. The guy started to sneak away, looking resigned. Can't be helped. I'll just sneak out and act like I was never here. Saki's voice rang out. Oh, he approached the guy and asked, So you're the one who gathered all the monsters here? Startled by him, the guy yelled, Ah! He stammered, feeling guilty. When did you get here? Saki said calmly. I sensed someone was here, so I came to check. Don't think you can hide. His thoughts flashed back to a battle. You can't tell the difference between murder and an accident inside a dungeon. Who knows how many criminals like him there are? Suddenly, the guy used a vanishing skill, gradually fading into thin air. So what if you found me? No matter how strong you are, you couldn't catch me in your wildest dreams. Saki watched with his hand on his chin. A skill that completely erases one's presence? He thought, this skill is even stronger than invisibility, but it's too bad for him that he ran into me. Suddenly, his eyes lit up once more. You can't escape my all-seeing eye. The guy's image suddenly appeared in front of the door, looking hurried. He ran at full speed and then landed right on the stranger's head, making him yell in surprise. The guy asked, bewildered, "How could you see me?" Saki said nonchalantly, "Who knows? I'm wondering that myself." Dawn was breaking. In front of them was a large supermarket. Saki watched coldly as the guy was taken away. He and Hamada watched him coldly. Hamada said cheerfully, "Thanks for your help, Saki. That criminal has caused a lot of dungeon disasters." Saki smirked. "Glad I could help," Hamada said gratefully. "Just yesterday you cleared out the deceitful forest. I don't know how to thank you enough." Hamada asked, "Are you going into the dungeon alone today?" Saki replied, "Yeah," Hamada exclaimed. "You're such a hard worker. If you change your mind, just say the word and we'll promote you immediately." Saki said softly, "I'll think about it later." Hamada said goodbye. "Well then, I'll be on my way." Saki waved back, his mind still filled with thoughts about becoming S rank. "I never thought about accepting that offer, but now it seems like the best way." Not yet, though. An image of Koto Hina with a radiant smile flashed in his mind. "At the very least, I have to find our next home and make sure she's safe first." He closed his eyes and sighed. There's still so much to do. But now, his gaze was fixed on the mysterious gate ahead. For now, I'll just focus on clearing the next dungeon. As night fell over the city, Saki thought to himself in silence. After defeating all those monsters in the dungeon, is this all the magic stones I get? 24 C-rank magic stones, 30 B-rank magic stones. He calculated, 24 C-rank magic stones, 30 B-rank magic stones. I'll have to do more, Saki sighed. Guess I'll start early tomorrow morning. The sound of a door opening was heard. "I'm home." A reply rang out. "Welcome home, big brother," Kotoha asked. "I haven't seen Fia all day. Do you know where she is?" Saki whipped his head around to look at his sister. "Oops, I just remembered I left her on that deserted island." Suddenly, a small sphere appeared above Kotoha's head. "I'm right here." Kotoha was surprised. "Whoa, where did you pop out from?" Saki demanded. "Hey, when did you get back?" The sphere replied nonchalantly. "Since I'm the one who controls the seal break, I can appear next to you whenever I please." Saki was impressed. "Ah, so that's how it is." The next day, Saki stood silently, gazing at a mysterious purple gate. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. "I had Hamaga-san make a list for today. Now, I'm going to tackle a total of 5 of these tough dungeons." He slowly stepped into a place filled with chains. The first one is an A-rank dungeon, the Century Training Plaza. There's no boss, but the monsters there range from B to A rank and are always ready to attack you. This is the perfect dungeon for my current situation. Suddenly, 2 men stopped him. "Whoa, hold on a minute. This is an A-rank dungeon. You're not allowed to go in alone." He immediately held up a certificate, confidently stating, "I have a permit." The 2 men let him in at once, but didn't forget to give a warning. "Well, our apologies then, but the monsters in that dungeon are really strong. Please be careful." Saki entered without hesitation. "Thanks for the warning." As he walked, he thought, if there are really that many strong monsters, I'll have to be on high alert. Outside, one of the men held Saki's paper, hesitating. "Saki Yori. I've never heard that name before. I can't believe he's allowed into the Century Training Plaza alone, and he's not even an S rank." They wondered, who is this guy? Inside, rectangular floating stones stacked on top of each other appeared before Saki. Above them were 2 glowing blocks, one blue and one red. He suddenly stopped in his tracks because of something. Before him was the sight of knights in iron armor, training. A sword sliced through one of them, severing his head from his body, but he immediately picked up his head and reattached it with a mysterious green power. Saki watched intently. So, this is where immortal knights train together. Century Training Plaza is a fitting name. Hearing someone approach, they quickly turned to look, their eyes flashing with a red light. Saki immediately drew his sword, getting into a ready stance. All the knights formed a line, turning to attack Saki. A strange blue symbol suddenly appeared on their bodies. Saki thought, "I see. That magic circle is what makes them immortal." His eyes lit up. If that's the case. A knight lunged at Saki. He quickly ducked to dodge the attack, and at the same time, kicked straight up at the blue symbol on its stomach. All I have to do is destroy that. With his sharp reasoning and proficient skills, Saki easily took down the others. He continuously used his sword to strike the symbols on their bodies. Saki assessed, "Their defense is pretty good. I'll have to use the Heavenly Demon Sword to fight back. It'll be a bit tiring, though." Suddenly, 2 more knights appeared behind him, charging. He dodged and took them down swiftly. Even so, there were still many more advancing toward him one after another. He grew worried. These knights have good teamwork. This really is a tough dungeon. I can't fight them all alone. He immediately used his skill to summon the divine unicorn, Korla. Saki's gaze turned ice cold. "I used Grima's release last night and unlocked a similar contract. On top of that, it also expanded the seal break skill tree. I'm even stronger now. I just need to level up." Corley's eyes glowed with a powerful blue light. Bolts of lightning also appeared with its arrival. Saki looked toward the stone blocks. Come to think of it, this dungeon probably requires you to destroy the core while evading the knights. Snapping out of his thoughts, he declared decisively, "But that's not how I'm going to do it." Saki crossed his arms and shouted, "Korla! Target the magic circles in their armor! We're going to take down every last one of these knights!" Hearing the command, Kor let out a roar and got into a ready stance. Saki winked, pleased. "Ha ha, looks like you're raring to go." He raised his voice. "All right, let's get to it." Right in front of Coral were two knights. The divine unicorn Coral is a sacred beast that fights with incredible speed. Although it hasn't reached its full potential yet, its long horn began to emit a sparkling light. Having gone through many evolutions, both its power and speed now surpassed the speed of light. Corla immediately used its skill, Vortex of Light, pulling all the surrounding knights down. Next, it leaped high into the air and created a massive source of energy. It came crashing straight down, its overwhelming power shattering the flat ground. All that remained was a knight's helmet. "Good job." Saki grew even more smug. "But I'm not just going to stand around." Some of the knights had survived the onslaught and were planning a sneak attack. As its sword swung down, he instantly teleported backward. Heavenly Demon enhanced circulation. The young man used 20% to summon the Heavenly Demon sword and finished it off cleanly. The knight's body gradually turned to ash. With one down, he and his divine beast Korla continued to advance. "We'll deal with this mob quickly." Thanks to their perfect teamwork, he cleaned up the small fry in an instant. All right, subjugation complete. His status board also showed some changes. We got 40 magic stones. Not bad. Only leveled up twice? That's not much, is it? I knew I had to find stronger opponents. As if understanding his desire, the unicorn gently nuzzled against him. "Let's keep going." He aimed for the stairs that held the energy core ahead. Only 2 more floors. Saki's shadow was cast clearly by the twilight. A knight greeted him on the first floor. "Only one monster on this floor?" He proactively recalled Korla. "Thanks, Korla. I can handle this one myself." The knight was extremely aggressive, charging with its sword as soon as it saw its target. "My combat senses are a bit sharper than they were in my past life," Saki calmly told himself. "I need to defeat things at this level quickly." The knight was many times his size, and its attack power was immense. He swung his sword to knock its blade aside. Saki frowned slightly at its strength, a little strong. The mindless knight didn't respond, only staring at him, but it hasn't reached A rank yet. Saki lowered his center of gravity and poured all his mana into his sword. "My turn, isn't it?" Even as she, without letting the knight react, he unleashed the skill Sanchia. Countless slash marks appeared, causing it to freeze solid. A single line extending from the top of its head downward split it in two. Then, the knight's body exploded, creating a magnificent spectacle. In contrast to the outside, the area around Saki was dyed a brilliant red, just like his eyes. Only one more floor. Soon, night had fallen. The city sparkled with streetlights. In a luxurious room, devoid of people, it was very desolate. The few rare guests there began to chat. "I never thought an S-rank adventurer would be saved by an A-rank one." Kirishima, the S-rank adventurer with the skill Infinite Sword Technique, swirled the wineglass in his hand and smiled. He pointed at Saki. "I was even more surprised to learn that person was you, you know?" His question was met with silence and her scowling face. He continued, "I've never heard the name Saki Yori before. Is he strong?" Saki answered bluntly, "At least he's stronger than you." This made Kirishima burst out laughing. "How ridiculous." His tone suddenly turned more sinister. "Did you fall for your knight in shining armor after he rescued you?" Saki gently placed her hand on the table and stood up. "I have nothing more to say to you." Then she left decisively. "If you only called me here to bother me, then I'll be leaving." His attitude remained smug. Got it. Saki froze when Kirishima casually said, "So, you wouldn't mind if I go kill that Saki Yori guy right now, would you?" Even though she launched a sudden attack, he nonchalantly blocked it. She glared at him. "You try it, and I'll kill you first." Kirishima started to get sarcastic. "Come on, I was just kidding. We're both fellow adventurers, we should get along," he subtly reminded Saki. "You said we were done here, so let's head back." She coldly left him with a final threat. "I'm warning you. If you do anything shady, I won't hesitate to follow you." He raised a hand and waved goodbye. "Got it." The attendant there bowed politely after she left the tavern. Kirishima glanced after her but didn't try to stop her anymore. He went on to drink another type of liquor. Candace never paid attention to anyone before, and now she's all interested in that guy. How lucky. The surface of the water swirled with every movement of his hand. "I was getting bored anyway, now that the interesting dungeon is gone." Kirishima raised an eyebrow with interest. "Saki Yori, huh? Why don't I have a little fun with him?" At the Centennial Training Hall, a single shimmering light still remained on the steps in the middle. Saki had already reached the 3rd floor, so this was the last one. The enemies he now faced were far more numerous, and their aura was more aggressive. He carefully observed the situation. "This looks a bit tough, but whatever." Corley was summoned instantly. Yes, the aura it created was incredibly powerful. He gave a confident smile. I just need to take all of you down. Gen's photoshoot had also just begun, with flashes of light bursting from the camera. He focused on posing, letting the white lights flash continuously. The participants were all gathered there, working with extreme professionalism. A while later, Gen left the room to get some fresh air. He leaned against the railing leisurely. Suddenly, someone approached, chuckling. Being so famous must be tough, huh? When he saw the guy, it was clear he wasn't welcome. Kirishima, it's been a while, Gen asked directly. What do you want? The other man replied, nothing much. I just wanted to ask you about Saki Yori. Without needing further explanation, Gen understood. Is that so? I see what's happening. His mood visibly brightened. So, Yori's gotten famous enough to catch your eye lately, has he? Kirishima jutted his chin out. I'm targeting your friend, yet you look pretty happy about it. Are you mental or something? He immediately laughed it off. Not at all. Don't get me wrong. I just know how strong Yori is. This sarcastic remark angered the other man. You're saying I'm nothing compared to him, aren't you? Gen didn't deny it as the man took a step forward. You're putting me in a tough spot. Kirishima's expression was now hard to read. That really makes me... Gen let him walk past. But if you're planning to target Yori, you should be careful too. Suddenly, he lunged to attack. Or he'll hurt your pride. A loud clang of sharp objects colliding rang out. The blow from Kirishima had been blocked by Gen with just one hand. He scowled. Are you looking down on me? But he just said nonchalantly, I wouldn't dare, but if you want to fight, I won't stop you. Kirishima backed off. As if I'd want to. I can't cause too much trouble, he explained. It was just a little test. Gen smirked provocatively. If you want to, I'll indulge you. In the end, Kirishima just left abruptly. You've always been a weird bastard. After he was gone, Gen's eyes stared intently after him for a moment longer. He leaned against the railing and whispered to himself, things are getting interesting. Yori was destined to become famous. Maybe Kirishima will make this a big enough deal to take it public. Gen let out a few more laughs in amusement. The person Kirishima planned to confront slowly drew his sword. This must be what it feels like to witness the dawn of a new era. This exquisite slash was unleashed with incredible speed and power. That was all he needed to do before sheathing his weapon. Okay, job done. Saki checked his stats out of habit. I got a total of 100 B-rank magic stones and 2 A-rank ones. More than I expected, huh? Above his head was the dungeon's glowing core. This should be enough for me to produce a golem. Saki reached out and grabbed it. As for the dungeon core, I guess I should destroy it. After finishing the conquest, he returned to the large initial chamber. A staff member exclaimed with his jaw dropped, No way! You actually cleared the dungeon by yourself? The other person was also stunned. We sincerely apologize for our rude behavior earlier. Saki graciously let it go. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Just then, another presence approached them. His expression immediately turned serious and somewhat tense. The person was none other than Kirishima, coming to start something. Are you Saki Yori? Saki's reply was a bit skeptical, mixed with confusion. Yes. But the moment they met, their auras were already clashing. Who are you? The staff member there recognized him in a panic as the S-rank adventurer, Kirishima. He suddenly flew into a rage and attacked the staff member. Who asked you to answer, you bastard? Luckily, Saki managed to block the blow with his leg in time. The other two hid behind him in fear. He's so hot-headed. Saki asked him directly, Are S-rank adventurers allowed to do that? His attitude became even more defiant. That's right. Our strength is a matter of national importance. As long as we do our job, who gives a damn about the law? Saki became even more wary. I see. So what do you want with me? Kirishima said casually. I heard there's some talented rookie around lately, so I wanted to see for myself. Before he could even finish, he was cut off abruptly. Is that all? The corner of his mouth twitched up, a clear sign of interest. He tilted his head. Glad to see you catch on quick, Saki answered firmly. Reading guys like you isn't hard. You just want to prove you're the strongest, right? His expression suddenly became mysterious. Otherwise, you'd just use me to make an example of someone. Basically, you came here to cause trouble, didn't you? Kirishima looked up and proposed, Since you put it that way, I bet you can entertain me a little, can't you? The young man didn't hesitate at the provocation. Of course. In return, if you lose, you will never bother me again. The fact that he laid out a condition first only made the other man more eager. Okay, Saki Yori, but it seems you've misunderstood something. His tone was filled with danger. Even if I win, I won't be coming to find you again, Kirishima shouted with great confidence. Because you'll be dead by then anyway. The first blow he threw was a kick aimed straight at him. Saki instinctively raised his hands to guard, but what flashed past his eyes was much sharper and more dangerous than that. Kirishima had only used it as a feint, while the real attack was with his sword. He managed to dodge in time and leaped a great distance back. Saki thought to himself carefully. As expected of an S rank, his power is terrifying. His opponent was bloodthirsty and quickly charged forward. That was enough to send you flying? He spun around and unleashed a slashing attack. Don't you disappoint me now. I'm expecting a lot from you, you hear me? Saki replied quietly. Of course, I don't plan on dying just yet. He used Tenma, making his speed as fast as lightning. Following that was the circulation enhancement skill, which made his sword movements lighter and more precise. Their weapons scraped against each other, and dazzling flashes of light sparked from the impact. Kirishima started to get more serious. Not bad, he continued to exclaim in excitement. Damn right, this is what I wanted. The staff there watched them in confusion. What's happening? Every move the two adventurers made countered the other. This is beyond me. Kirishima suddenly muttered something. Interesting. Your skills are pretty good, you know? But what a shame. He couldn't stop smirking. That kind of skill is useless against me, got it? His weapon merged with the Soul Devour skill, making it even more dangerous. Saki was forced to block the blow before the man could take his life. While they were fighting, he was distracted by his opponent. The man gained the upper hand, continuously attacking his target. What's wrong? You look all flustered. Saki froze for a moment. Kirishima was gaining the upper hand. This was why his endless sword technique skill was so terrifying. He had no room to counterattack, so he was forced onto the defensive. Hey, hey! He kept shouting. You're gonna die if you don't do something, you know that? His sudden confidence was cut short by a sharp pain in his arm. Kirishima grimaced in pain, an unconscious groan escaping his lips. I immediately seized the chance to attack, but he managed to dodge. Saki calmly analyzed the situation, so my judgment was correct. From his earlier Devour skill, I could clearly see that Kirishima was absorbing Tenma's magic and making it his own. That's why the power gap between us kept growing. However, it also revealed a fatal weakness. But when it comes to manipulating magic, I'm probably the best in the world. That pain he just felt was my doing. I tampered with the magic that Tenma was releasing. That's what made him panic, setting a trap for Kirishima and easily inflicting a bit of damage on him. Despite his fear, the staff member watched the match intently. Now, Saki seems to have the upper hand and is fighting on even ground with Kirishima. Who is he anyway? His face was all scrunched up in anger. You. What did you do? Saki closed one eye and replied, who knows? I was intentionally mocking his earlier words, but let's just say that kind of skill is useless against me. Kirishima looked like he was about to explode with rage, veins popping on his skin as his power erupted even more violently. Don't get so cocky, you damn small fry. The pressure he generated was strong enough to push me back and blind his opponent. He continued to borrow power from his Devour skill to fight back. I'm just relieved you're not a disappointment, get it? Alright, time to end this. This time, the look in his eyes wasn't playful anymore. He was dead serious. Kirishima quickly unleashed countless slashes, forming his ultimate move, Endless Blades, in an incredibly dense barrage. The staff member's eyes widened in awe. That wasn't something an ordinary person could do, but Saki just stood there without dodging. Each slash is imbued with the ability to absorb magic. There's no way I can set the same trap I did before on every single one. Knowing how difficult it was, I had to remain calm. It meant that even if I fought with my specialty, there was no way to win. Huh? Kirishima looked up and declared, let me make this clear. From now on, you're going to be torn to shreds by my endless blades and die. Just then, Kanda ran over to stop them. She cried out, Kirishima, what are you doing? He said nonchalantly. Oh, Kanda, you're too late. There's nothing you can do for him now. She wanted to argue but couldn't find the right words. Kirishima, you. Just then, Saki gently raised his hand to signal her. I'm fine, Kanda. He was still considerate, carefully warning her first. It's dangerous, so just step back and watch. Kanda really wanted to help and was about to rush in, but she had to hold herself back and do as he said. Her hands clenched together, and it took a moment for her to reply. Okay. Kirishima burst out laughing as if it were a joke. Even if the two of you teamed up, you think you could stop this? The young man coldly dismissed his confidence. I'm tired of listening to you ramble. Let me show you the difference between us. Kirishima, showing no fear, just sneered at him. Nice. He eagerly leaped high into the air. Bastards like you are my favorite kind to kill. His flash dance technique created a web of slashes that rained down. Kirishima gleefully directed them, making them fly at extreme speeds. But no matter what he did, Saki just stood there, waiting. Kanda quickly turned her head away, unable to watch the painful scene. He just kept approaching his opponent, thinking only of finishing him off. At that moment, both of Saki's eyes began to glow brightly. He zipped past him, leaving behind a swift and understated blow. Kirishima was no longer making a sound. Even his movements had frozen stiff. After delivering the attack, I slowly looked back at him as his knees gave out and he collapsed to the floor. Impossible. The wound in the middle of his body began to spread across his shirt. How did you cut me? Saki explained it to him. Nothing in this world is truly infinite, so I just had to slip through the small gaps and attack you. He only managed to ask that one question before collapsing onto the floor with a thud. His opponent was completely unconscious, and the space became strangely quiet. Saki slowly turned to look at her. That's all. After a moment, rays of sunlight shone down on the predetermined outcome of their fight. The staff member was still in shock. He defeated an S-rank adventurer. Kandasaki worriedly ran to his side. "You're hurt! Are you okay?" He gently brushed some dust off his clothes. "It's nothing." The skill Spirit's Blessing activated, causing sparkling streams of light to surround Saki. He asked her in surprise, "Was that healing magic just now?" Kanda patiently maintained the magic circle. "Yeah, I'm using my skill to heal your wounds." Seeing this, he expressed his gratitude to her. "Thanks." After he was fully healed, he suddenly patted Kanda's head. "Sorry for making you worry." A faint blush appeared on her face out of shyness. The tender atmosphere was interrupted by a ringing phone. He quickly turned away. "Sorry, I have to take this." Taha's urgent voice came through. "Big brother, you remember what we're doing today, right?" The young man silently asked himself. "Today?" Knowing he'd forgotten, she immediately reminded him. "We're celebrating Shimizu's discharge from the hospital. The party's at our place, remember?" He only dared to keep his next words to himself. "Oops, I totally forgot. Sorry, Shimizu." Tuha spoke again. "Are you listening to me, big brother?" Saki replied nonchalantly, "Yeah, of course. I'll be home right after I finish shopping." She sounded excited. "Okay, we're all waiting, so please hurry up." After hanging up, he told Kanda, "Sorry, it looks like I have to head home in a hurry." She asked in a low voice, "A party?" I overheard a little. He nodded and said, "Yeah, that's right." Kanda suddenly made a suggestion. "Can I come too?" This made him a bit uncomfortable. "I'm not sure. Let me ask first." Saki quickly texted Taha, "Is it okay if the S-rank adventurer Kandasaki joins the party?" His sister seemed surprised. "Oh, that girl. Wow. How did you end up with someone that important?" The young man said helplessly, "I was planning to politely decline if everyone felt uncomfortable with her coming, but Taha was more excited than he thought." "No way. Invite her." Shimizu added, "I don't mind." Mio readily agreed, "I'm fine with it too. Actually, I'd love to meet her." Finally, Sumuji's response, "Awesome. Saki, you have to bring her." He relayed their opinions to Kanda. "All right, it looks like you can come," she said happily. "I'm so glad to hear that." And so, the two of them left the place together. "Then let's go," she replied quickly. "Yeah." Only the staff member in charge was left behind. They're gone. His gaze slowly shifted to the side. Kirishima was still lying motionless on the floor. "I guess we should take him to the infirmary." That night, he returned to his familiar apartment. "I'm home." Taha cheerfully ran out to greet him. "Welcome home, big brother." The sphere also said enthusiastically, "You're late, Iori. You definitely forgot about the party." His expression didn't betray anything. "Of course I didn't forget. But to the sphere," she said. "You could tell, huh?" Meanwhile, Kandasaki stood shyly behind him. "Excuse us for intruding." Taha was immediately impressed. "It really is the girl from the other day." She bowed politely. "I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused recently." Her voice added to the lively atmosphere of the house. "It's no trouble at all. Thank you for taking care of my brother." After she went inside, he said, "She's pretty cute." Kanda instinctively agreed. "I think so too." "Well, she is my little sister after all." This expression made her suspicious. "Are you one of those guys with a sister complex?" He quickly turned away. "Definitely not." The door closed softly, and the party began. "Let me introduce you to everyone." She carefully spoke first. "I'm Kandasaki. It's a pleasure to meet you all." Everyone in the room was captivated by her beauty. Amazing. "It's really her." "It's an honor to meet you." Anami awkwardly held out her hand. "Excuse me, but could I shake your hand?" Kanda immediately obliged. "Of course." As she took her hand, Anami was ecstatic. "This is incredible. Thank you so much." Shimizu gave a cool greeting. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Kandasaki suddenly recognized him too. "You're Shimizu, a former member of the Red Dragons." He was stunned with surprise. "You know who I am?" She nodded. "I know almost all of the high-rank adventurers." He couldn't help but compliment her. "You must have an amazing memory." But Kanda didn't stop there and continued to explain. "The number of A-rank adventurers and above is less than 12,000, so it's not that hard to remember." Anami's face flushed red with admiration. "No way, that's a truly superhuman memory." Then, another person struck up a conversation with her. Can I ask a question?" Saki casually agreed. "Go ahead." And so, Suzuka's bluntly blurted it out. "What kind of relationship do you and Saki have?" Saki paused for a moment to think of an answer. She said innocently, "More than friends, less than lovers?" Behind her, Saki's face darkened. "Could you please not say it in such a misleading way?" The three girls in the house were completely shocked. "More than friends, less than lovers?" The boy's headache only got worse. "Could you please not say it in such a misleading way?" He then stepped forward to explain, "We're just friends." Kotoha suddenly thought of Suzu and sadly broke the news. Unfortunately, it seems something urgent came up. But she quickly cheered up again. "Well then, we'll just have to have enough fun for her part too." The ingredients were already placed neatly on the table. "Yeah, that's right. I bought all sorts of food. Let's get started." Everyone in the room raised their glasses. "Welcome back from the hospital." "Shimizu," he replied cheerfully. "Thanks, everyone." Kotoha enthusiastically rolled up her sleeves. I'll make Saki's special beef stew. The sphere flew over to her. I'll help too. Suzuka's and Anami clapped their hands, cheering them on enthusiastically. This lively atmosphere unintentionally moved Saki. It was inexplicably cheerful and bustling. She gently called his name, Saki. He also stopped cooking to turn towards her. Saki raised her glass of water, her expression much brighter. Thank you all so much for having me. The young man smiled at her heartfelt words. He told her they were just getting started and that she should just focus on enjoying herself. Saki replied softly, Okay. In contrast to that warm and lively atmosphere, by the lakeside, a lone person was sitting and enjoying tea. S-rank adventurer Suju Arima, with his mana crystallization skill, carefully lifted his teacup. The door to the room was suddenly pushed open without a word of warning, but he calmly welcomed his guest. Thank you for coming. Suzu, dressed in casual clothes, stood fuming right at the entrance. Nagisawa Suzu. She was clearly very upset. It's about Kirishima. The door slowly closed so they could begin their conversation smoothly, right? An appetizing dish was already set on the table. Kotoha cheered. The beef stew is ready. Suzuka tasted a bite and was amazed. Oh my god, this is insanely delicious. Amami also chimed in with praise. This is the best thing I've ever eaten. The guest of honor at today's party, Shimizu, turned to Kotoha. This is really good. I never knew you were such a great cook. Kotoha laughed shyly. I really put my all into this dish. Saki was also captivated from the very first bite. It's delicious. Saki, sitting beside him, heard this and said, That's good. Saki looked at everyone at the dining table, and a familiar feeling suddenly washed over him. How long has it been since I've eaten with this many people? Then she looked at Saki, her eyes unable to hide her happiness. This is so much fun. The party was also coming to an end. Everyone said their goodbyes to leave. Thanks for everything today. Saki and his sister stood at the apartment door, seeing everyone off. Thanks for coming. Kotoha waved. Goodbye. Get home safe, everyone. Amami replied. We'll get home safely. Thanks for today. The four of them walked across the footbridge, chatting happily. Today was really fun, wasn't it? So fun. Suddenly, Shimizu wondered, Come to think of it, Kanda-san, how did you get to know Saki-san? Suzuka's chimed in. I'm curious about that too, Saki slowly recounted. I met Saki-san during a raid and got in touch with him. A raid is when many adventurers team up to defeat monsters pouring out of a gate. Amami was excited. So that means you also saw how amazing Saki-san is, right? Saki didn't deny it. Of course. She expressed her admiration for Saki's strength. Saki-san is even stronger than a normal S-rank. Suzuka's then asked, Between the two of you, who's stronger? Saki answered without a moment's hesitation. Saki-san. She revealed a secret that surprised everyone. A while ago, he saved me from a really dangerous situation. A question immediately popped into Suzuka's head. Wait a minute. She looked at Saki thoughtfully. What on earth happened that someone as strong as you would need to be saved? Saki didn't mind explaining. An extremely powerful enemy appeared. Memories of Saki flooded her mind. She continued, but Saki-san completely crushed it. Thinking back, maybe his appearance changed for some reason too. Shimizu also found it plausible. Crushed it, huh? That sounds just like Saki-san. Amami and Suzuka's were speechless. Amami froze. So Saki-san saved another girl, didn't he? Suzuka's was also dumbfounded. I wonder if Saki-san only saves girls? Elsewhere, Saki felt a chill and sneezed. Kotoha asked with concern, Did you catch a cold, big brother? Saki brushed it off. Probably not. He guessed with a strange feeling, but I suddenly feel like someone is bizarrely misunderstanding me. The next day, on a small island, Saki stood with his hands on his hips. After collecting enough high-grade mana stones, I've managed to make 2 golems. The sphere interjected. Don't you forget that you only managed it with our help. Nemiya also roared in agreement. Saki reassured them. Don't worry, I'm grateful for that. The sphere calmed down. Well, okay then. So, are the 2 golems different? Saki briefly described the 2 golems. They differ in their fighting style. The blue one is a speed type, and the red one is a power type. Both are on par with S-rank monsters. The sphere was confused. How did you make something so advanced with just those materials? Saki said proudly. This was my specialty back when I was a great sorcerer. He then began to describe in detail the steps of creating golems from high-grade mana stones to prove his words were true. The sphere sounded like it was choking. I didn't understand a single word. Saki encouraged it. Just think of it as you having worked very hard. The sphere looked at the figures. Now what do you plan to do with those golems? Saki reminded it. I already told you, didn't I? Right now, I can only enter dungeons that I can handle easily. So, to get stronger, I'll fight these S-rank golems that I created myself. The sphere asked again, Right, so which one are you going to punch first? Saki replied nonchalantly, I'll fight both of them. The sphere froze solid. Huh? She shouted in frustration. Why would you do that? Just fight them one at a time. Saki quickly covered his ears. I just thought I needed a challenge to stay sharp, he retorted. Besides, isn't it your policy that I should face difficulties and all that? The sphere was out of arguments. But this isn't the kind of difficulty I had in mind. She tried her best to persuade him. According to my calculations, you need to be over level 1000 to safely fight an S rank. And I don't even know how much harder it will be to fight two at the same time. The sphere glared at Saki. If you slip up, you'll die, Yori. But then, as always, she gave up dejectedly. Well, it's not like you're going to listen to me anyway, Saki smirked. So you finally figured that out, huh? Saki continued his argument. Besides, wouldn't fighting two at once take less time and be more efficient? The sphere seethed and shot back. Efficient, my ass. It's obvious that fighting both at once will take more time. Saki remained firm. No, fighting both at once will definitely be faster. The sphere was confused. What? No more talking. Saki immediately held out his hand. Let me show you. The scene changes to break time at school. A girl was sleeping soundly amidst the noisy classroom, none other than Kotoha. Suddenly, a voice woke her up. Hey Kotoha-chan, check this out. Kotoha rubbed her eyes. What is it? Her friend excitedly explained, some adventurer fought the S-ranker Kirishima Kuji and won. Kotoha was wide awake after hearing that. An S-ranker? That's awesome. In a flash, her friend held his phone in front of her face. Someone had recorded the whole fight, but you could barely see anything. Oh my god. Fights between top-tier adventurers are really beyond imagination. Kotoha agreed. Yeah, this looks really. She suddenly froze, catching sight of a familiar figure. Isn't that my brother? Kotoha froze for a moment, but she quickly hid it, pretending to be as clueless as her classmate. So cool. I can't make out what they're doing at all. Her friend didn't suspect a thing. I know, right? Her friend speculated. A guy this handsome will definitely become a big star in the adventurer world, don't you think? Kotoha puffed up with pride. I'm sure of it. In a dark cave, the light from a mana stone floating in midair flickered, illuminating a corner of the large demon cave. Below, an ogre growled, its horns capable of knocking away any obstacle. Surrounding it was a whole group of adventurers preparing to attack. The ogre roared at the humans to protect the mana stone. A man who seemed to be the leader announced to everyone, the boss is weak to fire. Frontline, pull Rody. Behind them, a female adventurer named Kawashimo charges forward with a torch. Leave the attacking to me. Suddenly, a platinum-haired adventurer leaps forward, startling the party leader. Don't rush in alone. His name is Murata. His eyes show no fear, only confidence. I'm fine. And indeed, with a single punch, Murata rendered the OGRE unable to fight. Just a small fry, he says smugly. While the OGRE was still stunned, Murata had already leaped onto its head. He was like a grain of rice compared to the OGRE, but with a single stomp, he completely flattened it. Even more surprisingly, Murata didn't stop. He kept throwing punch after punch. The frenzied blows were enough to make anyone shudder. He only stopped when his arm was covered in the OGRE's blood. Everyone stared at him, astonished. What the... In the blink of an eye, Kawashimo ran to his side, torch still in hand, and praised him in a clear voice. That was amazing, Murata-san. You're incredibly strong, she gushed. You have sword skills, but you still fight barehanded. To be honest, I wasn't expecting much from you, but you're incredible. Murata turned his head, a twisted smile on his face. He kicked her with immense force, right through the stomach, giving her no time to defend herself. The others could only scream her name. Kawashimo coughed up blood, then logged out. The young man who appeared to be the leader raised his sword. Murata! What the hell are you doing? Faced with his friend's panic, Murata only grew more nonchalant. This was my goal from the very beginning. Without wasting words, he struck a vital point, causing the leader to spurt blood. A look of glee was clear on Murata's face. Seeing this, another adventurer rushed towards the magic stone, but before he could touch it, Murata's blood-soaked hand appeared over his head. He was slammed into the ground with enough force to crush his skull. The party leader could only clutch his stomach and scream, "You bastard!" Murata's face twisted, his voice changing completely, becoming deep and terrifying. In the end, my only goal was to get a stronger body. I couldn't care less what happens to you lot. The leader glared. What are you talking about? Murata stepped forward. The sound emanating from him became oppressive. Murata's shadow fell over the leader, who was gritting his teeth in pain. He spoke in a deadly voice, "Thank you so much for this wonderful body." The leader's screams echoed throughout the cave, but no matter how much he screamed or what happened, the magic stone remained unmoved, as if exuding a heartless cold. Scene changed to the familiar island. Saki stands before his two beloved creations, looking like a true battle maniac. Saki looked at them, unable to hide his excitement. Let's begin. The spirit sphere cheered. Go for it, Yori. Nemia roared excitedly in agreement. The blue golem attacked first. Though its body was made of stone, its flexibility was outstanding. Its arm stretched out to attack Saki, but he dodged it. Even so, Saki was quite surprised by their strength. It's stronger than I thought. The blue golem threw a barrage of punches at Saki, but that was just from one of them. From above, the red golem had already appeared. It was charging up its core to slam down on Saki. With the power of heavenly fire, the red golem slammed into the ground with terrifying firepower, both heavy and blazing hot, incinerating everything within its attack range. The spirit sphere nestled into Nemia's fur and stammered, "What is that power? Getting hit by that would be instant death. When did Saki jump away? If he'd taken that head on, he'd be toast." Watching the two golems continuously charge up to attack, Saki thought to himself, "I've figured out their movement patterns." The blue golem once again threw punches at Saki. He calmly tilted his head to one side, his eyes sharpening as if he'd reached an epiphany. "So I just need to predict everything they're going to do." The spirit sphere, watching from the sidelines, quickly sized up the situation. She wondered, he's stuck on the defensive. How is Yori going to get out of this? At that moment, the red golem finished charging its core. Saki's eyes hardened. This is my chance. Just by looking, you could tell this big guy was preparing to throw a fiery punch. Though predictable, its firepower was nothing to scoff at. Saki immediately used Monocirculation Boost to teleport behind the blue golem. The attack aimed at Saki was naturally redirected. The blue golem took the full force of this destructive firepower, but since it was no pushover, it didn't even crack. Saki gripped his weapon tightly. The spirit sphere said excitedly, "I see. So that's what he was aiming for." She continued reading Saki's thoughts. Now he's aiming for the spot on the stone that was weakened by that last hit. Taking advantage of this, Saki smoothly sliced the blue golem in two. With the entity destroyed, the magic stone was ejected from the blue golem. A system notification announced a level up. Saki shrugged. "All right, one down." The spirit sphere and Nemia praised him enthusiastically. "Great job, Yori." Suddenly, the red golem reached out and picked up the blue golem's magic stone. It brought it to its mouth. The two stones merged, emitting a brilliant light that pierced the heavens, lifting the red golem with an invisible force as the light spread across the entire island. Saki shielded his eyes in amazement. "I didn't expect this." As the giant form before them began to transform, the spirit sphere cried out in alarm. "The golem is turning purple! This is an emergency, Saki! Wouldn't it be better to shut it down now?" His reaction was a bit hesitant. "I don't think I can. It's completely out of control now." Her face went blank. "Then you have no choice but to try and take it down." Saki was certain. "That's right. It's now absorbed the mechanics of another golem. It will surpass the original in both speed and power. I wouldn't be surprised if it's already surpassed S rank. Interesting. Come on, let's have a rematch." The golem immediately clenched its fist, preparing to attack. The next second, it was suddenly stopped by a dazzling, static barrier. Object 0. Seizing the opportunity while his opponent was distracted, Saki swung his arm and punched straight into the power stone in its abdomen. Noticing the golem's sturdiness, Saki praised it. "Looks like you've gotten a lot tougher, huh? Well then, I guess I'll have to use my trump card." Scene changed to a new day at school. The noisy sounds from the sports field rang out, along with the unsteady, staggering footsteps of runners. A female student with braided hair, her face scrunched up, was struggling to finish her training. Damn it. Long-distance running is the worst. Suddenly, a figure zipped past from behind. Kodoha was running past her, effortlessly maintaining her pace. The braided hair student cried out in surprise. "You're so fast, Kodoha. Isn't this the third time you've lapped me?" She gave an energetic smile. "I've just been feeling full of energy lately." The girl still found it hard to believe. "But you were in the hospital for so long. That's amazing." Suddenly, the gym teacher approached. "Saki-san, could I have a moment?" Kodoha, wiping her sweat, wondered, "What is it?" The teacher tried to contain her excitement as she made her offer. "What do you think about joining the track and field club? Your time in the 1,000 meter is good enough to compete at the national level, you know?" But Kodoha just scratched her head and shyly declined. "Oh, please, I couldn't. I'd rather focus on my chores at home." The gym teacher kept trying to persuade her. "But your record is just too incredible. You have a real shot at becoming the national middle school champion." Hearing that made her happy inside as well. Kodoha gave a sincere smile and explained, "My older brother worked so hard for me while I was in the hospital, so I want to repay him." A sparkling aura radiated from her, making the gym teacher think in amazement, "She's such a good kid." At this point, she had to give up on recruiting her. "I'm sorry for pushing you without understanding your situation. I'm sure your brother will be very happy to have your help." Kodoha replied obediently, "Thank you very much, ma'am." Suddenly, a surprising burst of energy appeared, drawing both of their attention. The other female students were also confused. "What is that?" A bright portal gradually widened, blinding the entire area. The gym teacher's face went pale as she shouted, "A dungeon gate! Cancel the run! Everyone, get inside now! A monster lizard has appeared." Seeing this, the students panicked even more. She was stunned, completely frozen. No way. A monster appeared too. The students shoved each other, scrambling to escape for their lives. Suddenly, the student with the braided hair tripped and fell right near the monster. Kodoha noticed this with a start. The monster's shadow was slowly drawing closer. Seeing that she was about to act, the gym teacher tried to stop her. "Koto, ha, come back. It's dangerous." The girl raised her arms, bracing herself for the blow. Suddenly, a foot stomped hard on the ground. Kotoha launched herself into the air, flying over the lizard's body. She landed right in front of her classmate. "Kotoha!" But she just gave a serious look and gestured. "Go, I'll hold it off." The girl stumbled away, feeling guilty but doing as she was told. "Sorry, and thanks." Facing the monstrous lizard, Tuha silently noted that the beast was much bigger than her. Honestly, she was a little scared, but it was fine. The illness that put me in the hospital was skill incompatibility syndrome. It's a condition where the body can't handle the power of the skill it has awakened. But now that I'm fully recovered, it means I must have a powerful skill. Tu-Ha ducked, dodging the monster lizard's claws as a red sword materialized in her hand. It lunged at her again. She kept her eyes closed, sensing every shift in the air. When she opened them, Tu-Ha's eyes were glowing bright red. In a flash, the monster lizard was sliced in two as she dashed straight through it. Demonic god arts. The gym teacher was stunned. Impossible. Tu-Ha calmly sheathed her sword. In its final moments, bursts of light erupted from the monster's body like fireworks. The braided hair student's eyes sparkled with admiration. "She's so cool." Tu-Ha turned back, beaming, and said cheerfully, "All right, I knew I could do it." Elsewhere, Saki stood facing a golem, his expression tense and serious. "This golem is much stronger than me now. I'll have to take a risk if I want a chance to take it down. I won't cover my entire body in 10 ma, but focus it on a single point." With that, he shot into the air, leaving a long streak of light in his wake. Saki appeared behind the golem, his hand clenched into a fist. "If I take even one hit, I'm dead." The power-infused fist shot forward decisively, magnified into a colossal spectral image. The golem took the full force of the surprise attack. Its entire body erupted in an explosion. He frowned, his hair blown back by the force. "But this is how I can break through its defenses." Tin Cow, standing to the side, helplessly shielded her eyes from the blinding light. "Saki, that guy's up to his crazy ideas again." But the golem won't go down with just one hit. It turned and lunged, and suddenly, time and space froze. Seizing the opportunity of Object Zero, Saki pushed another surge of mana forward. He taunted it. "Your attacks are too simple, easy for me to handle." As he spoke, a barrage of kicks was unleashed. Saki cleanly parried every single one. He spun to evade the counterattack and instantly appeared behind it. Before the golem could react, he crouched, gathering his power. Saki charged forward with a mighty fist, triggering a terrifyingly massive explosion. Red lightning crackled everywhere. Tin Cow stared in disbelief. Saki was smiling. In his past life, Saki had always been alone, focusing only on honing his magic, and was known as the solitary great sage. Even I can see how calm he is in such a dangerous situation. It's like he's reverted to the Saki from his past life. Geez, that guy. He's actually enjoying this. The golem hunched over slightly, the gem in its abdomen glowing as it began to unleash its power. Watching this, he frowned. "Is this bastard trying to wipe out the whole island just to get me?" Hearing that, Tinch Cow panicked. "What? You can't let it do that. Saki, you have to stop it, no matter what." He crouched low and dashed forward, retorting, "I was planning on it, even without you telling me." A cataclysmic storm of light erupted. Saki zipped behind the golem, his eyes flashing, and slammed his fist down on its head. A thunderous explosion followed, sending dust and debris billowing everywhere. The corner of Saki's mouth curled into a confident, smug smirk. The golem was finally obliterated, its body shattering as the system announced a level up. Tin Cow and Nemia cheered joyfully. "Great job, Saki. You protected me and Nemia." Seeing them so happy, he felt satisfied too. Good. The system displayed his information. Name, Saki Ori. Title, Reborn Great Sage. Level, 970. HP, 4,500. MP, 49,900. Attack, 1,500. Defense, 1,300. Stamina, 1,430. Agility, 1,460. Restricted skill, Forbidden Arts. Saki looked a little surprised. Did I just gain 150 levels from that one fight? Tin Cow confirmed with her arms crossed. Of course, after fighting those two golems, he mumbled to himself, "Maybe I should learn a new spell. Let's see." Seeing him like this, Tin Cow nodded in agreement. "That's fine, but how do you plan on leveling up now? It's going to be tough to gather enough materials for another golem summon." Saki wasn't worried in the slightest, an arrogant look fixed on his face. "I just unlocked an interesting spell. It'll be a huge help for leveling up too." Hearing that, she was immediately curious. "An interesting spell? Don't be vague, just spit it out." He answered, "It's called Spirit Body. I can use it to go to the spirit realm, where I can find powerful monster spirits." Tin Cow crossed her arms, skeptical. "The spirit realm, huh? Does something like that even exist in this dimension?" Saki stated confidently, "Of course it does. After all, Plenty of people in this world have seen ghosts and spirits, she said, sounding unimpressed. Still, I don't believe any of it is real. He glanced at her. Then let's just see for ourselves. Suddenly, his phone rang. Saki answered the phone. Two. Ha. The voice on the other end was frantic. Big brother, something's happened, Saki pressed. What is it? She didn't explain, instead asking, can you get to the school right now? It's hard to explain. Saki realized this wasn't the time to waste asking questions and agreed immediately. All right, I'm on my way. Hang on.